Chapter 1001 Encryption. Hearing Yakumo's proposal, Suzuki immediately said, "There is no need to find Shinji, I can solve it alone." He and Shinji are both Mangekyo Uchiha, but Yakumo suggested that Shinji try, which is undoubtedly a lack of trust in his strength. Tsunade immediately decided, "Call Shinji and the intelligence team." Suzuki wanted to insist, but Kakashi shook his head at him. When it comes to the safety of the village, personal honor and disgrace should be put aside. This is the basic quality that every ninja needs to have. Not long after, an analysis team led by Yamanaka Inoichi from the intelligence class rushed to the ward and began to set up various equipment and arrange various techniques. Then, Shinji, dressed in the uniform of a police captain, came to the ward with Wuming. Seeing Shinji coming, Yakumo was about to go up to him to explain the situation, but her attention was attracted by Wuming behind Shinji. After just one look, Yakumo's heart was inexplicably trembling. The scattered Ito in her spiritual world also became alert at this moment and said, "Yakumo, she is very strong." "No, very strong." Yakumo said, "I feel it." Red Dragon Eye is a powerful eye technique bloodline limit that takes into account perspective and illusion. Coupled with her own bloodline limit of 5 senses manipulation and the powerful induction of Ito's spirit body, her perception ability has long surpassed everyone in the perception class. So at a glance, she noticed the extraordinariness of Wuming following Shinji. Wuming, who felt Yakumo's gaze, met Yakumo's gaze like any other Uchiha without dodging. When she followed Shinji to a dinner with her classmates, Yakumo and Naruto had been secretly sent to Kumagakure by the village, so this was her first time meeting Yakumo. Such a strong Yinsuku chakra. Wuming was slightly surprised. These days, she has secretly marked nearly 80% of Konoha's ninjas with her 8,000 spears in cooperation with Shinji to launch Takamagahara. Among so many ninjas, there are only a few whose Yinsuku chakra strength can match Yakumo's. As Wuming and Yakumo looked at each other, Shinji bowed to Tsunade with a gentle face and said, "Hokage-sama." Tsunade nodded, briefly explained the situation, and then said, "Go and try to see what attack left in his mind." Shinji was a little surprised and glanced at the Kumagakure ninja who was in a deep coma on the bed. The other people in the ward focused their attention on Shinji. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Suzuki, Yakumo and even the intelligence team who had just arrived tried the illusion of the Kumagakure ninja on the bed, but they couldn't break it. There were many illusion masters present, so they knew more clearly that the illusion attack left in the mind of the Kumagakure ninja had reached the level of art in terms of skills alone, so even if Shinji was a Mangeki Uchiha, they didn't have much hope. After all, Shinji had never been good at illusion. Coming to the bedside, Shinji gently opened the closed eyelids of the Kumagakure ninja, activated the pupil technique, and invaded the other party's spiritual world. The other party's spiritual world is an isolated island, surrounded by a scarlet that can't see the end. Tsukuyomi. Shinji smiled. Just as he guessed, the illusion that can make many illusion masters helpless is most likely attack as Mangeki pupil technique Tsukuyomi. Coincidentally, Wuming also mastered Tsukuyomi, which was just the right medicine. Because he had always maintained the connection with 8,000 spears, Shinji only had a thought and brought Wuming into the spiritual world of this Kumagakure ninja. "Hey, isn't this Tsukuyomi?" Like Shinji, Wuming instantly determined that the illusion that the Kumagakure ninja was in was Tsukuyomi. Shinji asked, "Can it be cracked?" "I'll try." Wuming responded and activated the pupil technique. The scarlet around was quickly covered by another scarlet. In the process, something seemed to be triggered. A black ninja crow fell from the sky with a cackle and landed on the isolated island, quietly watching Shinji and Wuming. Wuming looked at the ninja crow. This should be what the other party left behind. Shinji said lightly, "Ninja crow? Then it can be confirmed that it is Uchiha Itaki." Hearing Itaki's name, Wuming frowned slightly. Why did he use Tsukuyomi to pass the message? Shinji said, "He was originally the village's spy planted in the Akatsuki organization. It is understandable that he passed the message to the village in this way. It can be inferred that Itaki must have been under some degree of surveillance in the Akatsuki organization, so he resorted to this desperate measure and used Tsukuyomi to pass the message at the cost of his pupil power. Anyway, Tsukuyomi can ensure that the message is not stolen by other forces. Of course, if the village did not notice that he left, if there is no way to solve the moon reading he imposed, then it's not his fault." Wuming said, "Traitor, he will pay the price." Whether from the perspective of the Uchiha clan or the current Akatsuki organization, Itaki is a veritable traitor. Wu-Ming has no position, only resentment that Itaki almost killed Shinji. He is already paying the price. Shinji sighed, and then slowly walked towards the ninja crow. Not enough. Wu-Ming whispered, and followed Shinji step by step. Watching Shinji and Wu-Ming approach, the crow jumped on the ground twice, and finally opened its mouth and slowly spit out a scroll. Picking up the scroll from the ground, Shinji checked it and said, "This is a heavily encrypted scroll, it's really cautious." Wu-Ming asked, "Do you need me to crack it?" Shinji shook his head and thought about it. Itaki passed the message to the village at this time, which means that he must have discovered some important information, or there was a major event that had to be reminded of the village. So if Itaki's information was handed over to the village at this time, it would likely affect the outcome of the decisive battle between the Ninja Village Alliance and the Akatsuki organization. But on second thought, Itaki risked sending this information, indicating that he was not optimistic about the Ninja Village Alliance, so handing this information to the village might narrow the strength comparison between the Ninja Village Alliance and the Akatsuki organization, making it less easy for the Akatsuki organization to win. After all, in the end, Shinji still needs to snatch the 10 tails from the Akatsuki organization. Shinji made a decision, "Hand it over, we don't have to worry about the cracking." Wu-Ming asked curiously, "Shinji, do you really not need to check what's written here first? Do you trust Uchiha Itaka so much?" Shinji smiled and said, "I just trust his judgment." The next moment, Shinji left the spiritual world of the Cloud-Hidden Ninja, and through his own pupil power, he brought out the encrypted scroll that Itaka left in the spiritual world of the Cloud-Hidden Ninja, and threw it to the intelligence team ninja next to him. The first update is here. Chapter 1002 Appearing with Hope. After receiving the encrypted scroll thrown by Shinji, the intelligence squad ninja was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that Shinji would not only break the illusion, but also take out the things left in the mind of the Kumigakure ninja by the caster. The other people in the ward were also amazed. Especially those who had tried to break the illusion before, they knew how tricky this illusion was, so they were even more surprised. The scroll is too encrypted and needs to be broken. After a simple explanation, Shinji nodded to Tsunade again, and then left the ward with Wu-Ming. In theory, even if the task was completed, Shinji should not leave without the permission of Tsunade, who was the Hokage. But Shinji's departure did not cause disgust among the people, as if all this was taken for granted. This invisibly shows that everyone has begun to slowly regard Shinji as a high-level advisor elder in the village. After Shinji left, Tsunade took the encrypted scroll from the intelligence team ninja. Jiraiya and Kakashi gathered around. After checking, Tsunade said to the two, "It is confirmed that the encryption on the scroll is an encryption method of the Anbu." Jiraiya and Kakashi nodded, confirming that it was Itaka who cast the illusion on the Kumigakure ninja. Sasuke was a little unbelievable, even angry. How could a guy like him pass on information to the village? This must be false information, a trap set by the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi comforted Sasuke, "This possibility cannot be ruled out. Yes, even if it is information, it needs to be carefully identified." Tsunade would naturally not share Sasuke's views on such matters, not to mention that what Sasuke said was not completely impossible. The third generation did have an agreement with Itaka back then. The third generation guaranteed Sasuke's safety in the village, and Itaka joined the Akatsuki organization to gather information for the village. As a result, after so many years, Itaka seems to have defected and has been working for Akatsuki, not sending any information back to the village. Therefore, even if the village urgently needs information from Akatsuki, the information sent back by Itaka must be strictly reviewed. On the other side, on the way back to the police building, Wu-Ming said to Shinji, "Is the brown-haired girl in the ward Kurama Yakumo?" Shinji asked, "Well, what's wrong?" Wu-Ming thought, "She seems to be paying attention to me." Shinji said, "Her eyes are called red dragon eyes, which have the ability of both perspective eyes and illusion eyes. Maybe she saw something." Wu-Ming was a little worried. "Shinji, I won't be exposed? Will it affect your plan?" Shinji smiled, "It's okay." Wu-Ming was stunned at first, and then reacted, "She is the disciple of the Hokage, the daughter of the Kurama family, is she also?" Shinji did not deny, "You guessed right, like Karin and Shiro, she is also my subordinate, codenamed D." Wu-Ming whispered, "It is true." As she got to know Shinji better, Wu-Ming began to feel a little empty in her heart. She thought she was Shinji's biggest helper, but she didn't expect that Shinji had so many strong people under him. Not to mention Karin and Shiro, now there is Yakumo, which makes her want to compete with Yakumo. When Wuming reminded him, Shinji said to himself, that's right, Yakumo doesn't know your situation. If he reports it to the Hokage privately, it will be a big trouble. It seems necessary. I need to explain it to her. At night, after washing up, Shinji opened the Niobe as usual while lying on the bed, contacted Karin, Haku, Niji, Kimimaro and other subordinates, and then connected to Yakumo. After receiving the link from Shinji, Yakumo immediately reported the action of Tianzakuni this time. Shinji knew very well that the reason why Karin and Haku could easily cover the evacuation of Hirako was entirely because of the identities of B and C. Otherwise, Yakumo and Suzuki would not have watched Hirako leave with the 9 tails. From this point, it can be seen that the sense of belonging to the organization is still very strong. For this reason, Shinji is considering whether to reveal his identity of A to the core members like Karin, Haku, and Yakumo. Subordinates. At this stage, he actually only needs to keep his identity as the lantern bearer. Because when the Overlord invades a world, he may attack the lantern bearer whose identity has been exposed. Before the Demon Slayer world was destroyed by the Overlord, the Fear Overlord had transformed into Tsugakoku Yoriichi and hunted down Yubayashiki Ryohei, the lantern bearer of the Demon Slayer world. Shinji naturally did not want to repeat the mistakes of Yubayashiki Ryohei, so he strictly guarded his identity as the lantern bearer and did not reveal it to anyone. After reporting the situation in the Land of Fields, Yakumo said to Shinji anxiously, "My lord, Naruto and Menma have reconciled now, and Menma knows about Ito, so I am worried that Naruto has already known about me and Ito." Shinji was worried that Wuming would be exposed, but now Yakumo was exposed earlier. Just as he was thinking about how to appease Yakumo, Yakumo continued, "My lord, if my identity as D is exposed, I have decided to defect." Shinji was stunned. Yakumo continued, "I always worry too much. Perhaps only when I am exposed can I be myself again and become a real D." Shinji smiled, "Let's meet." Yakumo was stunned, "Do you have any tasks to give?" "I guess so," said. Shinji agreed on a meeting place. Soon, Yakumo came to the grove where he had agreed with Shinji. After turning on the red dragon eye and scanning the surroundings to confirm that there were no peepers, Yakumo leaned against a big tree and waited. After a while, a sound of footsteps came from the forest. Yakumo looked over and his expression froze. "Shinji. It's so late, why are you here?" Shinji looked at Yakumo and smiled, "I asked you to come, of course I have to show up." Yakumo was struck by lightning and froze in place for a while. Soon, a series of pictures flashed through her mind, which were pictures of her getting along with Shinji and A respectively. Then the various pictures gradually overlapped, and Shinji's figure gradually overlapped with A. Finally, she recalled the afternoon when she was most desperate. After learning that her body could no longer support her to be a ninja, she tried to ask for help from her teachers and friends around her, but all she got was rejection. With the last hope, she courageously found Shinji and told him her request, but she still got a decisive rejection. However, that night A showed up with hope. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 1003 Peace of Mind. It turns out that you are the only one who responded to me, Shinji. Yakumo finally understood that after all the help she had given, the one who really helped her was the boy who shook his head at her in the dusk. After understanding this, the figure of A in her mind completely merged with Shinji in front of her and became the same person. Swoosh. At this time, Ito flew out of Yakumo's body and circled around Shinji for a few times. "How is it possible? How could you be an adult?" Shinji glanced at Ito, "You don't believe it." Ito shrank his neck and said embarrassedly, "Hehe, I'm just a little surprised. In fact, it's good that you are an adult." Shinji looked at Yakumo again, "Do you need me to explain anything?" "No need." Yakumo shook his head and finally relaxed, "I don't need that anymore, because I already feel at ease in my heart." When she joined the Akatsuki organization and became D, she was always in entanglement and anxiety. She knew that her red dragon eye, the first generation of cells, etc. were all given by the leader, and it was the leader who allowed her to continue to be a ninja, so her gratitude to the leader was unquestionable. But deep down, she was caught between the organization and the village and felt hesitant about the future. The leader who had always hidden his true identity also made her feel uneasy, as if all her hopes were on an illusory symbol that could disappear at any time. When Shinji was equal to A, Her uneasiness disappeared. She felt at ease. Even if she defected immediately, she would not be confused. Shinji sat on the grass, picked a dogtail grass and held it in his mouth, then supported himself with his hands, leaned back and looked at the sky. I know you actually have a lot of doubts in your heart. Some I can answer for you, and some I can't say for the time being. Yakumo walked to Shinji's side. I understand, I won't ask. Ninja Village and Dark, the fight with Akatsuki is nothing. You should be able to vaguely guess who our real enemy is. Everything I do now is just to keep this imperfect world alive. Speaking, Shinji stretched out his hand towards the bright moon in the night sky. Yakumo listened quietly. With a smile, Shinji continued, so I have a lot of preparations to make. I must hide myself well, and sometimes I will do something that harms the village, just like giving the nine-tailed fox to Dark Akatsuki this time. Yakumo said, so you let B and C carry out this mission? Yes. After a pause, Shinji looked at Yakumo, are you still blaming me? Yakumo shook his head, no. I just want to tell you that I can also carry out such a mission. You not only have B and C, you also have me. Ito came up, and me. And me. Got it. Shinji waved his hand and stood up, then dusted off the dust on his body and walked out, saying, we don't have much time left, let's hurry up and make ourselves stronger. Yakumo thought of something and asked, Master Shin, is Wuming AB? Shinji stopped, just call me Shinji. In addition, Wuming is not AB. Yakumo was stunned and murmured, so Karin is AB, she concealed it so well. After confirming Shinji's identity, the identities of B and C are not difficult to guess. Yakumo initially thought that Wuming, who was with Shinji, was B. After all, there were not many people around Shinji who met the identity of a B woman and had the temperament of a strong person. But after Shinji denied her guess, she realized that Karin, whom she had never believed in, was the famous B in the current ninja world. Ito muttered, during the operation, in addition to using the transformation technique, she must have used a sealing technique, or some strange technique, to fine-tune her chakra fluctuations and keep both of us in the dark. It's so despicable. Yakumo was also unhappy. Because she was sure that her identity had probably been guessed by Karin a long time ago, but she didn't guess that Karin was B until now, which was undoubtedly a complete loss. As for C, there was no need to guess to know that it was in vain. Thinking of this, Yakumo said, Shinji, I want to spar with Karin. Shinji was a little surprised, Yakumo explained, I just want to know if I can shake her if I go all out. She is now. Shinji considered his words carefully, paused and said, very strong. Even I am afraid I am not sure I can defeat her. This is not Shinji's modesty. Because it was Karin's Yang release chakra that revived, Karin's previous pair of eternal Manjaki Sharingan that attacked the Samsara Eye were almost equivalent to her own, which made the evolved Samsara Eye equivalent to her own. Only for this point, Karin has an advantage over Nagato. Her shortcoming is that she has opened the Samsara Eye for too short a time, unlike Nagato who has adapted and explored the Samsara Eye for more than 20 years. In addition to the ability of the Samsara Eye, Karin also has the sage body of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, with healing chakra and super perception ability. Even if the various abilities of the Samsara Eye are left aside, Karin alone is enough to match the treatment ability of the entire Konoha hospital, and the reconnaissance capabilities of dozens of reconnaissance squads. Finally, taking into account the Wood Escape and the Uzumaki clan's various powerful sealing techniques including the Vajra seal, Karin was almost made into an all-around ninja by Shinji, without any shortcomings. She had previously fought 1 against 5, and defeated Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi in the Sage mode, and the 3 evil world forms of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th generations by herself. This is a real record. So even though Shinji now has the 6 Megatama Samsara Eyes, if he really fights with Karin, it is hard to say who will win or lose. Faced with Shinji's very strong evaluation, Yakumo not only did not retreat, but was full of fighting spirit. Please fulfill my little willfulness. Ito folded his hands across his chest, I will not admit defeat without a fight. Shinji was speechless for a moment. Because he suddenly realized that Yakumo in front of him seemed to have been made into another all-round ninja by himself. In the face of any challenge before, Yakumo often used wood release to meet the enemy, creating an illusion to the outside world that she seemed to only know wood release. But in fact, when Shinji chose her, he really saw her strange and powerful yin release chakra that was not inferior to the Uchiha clan. Now think about it, Yakumo seemed to have never used her full strength. Her 5 senses control, her inner demons, her red dragon eyes, these means she has never used at full strength. Even Shinji ignored that she was the only ninja in the entire Konoha who could control the space-time eye technique alone. The first update is here. Chapter 1004 Speculations and Intelligence. After thinking about this, Shinji smiled and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it." Yakumo and Karin, although both have been made omnipotent by Shinji, they lack practical experience, especially the experience of fighting against strong men of the same level. At their level, Shinji's Takamagahara is actually difficult to perfectly simulate. So letting them compete may help them better understand and control their own abilities. Thank you. Yakumo showed joy on his face. Ito was even more eager to try, and even his transparent spirit became brighter for a while. Shinji continued, "As for Naruto, you don't have to worry. He didn't mention it now, which means he has concerns." Yakumo was a little confused. Concerns? Shinji explained, "You are now the disciple of the 5th generation, and any accusation against you will affect the reputation and prestige of the 5th generation. Menma may not care about these, but Naruto will definitely care, so as long as you don't do anything that threatens the village, he won't say anything." Yakumo said, "I know." Shinji waved his hand again, and then disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. Yakumo smiled and said to Ito, "Let's go back." Ito floated back into Yakumo's body. "Yakumo, who do you think he will be? Is it Sasuke, that idiot? What about F and G? They are always together, and it feels like they have a special relationship. By the way, there is also X who appeared in the last time I went to the Demon Slayer world. Who is she? E should be Sasuke, this is easy to guess." After a pause, Yakumo smiled and said, "The other colleagues in the organization should be around Shinji, or even around us. F is a bit like Kimimaro, and G is probably Niji." After knowing that Shinji is A, the identities of other members in the organization are actually much easier to guess. Ito nodded repeatedly and said with a gossipy face, "I have long felt that the two of them are a bit strange." "What about X?" Yakumo shrugged, "She always feels familiar, but it doesn't feel right." Ito asked, "Do you have a suspect?" "Who is it?" Yakumo replied, "Shin." Ito was stunned. Shin, that idiot, can't even pass the physical skills. Will Shinji invite her to join the organization? I don't think it's right either, but X always gives me a very familiar feeling. Oh, it's so hard to guess. On the way back, Yakumo and Ito enthusiastically discussed the identities of other colleagues. When they thought of their colleagues fighting side by side with them, they were all companions who grew up in the same school, they felt inexplicably comfortable. The previous alienation disappeared all of a sudden. Anbu headquarters. Analysis room. Solved. An Anbu raised his right hand high. Tsunade, the 3rd generation, Jiraiya, Yuta and Koharu, Midaman N, Kakashi and other village leaders who were waiting on the side immediately gathered around. The Anbu carefully handed the encrypted scroll to Tsunade. This encrypted scroll is indeed encrypted by our Anbu, but the other party is very careful and has applied a total of 4 encryptions. If there is no exclusive code book of our Anbu, even if other forces get it, it will take at least 1 to 2 months to crack it. Tsunade nodded, "You can leave." The Anbu bowed respectfully and then left the room. After the Anbu left, Tsunade came to the table, put the encrypted scroll on the table and slowly spread it out. Soon, the information on the encrypted scroll came into everyone's eyes. The first one was a map of the ninja world, but unlike other maps, this map had many dense dots, which were distributed in various countries, even in the Land of Fire. Mito Kato-en frowned, "These are..." Kakashi replied, "From the distribution, it is very likely that they are the bases of the Akatsuki organization." Tanain Koharu looked solemn, "There are so many. If it is true as Kakashi guessed, then the bases of the Akatsuki organization are almost all over the ninja world, and the closest one to Konoha is only a few hundred kilometers away. You see, some of the marks are obviously thicker." While the 3rd generation was speaking, he pointed to one place in the land of demons, one place in the land of iron, and one place in the land of rain. Tsunade nodded, "These 3 places should be the important bases of Akatsuki." After that, Tsunade continued to move her hands and continued to spread out the encrypted scroll. The scroll continued to open, and the map part soon ended, followed by a long paragraph of text left by Itaki. Everyone hurriedly read it attentively, and then frowned together. This paragraph of text describes the composition of Akatsuki. According to the description of the intelligence, Itaki is only a part of Akatsuki, or just one of the Akatsuki organizations. In his Akatsuki, there are two leaders, one in the open and one in the dark. The one in the open is Nagato, who has the eye of the immortal, and the one hiding in the dark is a Mangeki Uchiha wearing a mask and calling himself Uchiha Madara. Itaki emphasized that this mysterious masked man was most likely the culprit who attacked the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki and caused the Nine Tails Rebellion. In addition to the two leaders, the other members of the organization are Konan, Zetsu, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, Deidara, Wolyang, Sheneng, Hokage, Ranmaru, him and his partner Biwajozo. As for the Akatsuki organization of A, he said that even the leader Nagato and the mysterious masked man felt very daunted. Tsunade sighed, they are not in the same group. Well. Kakashi nodded slightly. In fact, all the previous signs showed that the Akatsuki organization headed by A was not in step with the Akatsuki organization led by Nagato, and there was even a clear confrontation. Jiraiya then remembered that during the previous battle in the Land of Fields, B quietly stabbed a black stick into the back of the fourth generation's immortal body before leaving, helping the fourth generation to break free from Orochimaru's control, thus indirectly saving Naruto's life, and said, well, AS group is indeed a little different. Koharu Yudin questioned, how do you explain this time, in the Land of Rice, B and C protected Hirako, while Ranmaru escaped? Kakashi said, although there is a confrontation between the two Akatsuki organizations, there should be some kind of consensus. Tsunade's eyes lit up, tailed beast. Yes, it's the tailed beast. After a pause, Kakashi continued, AS group seems to be assisting Nagato in collecting the tailed beast. Jiraiya asked, so AS goal is also to revive the 10 tails? Kakashi sighed, I'm afraid that's the case. If this is the case, the Ninja Village Coalition will probably have to face two Akatsuki organizations at the same time in the decisive battle. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 1005 Intelligence and Demons. As the situation has developed to this point, the village leaders have actually expected that the two Akatsuki organizations with different styles and outfits are not the same group. It was only with the delivery of Itaka's intelligence that they finally confirmed it. However, after realizing that the two Akatsuki organizations have a consensus on the issue of the tailed beasts, the thoughts of alienation, luring, and division have not yet completely arisen, and they are extinguished. Seeing that everyone looked solemn, Tsunade said, isn't this something that has been determined for a long time? Is there anyone who is still hoping for the best? Jiraiya said, that's right, no matter what the relationship between the two Akatsuki organizations is, they will not cooperate with us, so the fact that they are enemies has never changed. The third generation said in a deep voice, go on. Tsunade continued to open the scroll. Soon, a new page of the scroll came into view, and behind it was still a paragraph of text, which recorded the information Itaka had collected about the members of the organization. However, since the members of the Akatsuki organization often worked in groups of two, and there was limited interaction between different groups, much of the information Itaka provided was just his own speculation and analysis. When the scroll was opened to the end, everyone looked at the text on it, and suddenly their expressions became solemn. At the end, Itaka mentioned that Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain was severely damaged due to the war in the Land of Grass. It was too heavy, so Nagato replaced the 6 Paths of Pain, and the replacements were not others, but the Jinchuriki captured by the Akatsuki organization in the previous attacks. According to Itaka's analysis, Nagato did this because he was afraid of the group of A, so Nagato's mind during this period was almost focused on transforming and adapting to these new 6 Paths of Pain, trying to further enhance his own strength. So Itaka speculated that once Nagato completed the control of the new 6 Paths of Pain, he would immediately launch a decisive battle. Yudin Koharu said angrily, using Jinchuriki as a puppet, he is simply crazy. However, her eyes were full of worry, which made her face look angry and weak. Mito Kato-en said, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumagakuer, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki of Uegakuer, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki of Kirigakuer, and the 7-tailed Jinchuriki of Takanen, exactly 5 people. Oh my god, this is trouble. Counting the Yang 9-tail obtained in the Battle of the Land of Fields, although the Akatsuki organization has obtained a total of 7 tailed beasts, only 5 Jinchuriki have been captured. Together with the heavenly path that Nagato has always regarded as his spokesperson, the number of people is just as mentioned in Attacker's intelligence, and they can form a new 6 paths of pain. All the high-level officials present changed color. If Nagato, as the leader of the Akatsuki organization before, was already a super shadow-level strongman, then no one present could accurately estimate how much Nagato's strength has grown now that he controls 5 Jinkriki and has mastered 7-tailed beasts. Kakashi said, "If Nagato is allowed to prepare everything, I'm afraid we will have no chance of winning." Udaten Koharu frowned, "How can you be sure that this is not a trap of the Akatsuki organization to lure us into a blind attack? Isn't the lesson last time enough? The last time the 5 Kage led the elite ninja army to raid the Akatsuki organization, they fell into the trap of the Akatsuki organization. The 4th Kazekage was killed on the spot, the 4th Mizukage was seriously injured, and the 2 Tails Jinchuriki was captured. This battle directly caused the Ninja Village Coalition to suffer heavy losses. Tsunade was extremely entangled. Kakashi and Udaten Koharu each had their own reasons. If the information sent by Attacker was true, then the Ninja Village Coalition, which now had the exact location of most of the Akatsuki organization's strongholds, would undoubtedly be the right choice to launch a preemptive strike. But now it is also impossible to rule out the possibility that Attacker sent. If all this is just a trap carefully arranged by the Akatsuki organization, once the Ninja Village Coalition is fooled, it is likely to repeat the same mistake. After all, both sides have already made their cards clear. The Akatsuki organization is strong in individual personnel, but the number of members is limited, while the Ninja Village Coalition is slightly inferior in high-end combat power, but is far ahead in the scale of the ninja army, so fighting a fully mobilized positional war is the advantage of the Ninja Village Coalition. The 3rd generation said at the right time, "Let's discuss this issue at the 5 Kage talks." Tsunade thought so too. It was related to the final decisive battle, and the Konoha family's words would not count, so she nodded and said, "Well, let's discuss it after the other Kage arrive in the village. But before that, we must do our best to confirm the authenticity of this information." Jiraiya said, "This is simple, we can pick a few of the Akatsuki organization bases marked on the scroll to see if it is true. The bases of the Akatsuki organization are spread all over the ninja world, even if 1 or 2 places were raided by the 5 major ninja villages, it should not attract too much attention from the Akatsuki organization. And the village can use this point to verify the authenticity of the information sent back by Attacker. Of course, everyone present also knows that even if the Akatsuki organization bases marked on the scroll are all real, it cannot completely prove the authenticity of the information, because there is still a possibility that the Akatsuki organization uses all its bases as bait to induce the Ninja Village Coalition to take the initiative to attack. Demon Country. Kakuzu and Haiden, wearing conspicuous red cloud clothes, are walking on the rugged and steep mountain road. The reason why they appeared in the Demon Country is because the Akatsuki organization received intelligence that the Grass Ninja Village War Weapon Box of Bliss that had delayed the Ninja Village Coalition for a long time in the previous Grass Country War appeared in the Demon Country. In order to accumulate enough strength before the decisive battle, Nagato sent Kakuzu and Haiden to the Demon Country to seize the Box of Bliss. At that time, the elders of Kyuzagakure village, who were secretly controlled by the upper-ranked demon, turned Musugain into a demon, and used the ability of demons to plunder chakra by devouring the flesh and blood of ninjas, so that Musugain accumulated enough chakra to open the Box of Bliss by devouring flesh and blood, and then sacrificed Musugain to the Box of Bliss. In this way, the demonized Musugain became the current controller of the Box of Bliss. But at the same time, due to the long-term corruption of the boundless malice in the Box of Bliss, Musugain is no longer the cheerful and optimistic genius of Kyuzagakure village that long she knew. Now he has become a puppet of the Box of Bliss, and coupled with his desire for flesh and blood after demonization, he eventually became an evil demon, which is why he exposed his whereabouts in the land of demons. Boom boom! At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly occurred on the mountain road, and the huge explosion caused the mountain road to collapse. Kakuzu and Haiden were unable to dodge and fell into the abyss with the falling rocks. After a long time, the two climbed up from the rubble at the bottom of the abyss in dim light. Before they could complain, a pale-faced, disheveled boy appeared in front of them. He seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. "I have something to do at home today, so I can only update this time. Sorry." Chapter 1006 Capture Tisk. Looking at the pale boy who appeared at the bottom of the abyss, Feijuan spat heavily. Obviously, the collapse of the mountain road just now was not accidental, but a trap carefully arranged by the other party, whose purpose was to make them fall into this dark abyss. And the identity of the other party was about to be revealed. There are only a handful of people in the current ninja world who dare to ambush the Akatsuki organization, so although the other party's face is hidden in the shadows and cannot be seen clearly, he also guessed that the other party is their target this time, the Muzu of Kyuzagakuer. After brushing off the dust on his body, Kakuzu looked up and glanced around. Is this the battlefield you chose? It seems that the rumors are true. You have been corrupted by the power of the upper rank and can't stand the sun. Haydn muttered, why waste your time talking to him? Hurry up and solve it so that you can report back. As soon as Haydn finished speaking, the pale-faced Muzu slowly raised his hands. Instantly, Kakuzu and Haydn's attention was all on this side. Muzu raised his hand and quickly began to form a seal, then suddenly pressed it to the ground, summoning technique, Box of Bliss. Bang! Accompanied by a burst of surging white smoke, the war weapon of the Grass Kingdom, the Box of Bliss with four sides carved with distorted faces representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, appeared in the vision of Kakuzu and Haydn. Then, a huge claw stretched out from the box. Looking at the sharp claws, Kakuzu's expression was stern. Satoru. Haydn asked, is it the monster that the leader wants? Yes. Kakuzu nodded. As the two were talking, the huge claw stretched out from the box and pierced Ryukui's body, and then merged with Ryukui. In just a blink of an eye, Ryukui turned into a huge and hideous monster. Kakuzu suddenly realized, so he is Satoru. Satoru is not a monster in the Box of Bliss, but a monster formed by the power of the Box of Bliss and Ryukui. In other words, Ryukui is the monster that the leader needs. Haydn also reacted and asked, what should we do? Kakuzu said in a deep voice, it seems that we can only find a way to subdue him first. Haydn waved the bloody march sickle in his hand, if we accidentally kill him, the leader should not blame us, right? If he is killed so easily by us. After a pause, Kakuzu raised the corner of his mouth, then he is worthless. Ha! Haydn understood, laughed strangely, waved the bloody march sickle and rushed towards Wu on the opposite side. After a long time, the bottom of the abyss finally returned to calm. Compared with the outbreak of the war, the bottom of the abyss at this time was already a mess, not to mention the pits on the ground, and even the rock walls on both sides collapsed a lot. In the rubble, Haydn cursed, damn it! Damn it! Kakuzu, where is my lower body? Find it for me. Not far away. Kakuzu fell to the ground and seemed unable to move. The black lines of the earth grudge on his body protruded from the cracks in his body and began to mend his broken body. After a while, he finally climbed up from the ground. Haydn was still mumbling in the rubble, cursing more and more dirty. Kakuzu said, stop yelling. Haydn grinned and said, haha, I knew you were still alive. Kakuzu staggered to the bottom of Haydn. Next to the half-body, he lifted one of Haydn's legs, dragged the lower half of Haydn's body to the stone pestle, and began to sew the upper and lower parts of Haydn's body together. Haydn complained, that monster is really weird. If it weren't for your dirty tricks, we would have really been killed here. Kakuzu turned his head and glanced at Ryukui who was lying in the distance, and he was also in fear. This time the opponent is different from the past. Ryukui, who has transformed into Satoru, can sense evil thoughts and murderous intentions, so no matter what kind of attack Kakuzu and Haydn launched, they can't hurt him, no, they can't touch Satoru at all. After realizing that he would die if he continued like this, Kakuzu used Haydn's body as bait, cut a big hole in Haydn's chest, let Haydn's blood spray out, and lure Ryukui to take the bait. Sure enough, the desire for blood made Ryukui temporarily lose his mind and pounced on Haydn. Kakuzu seized this opportunity and finally attacked Ryukui who had turned into Satoru, and made Ryukui injured and bleeding. For the immortal duo of the Akatsuki organization, the enemy's injury and bleeding meant a chance of victory. So Faden immediately collected the blood spilled by Ryukui, launched the curse Blood of Death, and began to attack Ryukui with the curse. The power of Satoru mainly lies in its strong perception of evil thoughts and murderous intentions, and it can even achieve the effect of foreknowledge, but once it loses this advantage and is attacked by an unavoidable curse, it is just a slightly larger monster and will be defeated. Of course. Monsters are monsters after all. Faden used Blood of Death to launch dozens of attacks in a row, almost stabbing his body all over, and barely defeated Ryukui who had turned into Satoru. Even so, the last blow before Ryukui fell into a coma still cut off his body and split him in two. After sewing Faden's body, Kakuzu panted. His situation was not much better than that of Haydn. Ryukui, who was hit by the curse, launched an indiscriminate attack at the bottom of the abyss in the final stage, destroying his 3 hearts in a row and cutting his body into several pieces. If it weren't for the fact that Earth Grudge had multiple hearts and could sew up the body, he would have died long ago. From this point, it also shows the necessity of Nagato asking them to capture Ryukui, because this monster can indeed cause great damage to the ninja army. After resting for a while, the two came to Ryukui's side. At this time, Ryukui had turned back into a teenager, with no wounds on his body, but his skin looked paler than before. Obviously, because he was infected and became a ghost, Ryukui's recovery ability was far superior to that of ordinary ninjas. The injuries from the attack by Haydn's curse just now had recovered, but the severe blood loss made him temporarily lose consciousness and fell into a coma. Kakuzu took out the sealing scroll from the ninja bag on his waist and said, "This guy can't stand the sun, so he can't be taken out directly." Haydn was surprised. "You want to seal him in the scroll?" Kakuzu said, "Don't worry, he is no longer a normal person, he can't die." Soon, Kakuzu performed the sealing technique and sealed the unconscious Muzu into the scroll, and then carefully put the scroll away. Bang! As Muzu was sealed, the box of bliss he had summoned before instantly disappeared in the white smoke. Kakuzu and Haydn didn't care. Anyway, as long as they caught Muzu, the box of bliss would be in their hands. The first update is here. Chapter 1007 Questions and Discussions. In the small practice field in Konoha village. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the shuriken with lightning drew beautiful arcs in the air and accurately hit the targets in various blind spots. Perhaps because of the addition of lightning chakra, the destructive power of these shurikens has increased a lot. The solid wood targets were either completely shot through or directly shot in half. Hey! Suzuki exhaled lightly and slowly closed his Sharingan. After this period of training, he has made great progress in both the throwing of ninja tools and the use of lightning chakra. It can be said that Suzuki is now ahead of Kakashi in the development of Chidori. Papa Papa! At this time, a burst of applause came from a tree branch not far away. Suzuki glanced and found that the person who applauded him on the tree branch was not someone else, but his instructor Kakashi. It's just that Kakashi's expression looked a little perfunctory, and the applause seemed to be more for finding a topic. Suzuki, in the aspect of throwing ninja tools, you have surpassed many jonin in the village. You are worthy of being a bloodline ninja of eye technique. Kakashi said as he fell from the tree to the ground. Suzuki asked, "Has the encrypted scroll been cracked?" "Yes." Kakashi nodded. Suzuki immediately said anxiously, "Is it really the information passed by that guy? How could he be so kind to pass on information to the village? This must be a trap." Kakashi waved his hand, "Don't worry. There is no conclusion yet, the village will carefully verify it." Sasuke's face darkened. "Why are you not surprised at all? When Shinji took out the scroll in the ward, you all seemed to have expected it. Why? Was Ataka sent by the village to lurk in Akatsuki? Then why did he personally slaughter the entire Uchiha clan?" Suzuki asked one question after another. Because once it was confirmed that Ataka was sent by the village to lurk in the Akatsuki organization, then Ataka's behavior of exterminating the Uchiha clan made Suzuki feel horrified. So he was eager to know what happened on the night of the genocide and what role the village played in it. Kakashi shook his head, "I'm sorry, I know very little about Ataka. Because it involves the internal power struggle of the top leaders and the dignity of the village, Ataka is still a wanted traitor by the village and a criminal who massacred the entire clan, so Kakashi knew that Suzuki would ask a lot of questions, but he had no way to answer them. After looking at Kakashi deeply, Suzuki retracted his gaze, "Forget it, I will find him myself and figure out everything." Kakashi changed the subject, "Suzuki, do you know anything about A? The information sent by Ataka mentioned that A is not in the same group with them." Suzuki said coldly, "I'm sorry too, no comment." Kakashi was helpless and persuaded, "Whether you join them or not, I hope you can remember that you are always a Konoha ninja." Sasuke's pupil power was restored for no reason, and the village had already noticed it. But now the decisive battle between the Ninja Village Coalition and the Akatsuki organization is getting closer and closer. Tsunade has suppressed the doubts of some high-level officials temporarily. Suspicious points are suspicious points after all, not to mention that Suzuki is still the Uchiha who has always been feared by the Hokage. Suzuki did not explain and turned to leave the practice field. He has grown a lot in these years, so he knows the village's suspicion of him, but he is too lazy to explain and cover it up. If he really wanted to cover it up, he would not have activated Susanoo to keep Menma in the land of rice. Walking on the street, Sasuke's mood was difficult to calm down for a long time. At this time, he happened to meet Shizune and Sakura. Seeing Sasuke, Sakura hurried forward and said, "Sasuke, what a coincidence." Sasuke glanced at Sakura, who looked a little hurried, and said casually, "What are you doing?" Sakura replied, "It's because of Naruto." He was practicing well, but suddenly he insisted on sparring with Yakumo, so... "Okay, Sakura." Shizune interrupted Sakura. Sakura stuck out her tongue at Shizune apologetically, and then returned to Shizune obediently. Shizune nodded to Sasuke, and then hurriedly left with Sakura. Looking at the direction where Shizune and Sakura left, Sasuke recognized that it was the direction to the Kurama clan, so he thought, are they going to find Yakumo? Thinking of being defeated by Naruto's inner demon Menma before, he was a little annoyed. He was a little careless at the time, but he had to admit that the special raise Nan performed by Menma was indeed far more powerful than he expected. "Hey, want to challenge Yakumo? He doesn't think he has defeated me." When Sasuke thought of Naruto ignoring him, he could no longer hold back, so he disappeared with a whoosh. After a long time, Sasuke came to a canyon outside the village. This canyon is not only relatively closed, but also remote and hidden, which is very suitable for the training of Jinchuriki like Naruto, so it was opened up as a secret training ground by the village. With the insight of the Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke bypassed the patrol personnel outside the canyon and the Anbu scattered in secret bases throughout the canyon, and quietly sneaked into the interior of the canyon. Sure enough, he saw Naruto who was training there, and Jiraiya, Yamato and others who were accompanying him. Shua! With a flash, Sasuke appeared in front of several people. Naruto was a little curious. "Hey, Sasuke, why are you here?" Jiraiya, Yamato and others were also very surprised. "You should know that the confidentiality level of this canyon is very high. Unless Tsunade has special permission, ordinary Konoha ninjas, even senior ninjas, are not qualified to enter at will." And they did not receive the news that Sasuke was allowed to enter, so there is only one explanation, that is, Sasuke bypassed the outer guards and broke in without permission. Sasuke did not waste words and waved to Naruto, "I heard that you want to challenge Yakumo, why don't you let me test your strength first and see what you have learned in Kumogakure?" Naruto was stunned at first, and then he was eager to try. "Great, Sasuke, I just learned a trick today." "Trick?" Sasuke snorted lightly and opened the Manjiki Sharingan, "Then let me see what your so-called trick is." Jiraiya frowned, "Don't make trouble." Naruto immediately begged, "Teacher Jiraiya, let me spar with Sasuke." Sasuke said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." Jiraiya was speechless. He was not worried about Naruto getting hurt. What he was really worried about was that Naruto couldn't control the strength and hurt Sasuke. Seeing that both of them had made up their minds, he had to step aside with Yamato and others. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 1008 Nine-Tailed Chakra Mode. Seeing Jiraiya agreed and took the initiative to step aside, Naruto was overjoyed. While rolling up his sleeves, he shouted to Sasuke, "Sasuke, this move of mine is very powerful, you have to be careful." "Hey!" Sasuke snorted disdainfully. In the past competitions with Naruto, he maintained a crushing winning rate, so even though he knew that Naruto's strength might have improved a lot, he still has a strong psychological advantage over Naruto. Naruto slowly closed his eyes, brooded for a while, and then suddenly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened, he was instantly wrapped in a soft golden-tailed beast chakra, and his whole body turned golden. This! Sasuke was stunned for a moment. In his impression, Naruto's tailed beast transformation was just a layer of orange-red tailed beast coat, turning into a half-beast, half-human monster. I didn't expect Naruto to be able to tame the Nine Tails chakra to this extent. From the breath, the violent aura belonging to the Nine Tails can hardly be felt. No doubt. At this time, Naruto opened the Nine Tails chakra mode. The key to opening the Nine Tails chakra mode is to subdue the Nine Tails and gain control of the Nine Tails chakra. It's okay to subdue it by force like Menma before, or Naruto in the original time and space, or to reconcile with the tailed beast and let the tailed beast voluntarily release the authority. The Nine Tails in Naruto's body at this time was the Yin Nine Tails that had long reconciled with the fourth Hokage. Although it was unfamiliar with Naruto, its new host, and could not communicate with Naruto, it still released control of the tailed beast's chakra to Naruto at the request of the fourth Hokage. Therefore, after gaining the experience of the fourth Hokage in developing the Nine Tails mode, Naruto finally mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode, which was slightly inferior to the Nine Tails mode after a few days of training. "Sasuke, be careful, I'm going to attack." Naruto shouted a warning before rushing towards Sasuke. Swish! In just a moment, Naruto in the Nine Tails chakra mode crossed a distance of dozens of meters and attacked Sasuke. So fast! The Mangekyou Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets shrank suddenly. This was even when he was fully alert. He felt that his Mangekyou Sharingan was struggling to capture Naruto's figure, so he didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he relaxed a little. Bang, bang, bang! Instantly, the two began a rapid battle of physical attack and defense. Sasuke's forehead soon broke out into a thin layer of sweat. Naruto not only exceeded his expectations in speed, but also had an outrageous strength. Feeling that he would suffer if he continued to compete in physical skills, Sasuke decisively launched the Chidori. Shishi! Accompanied by a dazzling flash of lightning, Sasuke quickly forced Naruto back, and then he reached into the ninja bag at his waist with both hands and shot a large number of shurikens wrapped in lightning at Naruto. A large number of shurikens attached with lightning chakra forced Naruto to dodge in a panic. Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his hands did not stop moving. He quickly shook open a storage scroll, and with a bang, he took out a giant shuriken in the rising white smoke, used his turning and rotation to increase the inertia of the giant shuriken, and then threw it at Naruto fiercely. Swish! The huge shuriken quickly broke through the air, making a sharp whistle. The shurikens attached with lightning chakra blocked Naruto's movement. He had nowhere to hide, so he had to take out a kunai from his ninja bag and try to block the oncoming giant shuriken. But at this moment, Sasuke's right hand suddenly pulled, and he was holding an inconspicuous steel wire. As the steel wire was pulled, Naruto realized that the steel wire in Sasuke's hand was connected to the huge shuriken thrown at him. It seemed that Sasuke's pull activated some mechanism, and several sharp blades were ejected from the giant shuriken. At the same time, the steel wire also became a channel for Sasuke to connect with the giant shuriken, transmitting Sasuke's lightning chakra to the giant shuriken at the far end, so that the giant shuriken and the blades shot out were quickly covered with a layer of dazzling electric light. Hiss! Yamato on the side took a breath of cold air. Sasuke's combination of throwing ninja tools and lightning chakra made him, a senior ninja, marvel at it. You have to know that Sasuke, who has the Mangekyou Sharingan, can throw ninja tools with great power. With the blessing of lightning chakra, the speed and destructive power are improved. Even senior ninjas have to be very careful, otherwise they may be hit. On this basis, Sasuke even played a trick, wire traction and ninja tool deformation, which made it even more difficult to defend. Jiraiya shook his head. Sasuke's dazzling ninja tool operation is indeed pleasing to the eye, but these methods are actually meaningless when fighting against Naruto now. After barely dodging the blades shot from the giant shuriken, Naruto had no choice but to use the kunai in his hand to block the giant shuriken flying in. Clang! As soon as they came into contact, a sharp sound of metal collision was heard. Then, the fine steel kunai in Naruto's hand was cut by the giant shuriken with lightning chakra, and it seemed that the next second, the kunai in Naruto's hand would be completely cut off by the giant shuriken. Sasuke's mouth suddenly grinned, and he exerted a little force on his hand. He had already prepared to use the steel wire in his hand to pull the giant shuriken when Naruto's kunai was completely cut off to prevent the giant shuriken from cutting Naruto in two. Zhang! Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the kunai in Naruto's hand broke. Not good! Yamato, who was watching the battle, exclaimed. Jiraiya, who had always been calm, frowned slightly at this moment, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Although he was optimistic about Naruto, Sasuke's tactics were indeed beautiful, and the giant shuriken with lightning chakra was too sharp, and it might really hurt Naruto. Sasuke also moved at this time, and the hand holding the steel wire was about to pull it back. But at this moment, two golden chakra arms suddenly stretched out from Naruto's shoulders in the Nine Tails chakra mode, and clamped the giant shuriken that was slashing towards him on the left and right. Sasuke's face froze, and he found that the steel wire in his hand could not be pulled at all. Bang! Then, with a muffled sound, the steel wire was broken. Sasuke looked at the two chakra arms stretched out from Naruto's body opposite him, clamping the giant shuriken and throwing it at him fiercely. How is it possible? Sasuke dodged his giant shuriken sideways, and his face was still in disbelief. He never thought that in the Nine Tails chakra mode, Naruto could actually extend chakra arms from his body at will, and judging from the fact that the two chakra arms just now took the giant shuriken attached to his lightning chakra, the strength of Naruto's chakra arms was very exaggerated. The first update is here. Chapter 1009. After coming to this conclusion, Sasuke's brain started to think quickly. If Naruto can extend his chakra arm from any part of his body for defense in the Nine Tails chakra mode, then his proud ninja tool throwing will be completely ineffective. No. Not only ninja tool throwing, with the strength of Naruto's chakra arm just now, I'm afraid many ninjutsu have already failed against Naruto. Then how can I defeat him? Thinking about it, Sasuke was stunned for a moment. He found that unless he activated the pupil technique of the Manjiki Sharingan, he seemed to have few means to effectively attack Naruto. SSS. Just when Sasuke was distracted for a moment, the golden Naruto rushed in front of Sasuke. Not good. Sasuke said secretly. The rushing Naruto not only had his fists, but also the two chakra arms extended from his shoulders to cooperate with the raise Nan. Susanoo. Instantly, a purple shadow projected from Sasuke's body and quickly turned into a skeleton, protecting him inside. Boom. The explosion followed, and a burst of smoke and dust burst out in the field. Sasuke, who had already activated Susanoo, was knocked back several meters. He glanced at the cracked Susanoo skeleton in front of him, and his face sank. Immediately, while he activated his pupil power to restore the cracks, he looked at Naruto on the opposite side who was also shaken away by the explosion. He really didn't expect that Naruto's chakra arm extended in nine-tailed chakra mode could actually use ninjutsu. Damn it! Sasuke's face became more gloomy. At this time, Naruto, who had stabilized his body on the opposite side, said, as expected of Sasuke, it seems that I must use all my strength to defeat you. As he said, Naruto raised his arms and made a Ren seal. As soon as Sasuke saw Naruto's opening move, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was secretly surprised. Shadow Clone Technique? In this powerful mode, he can still use Shadow Clone. Bang bang bang! Sasuke's doubts did not last long. The next moment, Naruto on the opposite side created dozens of Shadow Clone in a burst of white smoke, and these Shadow Clone, without exception, were all in the golden Nine Tails chakra mode. Sasuke was dumbfounded. How to fight this? Kurama clan land. Shizune and Sakura, led by the servants, came to the patriarch's mansion of the Kurama clan. They were received by Yakumo's mother. When Yakumo's mother learned that the two of them were looking for Yakumo, she was a little surprised. Hey, Yakumo went out early today, saying that she was going to practice. Shizune asked in confusion, practice? Didn't Yakumo ask for leave from the Hokage today? Sakura said, did Yakumo go somewhere to practice by herself? Yakumo's mother said, it's probably like this child can't sit still at all, she must have gone somewhere to practice again. By the way, does the Hokage have anything important to do with Yakumo? Do you need me to send someone to look for her? Shizune shook her head, nothing special, excuse me. After leaving the clan's mansion, Shizune said, strange, if Yakumo just wanted to practice, there was no need to ask for leave from the Hokage. I thought she was too busy during this period, so she asked for leave to stay at home with her family. Sakura said, Teacher Shizune, what should we do now? Shizune pondered for a while, it shouldn't matter if we arrange a sparring match tomorrow. Since Yakumo has already asked for leave, let her have a good rest today. Maybe she is wandering around somewhere now. On the coast of the southern border of the Land of Fire, Yakumo, wearing a red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization, stood on a towering coastal cliff, overlooking the sea. Swish swish at this time, B and C, who were also wearing red cloud uniforms with hoods of the Akatsuki organization and wearing masks, came to the cliff together. Yakumo looked over. B and C stood where they were, staring at Yakumo quietly. After a while, Yakumo said, B, the master should have mentioned my request to you, right? Yes. Karin, wearing a fox mask, nodded slightly. Yakumo said to himself, I have been bound by various things since I was a child. I envy you for being able to be yourself freely. Karin tilted her head, envy me. Yakumo said, well, I envy you for being so confident that you don't care about other people's eyes, for being able to show your strength so confidently, and for being able to be so confident in your heart." Karin looked surprised. She never thought that Yakumo, who was so brilliant in the ninja school and even was chosen by the Hokage to be his disciple, would envy her. Yes, Karin had already guessed that D was Yakumo. Yakumo continued, "So I specifically begged you and made a presumptuous request to compete with you. I also want to be my true self like you." Karin said, "No problem, but I won't hold back." "Thank you." Yakumo thanked her. Bai Xiao said, "Then I will be a guest referee." "Okay." The two nodded in unison. Bai then dodged and retreated far away. When watching a ninja fight, it would be enough to retreat 3 or 5 meters, but the two people in front of him were obviously not ordinary ninjas, so in order not to hinder the two, Bai retreated hundreds of meters in one breath. After Bai retreated, Karin waved to Yakumo, "D, you can start." "Hey." Yakumo exhaled softly. She knew that the opponent in front of her was probably the strongest one among all the opponents she had fought in the past, so she let go of all her concerns, such as the village, the family, and the exposure of her identity. Swish! At this time, Ito, who had been restricted in the spiritual world by Yakumo, flew out openly. "Finally I can come out." Yakumo whispered, "Ito, please." Ito looked at Karin on the opposite side, "Don't worry, no matter how strong she is. We have to let her see how powerful we are." Watching Ito floating out of Yakumo's body, Karin frowned slightly. Like other people who encountered spirits for the first time, she didn't know how to deal with them, but she was very confident in the strength of her soul and was not afraid of Ito's spiritual attack on her. In the distance, Shinji, standing on a tree branch, leaned against the trunk with his arms folded across his chest, and chuckled, "It seems that Yakumo is really serious this time. Such a wonderful battle, he, the organizer, would naturally not miss it." In fact, there are not many actual combat examples of strong people like Karin and Yakumo in the ninja world. Every time a battle of this level of strong people occurs, it means that the pattern of the ninja world will change, so even Shinji can gain a lot by watching the battle. "It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 1010 Injury. A 4-member team from Konoha was patrolling along the coast. As the war with Akatsuki approached, the 5 major ninja villages began to mobilize one after another, and the mobilized ninjas could not be idle, so each village increased the number of patrol teams, and the tentacles of the ninja village coalition almost reached every corner of the ninja world. A Konoha genin in the patrol team suggested, "Captain, why don't we take a break?" Another genin immediately agreed, "Yes, now we can't even see a stray ninja in the land of fire, let alone someone from Akatsuki." As a chunin, the captain nodded, "Then let's take a break here." Long live the captain! The team cheered. Their daily patrol missions are very boring and tedious. In addition, the coastline on the south side of the fire country is adjacent to the wind country, the river country, and the tea country. Although the wind country is one of the 5 major countries, the Gobi Desert is almost all on this side, while the river country and the tea country are small countries. Therefore, although this area is not a corner, it is definitely not a strategic location. It is precisely because of this that the captain of the patrol team indulges his team members. Boom! Just then, there seemed to be a roar in the distance. What's going on? The people who were sitting and resting got up in a hurry, and then they felt that the ground under their feet seemed to be shaking slightly. Earthquake? Tsunami? A team member was at a loss. The captain of the chunin pressed his hand on the ground to sense it, and then his face changed drastically. "It's not an earthquake or a tsunami, it's someone fighting nearby." "What?" The team was shocked. They couldn't imagine what kind of people fighting could make such a big noise. The captain of the chunin looked in the direction of the sound, and the roar in the distance was still intermittent, faintly like thunder, but at this moment, the sky above was clear. He looked a little tangled. According to the village's rules, as a patrol team, they must go to investigate, but according to his experience, approaching such a battlefield, even if it is just a peek from afar, means a lot of risk. After weighing the pros and cons, the captain of the chunin pointed to the youngest genin in the patrol team, "Superscript 2, you go back to the sentry post immediately and report the situation here back to the village." Superscript 2 was stunned, "Me? Well, go." After a pause, the captain of the chunin turned his head and said to the others, "Others, go with me to investigate and identify the 2 sides of the fight." Although they knew the risks of this trip, the remaining team members resolutely followed the captain. Soon, they passed a corner along the coastline and their vision finally widened, and they could see the battlefield in the distance. Is it Akatsuki? The fox mask looks like B. Who fought with B? He seems to be an Akatsuki member. What happened? Are they fighting among themselves? What a strong wood release! While the patrol team was extremely surprised, they also felt an inexplicable horror. On the battlefield, amid the loud boom, countless branches and vines rose from the ground and formed a sea of trees, besieging Karin in the center from all directions. Yakumo, who was going all out, changed her usual hesitation and launched the wood release with all her strength. She herself took advantage of the cover of the sea of trees that covered the sky and the sun, shuttled between the branches and vines, looking for the opportunity to attack. Shinra Tensei. Faced with the tidal-like attacks from the sea of trees all around, Karin was not afraid and slowly spread her hands. Boom! In an instant, a huge repulsive force vented in all directions like a tidal wave. Even the branches deeply rooted in the cracks of the underground rock could not resist this sudden repulsive force and were repelled away in an instant. Looking down from the sky, the green sea of trees on the coast seemed to be wiped out by an invisible big hand. Yakumo, who was shuttling through the sea of trees, naturally could not escape the powerful repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. She was blown away along with the branches under her feet. However, she was not panicked at all when she was blown away, and she uttered two words lightly, "Red Dragon." Swish! The next moment, she flashed not far behind Karin, holding the kunai in her right hand, and stabbed forward fiercely. Karin was startled, and turned around quickly when she sensed danger. However, when she turned around, the tip of the kunai stabbed by Yakumo, which was shining with cold light, was already within reach. Caught off guard, Karin had to retreat while raising her arms to protect her vital parts. Swish! A cold light flashed across, bringing up a blood flower. The retreating Karin glanced at her right arm. The blood flower just splashed from her right arm. Yakumo's stab was half a beat slower after all, and only injured her right arm. And due to her strong recovery ability, the wound on her right arm has recovered as before, without any trace of injury. Space-time ninjutsu. At this time, Karin's expression became more serious. She didn't expect that Yakumo actually mastered the space-time ninjutsu, which was very rare in the ninja world. She had never heard of it in the village. No doubt. Yakumo, who had just been repelled by Karin's Shinra Tensei, activated the Red Dragon and exchanged space with Ito, who was secretly lurking behind Karin. Taking advantage of the short opportunity when Karin's Shinra Tensei was cooling down, he launched a very fierce surprise attack. The ability of the Red Dragon is space displacement. This space displacement can be with the blood clone that contains the power of the Red Dragon Eye, or with Ito, who also contains the power of the Red Dragon Eye. Compared to the blood clone, Ito in the spirit state is obviously more difficult to defend. She is equivalent to a space mark that can be moved at will by Yakumo. To some extent, she is more convenient and more difficult to defend than the special kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique. If it were any other ninja, even a cage-level ninja, it would be difficult to resist Yakumo's surprise attack of the space-time eye technique. However, she encountered Karin, who mastered the Kagura heart and instantly sensed her flashing behind her and made a defensive move. In fact, with Karin's current physique, as long as the vital parts are not repeatedly hit by the kunai, some ordinary injuries can be ignored, so Yakumo's surprise attack using the Red Dragon is basically impossible to achieve a decisive effect. Of course, Yakumo's surprise attack was already impressive enough to injure Karin and make her bleed. You should know that before, Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and the three impure earth bodies of the first, second, and fourth generations besieged Karin, but they couldn't make her bleed. Here is the first update. Chapter 1011 I1. What a strong self-healing ability! Yakumo was secretly shocked at this moment. She was also a bloodline ninja with eye techniques, so she noticed the wound on Karin's arm that healed quickly. After the first round of confrontation, both sides were surprised. The onlooker sighed, I didn't expect Yakumo to hide so deeply. If those who challenged her before knew about it, I don't know what they would think. When she was in the village, Yakumo had been challenged before. Not to mention the distant ones, the more recent ones such as Suzuki and Chino have challenged Yakumo, and whether it is to respond to the challenge or face the real fierce battle, Yakumo only uses wood release to meet the enemy, giving people the feeling that she only has this one strength of wood release. Now seeing Yakumo's full strength, Bai finally realized that Yakumo actually hid so many cards including space-time ninjutsu. On the field. After a short confrontation, the two sides moved again. It was still Yakumo who attacked first, and she still launched Wood Release. Obviously, Wood Release is top-notch in terms of attack power, attack range, and auxiliary capabilities such as control and blocking vision. Facing Yakumo's Wood Release, Karin did not use Shinra Tensei easily this time, but also launched Wood Release, using the Sea of Trees to fight against the Sea of Trees. After knowing that the other party had mastered a space-time ninjutsu, it was not too careful. As the two of them launched Wood Release at the same time, the entire coast seemed to shake, the earth cracked inch by inch, countless thick branches rose from the ground, gathered into two waves of Sea of Trees, and then attacked each other with overwhelming force. Boom boom! After a while, the Sea of Trees that collided with each other made a series of roars. Countless branches squeezed each other, entangled each other, and tore each other, making the entire coast dark. The high cliffs facing the sea were completely unrecognizable, and even the sea was full of churning Sea of Trees. In the distance, the several people of the Konoha patrol looked at each other. Are they still ninjas? Why did Akatsuki's B and D both master Wood Release? Captain, should we retreat further? The team members were talking at once, their faces full of shock. The team's Chunin captain, looking at the gully on the ground that stretched from the distant battlefield to his feet, was no less shocked than the team members. He had seen many ninjas, but he had never even heard of such a battle, let alone seen it with his own eyes. Retreat further. After coming to his senses, the Chunin captain quickly gave the order. In the field, the two Seas of Trees were fighting each other, but Yakumo and Karin, the casters, were calmly observing each other in the Sea of Trees. Even though the surrounding rocks were collapsing and the sea was churning, there was no strange color on their faces. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Karin's face suddenly darkened, and she found that three Yakumos were moving through the gaps between the branches and rushing towards her. Shadow clones. She frowned slightly. Because with her insight of the Rinnegan, she couldn't tell which of the three Yakumos that rushed at the same time was real and which was fake. The large-scale attack of Wood Release could not stop the Yakumo who was extraordinary and familiar with Wood Release, so in just a few ups and downs, the three Yakumos all successfully passed through the barrier of the Sea of Trees and rushed in front of Karin. Since she couldn't tell, Karin was too lazy to tell and went straight to meet them. The three Yakumos attacked her from the left, middle and right directions respectively, and she opened her arms while meeting the Yakumo in the middle. Seeing this, Yakumo in the middle quickly formed seals with both hands, wind style, wind cut. Swish! Instantly, a wind blade attacked Karin. Karin, who had spread her arms, shouted, 10 cents attraction. Swish! Instantly, two Yakumos, one on the left and one on the right, were sucked into Karin's hands by the sudden suction force. Then, Karin used the two Yakumos attracted by 10 cents attraction to block in front of herself and caught the incoming wind blade. The wind blade slashed at the two Yakumos captured by Karin, and immediately made two muffled puff sounds. However, the white smoke of the shadow clone that Karin expected did not surge, but splashed a blood flower. Not a shadow clone. Karin was shocked. At this time, she found that the two Yakumos captured in her hands did not disappear after being severely injured and bleeding by the wind blade, but instead swelled up. This. Whether it was the insight of the Samsara eye into chakra or the early warning of the feedback from the Kagura heart, Karin realized that something was wrong. But at this moment, she found that she could no longer get rid of the two Yakumos who were bulging and deforming in her hands. Boom! Soon, the two Yakumos who were clapping and deforming in Karin's hands exploded, and the huge smoke and dust engulfed Karin completely. No doubt. This was another ability of Yakumo using the Red Dragon Eye. You should know that the Red Dragon Eye is a fusion of the top Blood Dragon Eye and the top Red Eye through Shinji's Susanoo Suntyo Lantern, so it not only has all the abilities of the Red Eye, but also all the abilities of the Blood Dragon Eye. It's just that in order to cover up the Red Dragon Eye, Yakumo rarely used the pupil technique of the Red Dragon Eye except for insight and perception. Now that Yakumo was fully armed and had no more worries, she naturally activated the blood-related abilities in the Red Dragon Eye, directly detonating the two blood clones captured by Karin. Swish! Seeing that she had succeeded, Yakumo jumped into the smoke and dust, wanting to pursue the victory. But just as Yakumo rushed into the smoke and dust, a hand suddenly stretched out, quickly pinched her neck, and twisted her up. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the owner of the hand was revealed. She was Karin. The explosion just now was intentional by Karin. When she realized that Yakumo in her hand was going to explode, she secretly activated the ability of the Samsara Eye, absorbed the chakra from the 2 blood clones of Yakumo, weakened the power of the explosion, and then resisted the explosion, and used the smoke and dust raised by the explosion, as well as the short-term disordered chakra fluctuations, to interfere with Yakumo's pupil technique and lure Yakumo into the trap. As expected, Yakumo rushed over and was caught by her. Karin looked at Yakumo in her hand and said, "I won." Yakumo, who was grabbed by the neck by Karin, said, "That may not be the case." After saying that, Yakumo quickly expanded and deformed. "Is this fake too?" Karin was surprised, but her hand did not slow down and directly thrust out a black stick controlled the swollen and deformed Yakumo. Shua. Just then, she felt the fluctuation of time and space around her, and subconsciously turned around. But when she turned halfway, she found that the real threat came from the front. It turned out that the one whose space was replaced by Yakumo's red dragon was not Ito lurking behind Karin, but the blood clone controlled by the black stick in front of Karin. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 1012 Monster. Karin's expression froze, and many questions came to her mind. The biggest question was what kind of time and space ninjutsu Yakumo mastered, and how it worked. But the next moment, she gathered her thoughts. Because the current situation did not allow her to be distracted and think about it. This time, Yakumo, who exchanged space with the blood clone, was not holding a kunai like before, but holding a slender blood blade that stretched out for more than 10 meters. Karin was not unfamiliar with this blood blade. She had seen Chinano use it more than once, and she vaguely remembered that before the Chunin exam, Chinano challenged Yakumo with this blood blade and forced Yakumo into a state of embarrassment, and finally won the competition. At that time, Yakumo was already one of the leading figures of the new generation of Konoha, a disciple of the 3 ninjas, and a genius girl of Konoha. With such a big name, she deliberately lost to Chinano. She hides it so well. Although she was trying her best to converge her divergent thoughts, Karin couldn't help but have this thought in her mind. Swish! After completing the space exchange with the blood clone, Yakumo did not hesitate at all, and immediately swung the blood blade in her hand to chop at Karin. Because of the misjudgment just now, Karin was in the state of turning around at this moment, and she couldn't dodge Yakumo's swift slash at all, so she had to launch the Shinra Tensei. Boom! Another powerful repulsive force was released, not only repelling Yakumo who was slashing, but also the 2 entangled trees around him were all blown away. Swish! However, before Karin could catch her breath, a short sound of breaking through the air rang in her ears. At the same time, her Kagura Heart's Eye frantically warned her. In her Kagura Heart's Eye perception, a powerful chakra suddenly appeared behind her. This. Karin's expression froze. Before, she sensed the chakra fluctuations behind her, so she was ready to turn around to meet the enemy, but Yakumo's real body appeared in front of her. And now she finally turned around, but Yakumo appeared behind her strangely again. You have to know that she had just used the Shinra Tensei, which not only drove away Yakumo, but also drove away all the things around that seemed to be spatial coordinates. Logically speaking, even the 4th generation who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique could not flash to her side again in such a short time. At this time, Karin had no way to avoid it, and the Shinra Tensei was also cooling down, so she was too lazy to turn around, and directly used her body to activate the sealing technique Suction Seal. The slender blood blade of more than 10 meters drew a brilliant blood light in the air, and then slashed down fiercely, and then slashed into the ground without any hindrance, cutting off a large piece of the coastal cliff like cutting tofu. Boom boom! The chopped cliff collapsed as a whole with a rumble, slid diagonally into the sea, and stirred up waves all over the sky. In the distance. Is this the Akatsuki organization? The patrol team was stunned. This attack method that can easily change a large area of terrain and topography made them feel chilled from the bottom of their hearts. Until this moment, they deeply realized why the 5 powerful ninja villages united together and even launched a general mobilization at the cost of their reserves to deal with the threat of the Akatsuki organization. On the other side. Don't let anything unexpected happen. Bai, who was watching the battle, subconsciously took a step forward, and his face under the dog mask showed a nervous expression. He knew that the battle between Karin and Yakumo would be earth-shattering, but he never expected that the two would only fight for a few rounds, and even the cliff along the coast would be completely cut off. The smoke and dust stirred up by the collapse of the cliff obscured his vision, making it impossible for him to judge what happened to Karin, who was hit by Yakumo head-on. Far away, Shinji, who was originally leaning on the tree trunk and standing on the tree branch, turned over and jumped onto the tree canopy with a better view. Tisk! The scene in front of him also made him feel astonished. However, according to his intuition, the confrontation between Karin and Yakumo should not be over yet. Yakumo's continuous attack of the Red Dragon did catch Karin off guard, but Karin's overall strength is there, and the final victory is still hard to say. On the battlefield, in the surging smoke and flying wood chips, Karin panted lightly. She glanced at her right shoulder and then retracted her gaze. At this time, the right sleeve of her red cloud dress had disappeared, revealing her white and tender arm inside. Undoubtedly, Yakumo's attack just now hit her right arm, shattered her red cloud dress, and injured her right arm. It's just that she launched the sealing technique absorption seal in advance, weakening the power of the blood blade that came into contact with her, coupled with her own super strong recovery ability force, so the strange situation that the whole sleeve is gone but the arm inside is intact appears. On the other side, seeing that Karin once again took her attack almost intact, Yakumo's face was stern. How is it possible? Even this can't hurt her. For a short moment, she felt discouraged. But she quickly suppressed this emotion and thought about countermeasures, because the opponent's strength is not an excuse for her to escape. At this time, Ito, who floated to Yakumo's side, started to grumble, "Yakumo, that guy is simply too strong. Do you have any more powerful tricks? Use them quickly." Yakumo shook his head gently, "It's useless." Ito was stunned, "What do you mean?" Yakumo stared at Karin across from him and explained, "It's not that our eye technique is not powerful, it's that she absorbed the chakra in our eye technique and weakened the power of the eye technique. If this is not solved, other techniques will not hurt her." The dual abilities of perspective and insight of the Red Dragon Eye helped Yakumo a lot at this moment, allowing her to see through the secret of Karin's resistance to her eye technique without damage. Whether it was the explosion that detonated the blood clone before, or the blood blade slash just now, the power was actually enough to severely injure Karin. The reason why Karin resisted it without damage was that the strength of the technique had been severely weakened when it attacked Karin. After hearing what Yakumo said, Ito understood, so he asked, "Then what should we do?" Yakumo still stared at Karin, "I'm afraid I need your help." Ito looked at Karin with fear, "Her chakra is too strong. Even if I invade her spiritual world, it is difficult to cause too much interference to her. I might even be seriously injured by her." Yakumo said, "Don't worry, I just need you to help me by a second." "1 second. After a pause, Ito raised the corner of his mouth, "Well, if you want to defeat a monster like that, it's worth taking some risks." The first update is here. Chapter 1013 Yakumo's Last Trump Card. With just a glance, Ito, who was in tune with Yakumo, understood Yakumo's overall tactics, and then flew into the air with a swoosh and disappeared without a trace. Karin moved her eyes upwards, watching Ito disappear in the air, and flew into the air with a special leap. It's just that Ito is a spirit, coming and going freely. Even Karin, who has the Rinnegan, can hardly catch Ito's trace in real time. Looking at Karin flying directly into the air, Yakumo's expression was a bit complicated. She was almost out of trump cards, and the opponent's strength seemed to be bottomless, but she quickly hid the strange color on her face and shouted, Be careful." Then, Yakumo cut a wound on her arm and swung it casually. As the blood from her wound fell, it made a few bangs in the air and quickly turned into 6 or 7 blood clones. After the blood clones landed, they quickly dispersed tacitly, shuttled through the rubble battlefield that had become a ruin, and surrounded Karin flying in the air in a circle in the center. Just when Karin was wondering what Yakumo was going to do, she found that Yakumo on the ground, along with all his blood clones, had cut another wound on his arm, causing more blood to flow out. The thin blood blade in his hand, which was originally more than 10 meters long, became longer again, extending dozens of meters. The thin Yakumo and his blood clones held dozens of meters long blood blades in their hands. With just a slight wave, they could cut through the woods and cut off the cliffs at will. This picture was shocking, and it also added an indescribable weird beauty. If it were someone else, they would have been shocked and at a loss. But Karin, under the fox mask, looked calm, and even had the leisure to observe Yakumo's body. The skin has become much paler. Is it because of excessive blood loss? It seems that maintaining these clones and this technique is a great burden on her body. After realizing this, Karin became more vigilant. If a long battle is not good for Yakumo, as long as Yakumo is not stupid, he will definitely choose a quick battle, so this round of confrontation is likely to decide the winner. At this time, the Kagura heart began to warn Karin again. Today, the amount of warnings given by the Kagura heart in one day is equivalent to the amount of warnings given in the past week or even a month, but Karin found that she did not reject this sense of crisis. On the contrary, the warnings of the Kagura heart made her feel faintly excited. So, she jumped and floated into the air. Go all out, let me see where your limit is. Swish! Yakumo and all the blood clones on the ground attacked together. In an instant, these blood blades that were extended again passed through the sky, intertwined with each other, like a blood net, and slashed towards Karin in the air. Karin waved her hands, Shinra Tensei. Boom! All the blood blades that slashed towards Karin collapsed instantly under the invisible repulsive force, and turned into blood rain in the air, and sprinkled on the ground. Karin said, "It's useless." Before she finished her words, the blood drops that were just dispersed by the Shinra Tensei suddenly turned into Yakumo. Looking at the countless Yakumos around her, even Karin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and her scalp was slightly numb. Because in her perception of Kagura's heart, these are all real, at least they are shadow clones. Impossible. Karin made a judgment instantly. Based on her understanding of Yakumo's chakra according to the estimation of the number, Yakumo could not maintain such a large number of shadow clones, so she knew that she was probably in some kind of illusion. After all, Yakumo is the only genius in the past few decades who has inherited the blood limit of the Kurama clan's 5 senses control, and illusion is her real specialty. At this time, all the Yakumos around flew towards Karin. Because she was stuck in the cooling time of Shinra Tensei, Karin had to use physical skills to delay time and wait for the pupil technique to cool down. Bang bang bang! Soon, Karin fought against countless Yakumos in the air alone. The touch is so real, it doesn't look fake at all. Yakumo's illusion is so strong that even my samsara eye can't see through it immediately. Karin was secretly surprised. When the 3 breaths were up, she launched Shinra Tensei again, and the huge repulsive force was vented to the surroundings, instantly dispersing all the Yakumos into blood drops. But in a flash, these blood drops turned into Yakumo again and rushed forward. Karin frowned and fell to the ground. She clasped her hands together with a snap sound and suddenly activated the wood release to deal with the countless Yakumos rushing towards her with the sea of trees. Although Karin's wood release was powerful, it could not stop all the Yakumos. However, in just a few breaths, several Yakumos passed through the gaps between the branches and rushed in front of Karin. Just when Karin was about to use physical skills to deal with them, all the Yakumos stopped 1 or 2 meters away from Karin, and then their bodies began to swell. No, these are all real. Karin quickly activated the Shinra Tensei and drove away all the Yakumos who were forming a circle around her and preparing to self-destruct. But at this moment, a phantom fell from the sky and rushed into her body. No doubt. This phantom that fell from the sky was Ito, who had been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Because of the surrounding forest and countless Yakumo interference, Karin failed to notice her presence at the first time. As Ito risked launching a spiritual attack, Karin, who was about to launch the Shinra Tensei, was stunned for a moment. Boom boom boom. The next moment, all the blood clones of Yakumo that surrounded Karin and prepared to self-destruct were successfully detonated. Almost at the same time as the flames of the explosion rose, Ito, who had just pounced into Karin's body a second ago, rushed out of Karin's body in a panic. Facing a strong man like Karin who possessed the samsara eye, she could only barely interfere, and could not cause any substantial damage to Karin's spirit. Then, the huge explosion completely engulfed Karin. And because of Ito's interference, this time Karin was unable to launch the Shinra Tensei, and did not have time to launch the sealing technique absorption seal, so these blood clones that were detonated by Yakumo's red dragon eye pupil power were all normal power without being weakened. SS. Although they could not accurately judge the situation on the battlefield due to the distance, the violent explosions surrounding Karin just now, and Yakumo who suddenly appeared behind Karin, holding up a thin blood blade several dozen meters long, seemed to indicate that the winner of this war was D in the Akatsuki organization, who was much less famous than B. Not only them, but even Haku, who was a little closer, was shocked at this time. Yakumo dared to challenge Karin, so he must have something in mind, which he knew very well, but he never thought that Yakumo had so many hidden cards. Especially the strange time-space ninjutsu mastered by Yakumo, which made him even more afraid. You know, even if you look at the entire ninja world, the jutsu involving time and space is very, very rare. The reason why the 4th Hokage became famous in the 3rd Ninja World War and saved Konoha's decline in the ninja war with one person was the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, a time-space ninjutsu developed by the 2nd Hokage. So, with the trump card of space-time ninjutsu, Yakumo is actually already invincible. On the treetops in the distance, Shinji murmured, it turns out that Yakumo has developed the Red Dragon Eye to this extent. It seems that it is a correct choice to give the Red Dragon Eye to her to nurture. The Red Dragon Eye in Yakumo's eyes and Kairin's Samsara Eye, as well as the Reincarnation Eye being nurtured in Niji and Kimimaro at this moment, are all the eyes that Shinji is preparing to fight against the Overlord in the future. So he has always paid close attention to the 3 pairs of eyes. It's just that Yakumo rarely showed the power of the Red Dragon Eye before, so he underestimated Yakumo's Red Dragon Eye development. Now seeing Yakumo going all out, both the space-time and blood abilities of the Red Dragon Eye have been used to the extreme, which makes him, who has used the Red Dragon Eye, feel like he has opened his eyes, so he secretly feels lucky that his previous choice was right. Then, Shinji sighed and sat cross-legged on the tree canopy, what a pity. Unlike other spectators, because he has been connecting Yakumo and Karin with Niobe, Shinji knows the actual status of the two clearly, and he doesn't even need to observe with his eyes. On the battlefield, in the smoke of the explosion, Yakumo, holding a blood blade several tens of meters long in his hand, is like a god or demon. The illusion of 5 senses manipulation, the self-destruction of the blood clone, the spiritual attack of Ito at the critical moment, plus the last red dragon. This chain of attacks is for this last blow. So at this moment, she did not hesitate at all, and when she activated the red dragon and flashed behind Karin, she immediately cut off the blood blade in her hand. The slender blood blade cut through the smoke and dust of the explosion, leaving a scarlet halo in the air. However, at the last moment when the blood blade was about to fall, there was a sound of puff, and the slender blood blade that could easily cut through the entire cliff suddenly disintegrated, turning into blood drops in the air. Yakumo looked down and found that at some point, a golden chain penetrated the smoke and tied her body. This. She didn't care about the blood blade that disintegrated in her hand for no reason, and wanted to activate the red dragon again to exchange positions with a nearby blood clone to temporarily get rid of the current crisis. But no matter how she burst out her pupil power, she could not activate the red dragon, and she even felt that the chakra in her body was uncontrollably silent. Yakumo was shocked, is this a sealing technique? At this moment, she realized that the golden chain that penetrated the smoke and bound her at some point could actually seal her chakra. Hey! Accompanied by a breeze, the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing Karin, who was in the center of the explosion. Her red cloud suit was severely burned, black and charred, and even the fox mask on her face had a conspicuous crack. But under this damaged clothing, her exposed skin was still intact, and there was no sign of injury. No doubt. The explosion of Yakumo's blood clone just now was indeed amazing, but with only this level of attack, it might be able to defeat ordinary ninjas, but for a ninja of Kairin's level, even if she used her body to resist it, she could withstand it. At this time, Karin slowly turned around and looked at Yakumo, who was sealed by her Vajra seal. Just as Yakumo hid the trump cards of space-time eye technique, illusion, etc., Karin has always hidden the trump card of sealing technique. When Yakumo used Red Dragon several times before, Karin was silently analyzing Yakumo's Red Dragon. Soon, she determined that Yakumo's Red Dragon, like Flying Thunder God technique, required some kind of coordinates to determine the location of the transmission. Flying Thunder God technique requires a matching Flying Thunder God technique, while Yakumo's Red Dragon obviously needs a clone or spirit to locate. This is also the reason why Yakumo can flash to her side immediately after she launches Shinra Tensei, because as a spirit, Ito is immune to Shinra Tensei, and she can't use Shinra Tensei to drive away all the coordinates around her and shield the surprise attack like she did to the 4th generation. After realizing this, Karin made a judgment. That is, no matter what tactics Yakumo used to confuse her and interfere with her, the ultimate move that ultimately tried to decide the outcome must be the surprise attack of Red Dragon. Because there was only this move, she had no way to defend. Following this line of thought, she guessed that Yakumo's final ultimate move must be when she had just used Shinra Tensei and her pupil technique was in a short gap of cooling down. Karin guessed Yakumo's idea, but she didn't guess that Yakumo didn't wait for her Shinra Tensei to cool down, but used Ito's sudden spiritual attack to forcibly create a flaw, putting her in danger of several blood clones exploding. But Karin was well prepared. Since she realized that Ito, as Yakumo's coordinate, was the key to this battle, after Ito escaped from her spiritual world, she ignored the explosion of the blood clones that were close at hand, and did not try to find Yakumo's position, but abandoned all interference and locked Ito's position with Kagura Heart. Therefore, almost at the same time that Yakumo activated the Red Dragon and exchanged positions with Ito, Karin had already activated the Vajra lock in advance, and tied up Yakumo, who happened to flash over, so there was a scene where the blood blade cut by Yakumo inexplicably collapsed in the air. The first update is presented. Chapter 1015 Shinji takes off his mask. Yakumo shook his head and whispered, "I lost." Ito, who was displaced far away by the Red Dragon, just arrived at this time. Hearing Yakumo admit defeat, she stomped her feet unwillingly in the air, but she could do nothing. Karin lifted the Avatra blockade and shook her head, saying, "It's not easy for me to win." The final confrontation was a prediction between the two of them. Karin grasped the key and was one step ahead. Just as she said herself, she didn't win this battle easily. Facing Yakumo, who mastered the Red Dragon, she could only passively defend. The reason why she won in the end was because she relied on Yakumo's inability to fight for a long time and predicted the time for Yakumo to launch a decisive battle. And she also took the risk to resist the self-explosion of Yakumo's blood clone. This kind of behavior is very dangerous in a real duel between masters, because no one can accurately judge the strength of the enemy's ninjutsu. What's more, in addition to normal offensive ninjutsu, the ninja world also has various secret techniques, forbidden techniques, and even curses. Things like a boat capsizing in a ditch are very common in the ninja world. So Karin was able to win this time. In fact, she took advantage of her own strong chakra reserves and amazing recovery ability. Of course, it is understandable that ninjas take advantage of their own advantages. Swish! At this time, accompanied by a gust of wind, Bai came in front of the two. "If you keep fighting like this, even this sea will be filled up by you too." After listening to Bai's ridicule, the two looked around. Just now, the battle was in full swing, and the two had no time to pay attention to the surrounding terrain. Now that the competition is over, they found that the surrounding terrain has changed dramatically from before the war. The high cliff under their feet before has been completely flattened, and there is no trace of the high cliff left. The sea was also filled with debris from the collapse of the high cliffs, and a large number of reefs appeared. The nearby forest was even more miserable. Under the urging of the two people's wood release, those trees were either catalyzed by the wood release chakra and became tools for them to fight each other, or were flattened by several Shinra Tensei and were blown hundreds of meters away, or were blown into the sea and floated on the sea. After retracting their gazes, the two people looked at each other and smiled. After this battle, they also recognized each other's strength. Karin is powerful in all aspects. Reincarnation I, wood release, sealing technique allow her to have both offense and defense, and Kagura Heart's Eye and super self-healing physique allow her to take into account both reconnaissance and treatment. One person against one army is an objective description of her strength, not an exaggeration. Yakumo's strength should not be underestimated. With the existence of the Red Dragon, a space-time eye technique, she can easily join the ranks of the strongest in the ninja world. And as a spirit body, Ito can come and go freely, which makes her ability to surprise and assassinate fully maximized. Combined with the five senses control, a blood limit that even Karin with the Rinnegan cannot completely resist, she has all the puzzle pieces of a perfect assassin. It can be said that as long as there is intelligence support, even a cage-level strongman will find it difficult to resist her assassination. If Karin is powerful in all aspects, then Yakumo is an assassination-type ninja who has maximized stealth and assassination. Her ability to sustain a long battle may not be top-notch, but her lethality is not inferior to Karin at all. Kaka. Suddenly, the damaged fox mask that Karin was wearing finally couldn't withstand the damage of the explosion just now, and it shattered and fell off. Karin was stunned for a moment, a little helpless. Fortunately, she had used the transformation technique in advance, so even if the mask on her face fell off, her true appearance would still not be exposed. Yakumo covered his mouth and smiled. "Karin, your transformed appearance is somewhat inconsistent with your figure." Karin looked sideways. "So you guessed it too." Bang! With that, Karin lifted the transformation technique and revealed her original appearance. "I wasn't sure before, it was the adults who told me." Yakumo shook his head and took off his mask. In addition to sparring today, there is another thing, which is to reveal each other's identities. Anyway, everyone has guessed it, and there is no point in hiding it. Bai also took off the mask on his face and asked with some surprise, Yakumo, did the adults tell you Karen's identity? Yakumo nodded slightly, yes. Bai and Karin looked at each other. Of course, they had already noticed the true identity of the leader, but they didn't mention it until the leader said it. At this time, Shinji, dressed in akatsuki, walked slowly from a distance. The three of them saluted to Shinji, Sir. Shinji nodded to them, then glanced at the direction where the Konoha patrol had hidden before, and quickly retracted his gaze. As soon as the sparring between Karin and Yakumo ended, the Konoha patrol that accidentally stumbled upon the sparring left in a hurry. They had already disappeared by now, so there was no need to worry about outsiders being present and accidentally exposing their identities. Coming in front of the three of them, Shinji smiled and said, "It was a wonderful battle." Yakumo said, "Sir, I lost this time with all my heart." Ito was angry, but she didn't interrupt. After this battle, she was convinced by Karin. Shinji turned to look at Karin and Shiro, smiled slightly and said, "You should have guessed my true identity, right?" "Yet." Karin and Shiro responded. Shinji then slowly took off the mask on his face. He chose to reveal his identity to Karin, Shiro, Yakumo and others at this time, which was actually a helpless move. Because he knew very well that after many actions, Karin, Shiro, Yakumo and others had already guessed each other. Especially Karin and Shiro, they probably guessed his identity a long time ago. After all, colleagues in the organization, such as Yakumo, Suzuki, Kimimaro and others, are almost all classmates in the ninja school. As long as Karin and Shiro are not fools, they can vaguely guess the identity of Shinji, the leader. What's more, Shinji recently rebuilt the Konoha police force and took them, Suzuki, Kimimaro and others under his command. In the case of Orochimaru's prison escape, Shinji, the captain of the police force, provided them with covert and explicit support for their actions. All kinds of help, even cover, so if Shinji continues to hide it, he is just deceiving himself. Sure enough. After seeing Shinji take off his mask, Karin and Shiro's reaction was not surprise, but relief after guessing it, and a sense of relief. For the two of them, the leader is Shinji, which is both reasonable and reassuring. Shinji slowly explained, the situation was unstable before, and there were too many uncontrollable risks, so I could only choose to hide my identity. I hope you can understand. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 1016 Taunting. After listening to Shinji's explanation, Karin said, "My lord, you don't need to explain anything to me. My power, my life, not everything I have, are all given by you. So if you need me to be Karin, then I am Karin, and if you need me to be B, then I am B." Bai on the side chuckled and said, "My lord, we all follow you according to our own wishes. So like Karin, I don't need any explanation." Yakumo came up, "Me too." Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. In order to confess his identity this time, he prepared a lot of explanations in private, but in the end, it seemed that they were not used at all. Just as he expected. In the repeated contacts, Karin, Bai, Yakumo and others had already guessed and noticed something. That's right. Shinji couldn't help but laugh secretly. If not for this, Bai and Karin would not have stood on his side so firmly when he had a quarrel with Danzo in the hospital last time. After all, one of them was a spy planted in Konoha by Kirigakure and the other was a spy planted in Konoha by Kyuzagakure. In addition, they both secretly joined the Akatsuki organization. Their identities could not withstand in-depth investigation. If they rashly participated in the conflict against the top leaders of Konoha, their identities would probably be exposed. Putting on the mask again, Shinji said, "You don't have to call me sir at ordinary times, just call me Shinji." Understood. The three of them nodded in unison. Then Bai and Yakumo put on their masks again, and Karin took out a spare fox mask from the ninja bag and put it on. Shinji said lightly, "Clean up the scene and prepare to return to the village." In the canyon. Boom boom. In the continuous roar, there were several crackling sounds of shattering, which sounded particularly harsh. Suzuki looked up, followed the sound of shattering, and found the place where his Susanoo was damaged and cracked, and his face became more gloomy. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, feeling powerless. His powerful Susanoo did not give him enough sense of security. Under Naruto's endless raise nan, his Susanoo seemed to become a target that could only be hit. He had to defend himself. Fortunately, the power of Naruto's raise nan was much worse than Menma's big raise nan, otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on until now. Sidelines. In addition to Jiraiya and Yamato at the beginning, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shizune and Sakura also rushed over after hearing the news and watched the competition. So strong. Sakura was shocked and murmured, "Is this really Naruto?" Shizune echoed, "Yes, this speed and power are simply unimaginable. My eyes can't keep up with his rhythm." Not only her, but the other people watching the game, including Tsunade and Jiraiya, all had serious expressions with surprise on their faces. The strength displayed by Naruto in the nine-tail chakra mode was beyond their expectations. Even Jiraiya and Yamato, who had been helping Naruto practice the nine-tail chakra mode, did not expect that this mode had such great potential at first. In fact, it is not their fault for making a fuss. In the original time and space, although Naruto's physical skills at this stage were good, they were far from amazing. More often, Naruto used the cooperation of the multiple shadow clone technique and the raise nan to enhance his combat effectiveness. When encountering a real physical skill master, he would often be defeated, such as the battle between him and Kimimaro. What really made Naruto's physical skills advance by leaps and bounds and become the top level in the ninja world was after he mastered the Senjutsu and the nine-tail chakra mode. Especially the nine-tail chakra mode, which made him have a level that was not inferior to the fourth Raikage in terms of speed, agility and even strength. Just imagine, Naruto, who was the last in the ninja school not long ago and often failed for no reason, has become a strong physical fighter comparable to the fourth generation Raikage in a blink of an eye. Anyone who was at the scene would be as shocked as Tsunade, Jiraiya and others. Jiraiya sighed, as expected of Minato, "Even if he died, he can still surprise me." Tsunade looked at the battlefield intently. "Sasuke is probably not Naruto's opponent now." Yet. Nodding, Jiraiya said in a deep voice, "Nine-tail chakra mode has brought Naruto's dynamic defense to an astonishing level. Now Sasuke can either not break Naruto's defense or simply can't hit Naruto. And if the war continues to be deadlocked like this, haha, it's not a wise choice to fight a protracted war with the Jinchuriki." Tsunade nodded slightly, but her mind was already scattered beyond the battlefield. Jiraiya's analysis was not only aimed at Sasuke in front of him. If someone else faced Naruto in the Nine-Tails Chakra mode, they would also face Sasuke's current dilemma. If it was Yakumo, could he defeat Naruto? Tsunade couldn't help but simulate Yakumo's fight with Naruto in her mind. Then she found that although Yakumo mastered the wood release method to restrain the tailed beasts, it was hard to say whether Yakumo's wood release could still be as effective as before when facing Naruto, a perfect Jinchuriki who used the tailed beast chakra to such a level. Then, she thought of Shinji, who was recognized as the strongest graduate of the ninja school this year, and felt that even Shinji might find it difficult to fight against Naruto now. On the field. Boom! Another burst of raise nan forced Sasuke to retreat a few steps. Hoo-hoo! Sasuke, who was in Susanoo, was panting heavily. Shinji only replenished half of his pupil power. Although his efficiency in using pupil power increased a lot with the improvement of his control over the Manjiki Sharingan, he obviously couldn't hold on against Naruto, the human pillar. "I can't go on like this." Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and decided to fight. Just then, a mocking voice came from his side, "Hey, hey, hey, weren't you very arrogant before? How come you can't even beat Naruto now? I haven't made a move yet? If I make a move again, you'll be dead." "Shut up!" Sasuke roared. No doubt. It was Naruto's inner demon Menma who was chattering in Sasuke's ears. Since the start of the sparring, he floated to Sasuke's side in the form of a spirit, without making a move, but just mocking him, which annoyed Sasuke. Menma's body swayed and floated to the other side of Sasuke. "Hey, I remember you told me before in the ninja school that only losers would yell. How come our noble Manjiki Uchiha has become a loser now?" Sasuke was so angry that his veins popped out. Here comes the first update. Chapter 1017 The Terrifying Naruto. Although he was annoyed, Sasuke knew that Menma was right in one thing, that is, if Menma also took action, the current situation would be worse. It was precisely because of this realization that Sasuke became even more depressed. This means that Naruto doesn't even need to use his full strength to defeat him. This competition seems to have already been decided, and there is no point in continuing. No, How can I lose to Naruto? Sasuke shook his head and drove out the idea of simply admitting defeat and saving pupil power. Then he thought about countermeasures. Soon, the curse seal on his shoulder was resealed. Now it seems that only by borrowing the power of the curse seal can he turn defeat into victory. On the sidelines, Kakashi said, "Hokage-sama, let's call off the competition." Tsunade asked Jiraiya, "What do you think?" Jiraiya pondered for a moment. With this opportunity, we can understand the limit of Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra mode, which can better allow us to evaluate how much Naruto's current strength has grown. Kakashi said, "But Sasuke." Tsunade interrupted Kakashi, "This is Sasuke's own choice, we just need to ensure that the two of them don't have any accidents." Yes. Kakashi nodded helplessly. What he was worried about was that Sasuke wasted too much pupil power in the competition, and Tsunade and Jiraiya obviously wanted to take this opportunity to test what method Sasuke used to restore his pupil power before. As Tsunade said, this competition was initiated by Sasuke himself. If they interfered, Sasuke might not appreciate it. Crack! Just when Kakashi was distracted, there was a new change on the field. With a burst of shattering sounds, Sasuke's Susanoo finally collapsed under the heavy load. However, Sasuke did not retreat but advanced. At the moment when Susanoo collapsed, he activated the curse seal and rushed out of Susanoo and rushed out. Swish! Then, the unique sound of Chidori resounded throughout the canyon. Sasuke, who entered State 2, shuttled back and forth on the field like a ghost, and the dazzling Chidori in his hand was like a sharp blade, piercing through Naruto's shadow clones one by one. Bang bang bang! Instantly, accompanied by continuous muffled sounds and surging white smoke, Naruto's shadow clones disappeared rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. "I've got you!" As the number of shadow clones decreased sharply, Sasuke finally found Naruto's real body. Sasuke, who activated State 2 and used Lightning Chakra to stimulate his whole body, could barely keep up with Naruto in Nine Tails Chakra mode in terms of speed. With the advantage of the Mangeki Sharingan in motion capture, he finally pounced in front of Naruto's real body and stabbed out his right hand that launched Chidori. Naruto was surprised, and while his body instinctively retreated, he stretched out his hands and tried to block Sasuke's stabbing right hand. However, when his hands grabbed Sasuke's right arm, he was immediately paralyzed by the Chidori covering Sasuke's right arm and couldn't use his strength. "Not good," Naruto said inwardly, and then stretched out 4 chakra arms, barely grabbing Sasuke's stabbed right arm, blocking Sasuke's Chidori attack this time. That was close. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the Chidori that was used by Naruto Sasuke, who barely managed to block the attack with his hands and 4 chakra arms, grinned and snorted, "Chidori, sharp spear." The lightning that originally covered Sasuke's right hand quickly extended out, like a spear made of lightning, stabbing Naruto's chest fiercely. This. Not good. The people watching the game all changed color, and Yamato even launched the wood release to try to stop Sasuke's dangerous attack. However, no matter how anxious the people far away on the sidelines were, they couldn't stop Sasuke's Chidori, sharp spear. Unlike everyone else, Menma, who was floating in the air, hugged his chest with both hands and smiled, and didn't seem to worry about Naruto at all. As the target of Sasuke's Chidori, sharp spear, Naruto naturally discovered the abnormality first. The moment Sasuke launched it, his body began to fly back instinctively. However, his retreat speed was obviously slower than the extension speed of the Chidori, sharp spear, so he was caught up by the Chidori, sharp spear after barely retreating 1 or 2 meters. At the critical moment, Naruto didn't care too much, and directly used his hands and the 2 chakra arms that stretched out from his chest, and the 4 arms worked together to clamp the stabbing Chidori, sharp spear. What? This time, Sasuke was dumbfounded. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that the Chidori, sharp spear he had painstakingly developed would be caught by Naruto's arms. The next moment, Naruto's 4 arms exerted force together, and the tailed beast chakra surged instantly, pressing Sasuke's Chidori, sharp spear out. Sasuke was stunned. "You? Shua!" Naruto made a surprise attack and bullied Sasuke in front of him. He punched with both hands and the 6 chakra arms that stretched out, and attacked Sasuke. "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Sasuke raised his arms to protect his vitals, struggling to hold on, while roaring in his heart. It was really hard for him to accept that his own ninjutsu was broken by Naruto in this way. Bang! With a distraction, Sasuke was hit by a punch on the jaw and lost his center of gravity. As he staggered, his defensive posture collapsed instantly, and more fists came like raindrops. In just a few breaths, he was hit by dozens of punches, and finally he was knocked out. And at the moment he fell, Naruto's golden figure followed closely behind, pounced on him again, and pretended to punch. Swish swish swish. At this time, amid the sound of breaking through the air, several figures blocked Naruto. Sasuke on the ground barely opened his swollen eyes and found that it was Kakashi who pulled Naruto's left arm. Jiraiya stood in front of him and pressed Naruto's chest with his hand, and Tsunade caught Naruto's right fist on the side. Tsunade said, "Okay, that's it." Naruto was stunned for a moment. "Hey, is it over?" Jiraiya curled his lips at the ground. "Look carefully, if you continue, Sasuke will be beaten to death by you." Seeing Sasuke on the ground with a swollen face, Naruto was shocked. He still followed the habit of sparring with Sasuke in the past, and went all out in the battle, fearing that Sasuke would solve it too easily. Unexpectedly, he forgot himself for a moment and beat Sasuke so badly. What a damn! Sasuke's expression was extremely embarrassed. He really didn't expect Naruto's full strength burst to be so terrifying. In just a few breaths, he was completely defeated and lost badly. If he hadn't entered State 2 in advance, he would have been seriously injured and lost consciousness. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 1018 Internal Conflict. After the competition between Sasuke and Naruto was stopped, Sakura rushed to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lifted the curse seal state. "Don't move, I'll heal you." Sakura supported Sasuke and started the treatment immediately. Seeing that Sakura only had Sasuke in her eyes and healed Sasuke wholeheartedly, Naruto on the side was a little depressed, as if he was the one who lost the competition. Humph! Menma, floating in the air, snorted softly. He couldn't bear to see Naruto's dog-licking appearance, so he got into Naruto's body and turned a blind eye to it. After a while, Sakura finished the treatment. At first glance, Sasuke was seriously injured, but in fact, they were just flesh wounds caused by fists. In addition, his skin was thick and tough in the State 2, and his ability to resist blows was greatly enhanced. Therefore, after Sakura's treatment, his injuries were almost recovered. Naruto stretched out his hand to pull Sasuke up from the ground. Snap! Sasuke shook off Naruto's hand. "I can do it myself." He stood up and dusted off the dust on his body. Naruto asked carefully, "Sasuke, are you okay?" Sasuke looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. In most of the past, his strength was overwhelming Naruto, but he had to admit that Naruto was very malleable, and his strength would always advance by leaps and bounds in a time period he could not expect, catching him off guard. However, he had absolute confidence in himself and his Mangekyou Sharingan. He firmly believed that as long as he was given a little more time to adapt, he would be like before, surpass and crush Naruto again. Such psychological preparation may be difficult for others, but it only takes a moment for Sasuke. He quickly put away the other expressions on his face and returned to his usual indifference. "Next time, you will definitely lose." After that, he flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. After Sasuke left, Tsunade asked Naruto, "What did you use in the battle just now?" Naruto proudly introduced, "Oh, that's called Nine-Tailed Chakra Mode, which is the trick my father taught me." Nine-Tailed Chakra Mode. After a pause, Tsunade asked, "So, you can be considered a perfect Jinchuriki now?" "Yet." Naruto nodded hurriedly. He and the yin nine-tailed in his body have become friends now. Whether in terms of the degree of harmony with the tailed beast in his body or the skills of using the tailed beast's chakra, he has reached the standard of perfect Jinchuriki. Shizun's face lit up. "Great! Yes." The others nodded in agreement. Now there are only 3 Jinchuriki left in the 5 major ninja villages, and the 3-tailed Jinchuriki of Kirigakure, the 4th Mizukage, and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumigakure, Killer Bee, are both perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto is the weakest link among them. Not only is he not a combat force, but he even needs to consume other combat forces to protect him. Now that Naruto has mastered the Nine-Tailed Chakra Mode and has become a perfect Jinchuriki, he no longer needs protection from others, and he is already a qualified combat force. This plus and minus is undoubtedly a major benefit for Konoha before the decisive battle. Suddenly thinking of something, Tsunade turned her head and said to Jiraiya, "You can let Naruto enter Shinji's Takamagahara to experience it, so that he can have more practical skills." "Okay." Naruto's eyes lit up. Regarding Shinji's Takamagahara, he had heard about it a lot during his time back in the village, but he had never had the chance to experience it because he was practicing the Nine Tails Chakra mode. Jiraiya was a little confused. Is Takamagahara really as magical as the rumors say? Tsunade smiled and said, "You will know if you try it once." Swish! Just as they were chatting, an Anbu came to Tsunade with the sound of breaking wind. "Tsunade-sama, this is the urgent information just received." Tsunade took the information scroll handed over by the Anbu, opened it and frowned immediately. Jiraiya asked, "What happened?" Tsunade said, "There are traces of Akatsuki near the southern coast." Kakashi frowned slightly. Southern coast? Why would Akatsuki appear there? If they are targeting the 4th Mizukage, they should be active on the eastern coast, right? Tsunade continued, "Not only did they reveal their traces. According to the description of the Coast Patrol, it is suspected that 2 Akatsuki members had an internal conflict and fought on the coast." Jiraiya asked hurriedly, "Internal conflict? Who fought who?" "It's not certain yet." Shaking her head, Tsunade continued, "The patrol team initially determined that it was B&D in Akatsuki. Everyone thought that the Akatsuki members of Nagato's faction had a conflict with the Akatsuki members of A faction. After all, Itaka had clearly stated in the intelligence that he did not know the identity of the A group and had never cooperated with the A group. So if the Akatsuki members of Nagato's faction had a conflict with the Akatsuki members of A faction, it would not be difficult to understand. But after hearing the intelligence from the front, everyone was puzzled, because they really couldn't understand why the Akatsuki's B&D would fight at this critical moment." Jiraiya stroked his chin. "Tsunade, this may be our chance to investigate the Akatsuki members of A." Tsunade nodded, "Yes, I'll go there in person." Jiraiya hurriedly said, "You are the Hokage now, the village can't do without you, how can you go there in person?" Shizune also advised, "Jiraiya is right. Hokage, the 5-Cage conference is about to be held, how can you leave the village at this time?" Tsunade said, "But..." Jiraiya smiled, "I'll go there. And I just met the Akatsuki's B in Tianziguo. If one of the 2 people fighting is really her, I should be able to recognize her." Tsunade, after listening, he felt that what Jiraiya said made sense, so he said, "All members of the Akatsuki organization are very dangerous, especially this B, who is the most dangerous person after Nagato, the mysterious masked man, and A, so you should bring more people and pay attention to safety." Jiraiya smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just an investigation, there will be no danger." Kakashi said, "I'll go too. If we can investigate the true identity of A before the decisive battle, our pressure may be less." Tsunade made the decision directly, "Well, you can choose any accompanying personnel from the Anbu and the intelligence team. Now any information about the Akatsuki organization is extremely important to us." The first update is presented. Chapter 1019 Survey the scene. Because it involves the Akatsuki organization, the village acted quickly, and Jiraiya led an elite team to set off that day. Traveling overnight, the team arrived at the southern coast in less than a day and joined the patrol team that accidentally encountered the internal strife of the Akatsuki organization. Looking at the patrol team in front of him, Jiraiya frowned slightly. "How did you find out?" The patrol team's Chunin captain he described the situation in detail. After listening, Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at each other, both with doubts on their faces. They didn't doubt that the patrol team was lying, but they felt that the patrol team, which consisted of 1 Chunin and 3 Genin, was too mediocre. Even if they watched from a distance, they would not be able to escape the perception of the members of the Akatsuki organization and would not be able to escape unscathed. Seemingly seeing the doubts of Jiraiya and others, the Chunin captain of the patrol team hurriedly said, "Master Jiraiya, I know what you are doubting, but when you go to the scene, you will know why our team can evacuate safely." Jiraiya said without further ado, "Let's go and take a look." Soon, the group left the sentry post and rushed to the battlefield on the coast yesterday. After arriving at the scene, a ninja from the intelligence squad compared the map in his hand and said, "No. The map shows that this is a high cliff that is more than 10 miles east along the coast. How come it has become a reef?" The patrol team's Chunin captain couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Before yesterday, this was indeed a high cliff. We had to go back and forth from here on our daily patrols. But after the battle between B and D of the Akatsuki organization, this place has become like this. What? The intelligence squad looked at each other in bewilderment. They really couldn't imagine what kind of fierce battle could flatten such a long section of high cliff into a reef. Even if two ninja armies fought a war here, they probably couldn't do it to this extent. At this time, everyone understood the meaning of the patrol team's Chunin captain's words just now. Obviously, it was because the battle between B and D was too intense at the time that both sides had no time to take care of other things, so the patrol team hiding in the distance and watching escaped unscathed. Kakashi removed the forehead protector on his face, revealing his Sharingan to observe the surroundings, and then found a reef with a very neat and smooth cut in the reef. Squatting beside the reef and stroking the cut, he said, "Why does this rock seem to be cut by a sharp blade? But this length?" He shook his head again. This half of the reef exposed on the sea surface is 7 or 8 meters long, and the cut is formed in one go, so there should be no sharp blade that can cut such a large reef in one go, unless it is attached with wind chakra, or some other wind ninjutsu. Hearing Kakashi's doubts, the captain of the Chunin said, "These reefs were originally rocks on the high cliffs, and they were all cut into pieces by D with a blood-red long blade several tens of meters long." Kakashi's eyes were stern. "Blood-red long blade?" The captain of the Chunin replied, "Well, I'm not sure what it is, but seeing it later scattered in the air as blood rain, I guess it might be a long blade made of blood." Jiraiya and Kakashi immediately thought of Kusagaku Urchino, who also controlled blood. So Jiraiya asked, "Are you sure she is D of the Akatsuki organization?" The captain of the Chunin was extremely sure. "The pattern on her mask is the Pruchna demon, I won't be wrong. And the other one is a fox-faced mask." Jiraiya's face sank. A and his group of Akatsuki all wore masks, so the only way to distinguish their identities was the pattern on the masks they wore. According to the intelligence, the pattern on the mask worn by D of the Akatsuki organization was indeed the Pruchna demon mentioned by the captain of the Chunin. Jiraiya said, "Tell me about the battle situation at that time." The patrol captain began to tell the story of the battle he saw, but because of the long distance and his own strength, he could only guess at many of the battle contents, but he could still recognize the iconic ninjutsu like wood release. When they heard that Akatsuki's B and D had used wood release, everyone in Konoha was surprised. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, "It's really a ghost. Has Akatsuki already conquered the first generation of cell transplantation technology?" Kakashi also looked solemn, "I'm afraid so." Kakashi was the first to not believe that B and D both comprehended wood release through the fusion of the properties of the two chakras. So the only explanation is that Akatsuki, or more accurately, the Akatsuki group of A, may have conquered the first generation of cell transplantation technology and can transplant in batches. There are indeed many traces of wood release left at the scene, and even on the sea, there are still a lot of broken wood and vines left. No traces of blood were found at the scene. Maybe it's because of the time, the chakra fluctuations have basically disappeared, and there are no clues. The intelligence team ninjas who were surveying the surroundings gathered together and reported to Jiraiya the results of their survey of the scene. The patrol team's Chunin captain said, "I came here secretly at night, and there was nothing left here at that time. The winner should have dealt with the scene." Kakashi asked, "Who do you think won?" The Chunin captain said, "It should be B." His tone was not as firm as before, because he led the team to retreat before the battle was over, so he only saw D fall into a disadvantage. But who won in the end, whether there were casualties, etc., he could only guess. Jiraiya nodded, "You retreat first." The patrol team's Chunin captain saluted respectfully, and then retreat. After the patrol captain walked away, Jiraiya said to Kakashi, "From this remaining battlefield, the two sides are very strong, which is consistent with the statement that Akatsuki B and D had an internal conflict here and then a duel." Kakashi frowned, "Mastering wood release and controlling blood, is there something wrong with DS ability?" According to the previous analysis of the intelligence team, the opponent should be a strong man who has practiced spiritual transformation technique. Jiraiya said, "We have very little information about D, and we can't hold on to stereotypes. This investigation can be regarded as completing the information." Yet, Kakashi nodded. Jiraiya looked around and looked at the messy battlefield, and sighed, "I just didn't expect D to be so strong that he could match B. Where did the group of A come from?" Kakashi said, "We now have two directions of investigation, one is wood release and the other is controlling blood. As for the wood release, we can start with the investigation of the first generation of cells. As for the control of blood, we can start with the Kusanagi Chino. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 1020 Wuming makes up for his shortcomings. Konoha Police Building. Really? Shinji, who was sitting in the captain's office, put down the documents in his hand and raised his eyebrows to look at Suzuki. Suzuki lowered his head. Naruto has mastered a high-level state called Nine Tails Chakra Mode. I couldn't match him even with the power of Cursed Seal. I lost a game. Wuming asked, you can't beat him even if you activate Susanoo? Yet. Suzuki nodded awkwardly. The defensive power of Susanoo is still unquestionable, but his half-body Susanoo cannot withstand Naruto's almost endless Raise Nan. So rather than saying that his Susanoo was broken by Naruto, it is better to say that he took the initiative to give up the passive defense tactic of Susanoo. Bai and Karin, who were also in the office, looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Not long ago, Naruto still needed the protection of his companions, but in a blink of an eye, he even defeated Suzuki, who launched the Mangeki Eye technique. Shinji smiled, it seems that Naruto has really grown up. I will find a way to defeat him. After that, Suzuki turned and left angrily. He reported the results of his sparring with Naruto to Shinji. In addition to being the duty of every member of the police force, he also wanted to hear Shinji's advice. Because he had been thinking hard all night yesterday, but still couldn't think of a way to restrain Naruto. But he didn't expect Shinji to be so relaxed after listening, as if he didn't care at all about the impact that his defeat by Naruto might have on the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Afterwards, Bai and Karin saluted Shinji, and then left the office and went to perform the daily patrol tasks of the police force. Wuming was still sighing, obviously activated the Susanoo, how could he lose? Shinji shook his head, don't underestimate Naruto. In the original time and space, the key point when Naruto surpassed Suzuki in strength was when Naruto mastered the Senjutsu and Nine Tails Chakra Mode. After that, Sasuke's strength was actually always slightly inferior to Naruto's. Even in the Battle of the Valley of the End after the Fourth Ninja World War, Suzuki, who used the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye to control 8-tailed beasts and tied Naruto's chakra volume, was eventually defeated by Naruto. From that moment on, Suzuki was convinced and admitted that Naruto was indeed stronger than him. So Suzuki himself, Haku, Karin, and Mome all thought that as long as they practiced hard for a while, Suzuki would be able to surpass and crush Naruto again as before. But in fact, Suzuki might never catch up with Naruto's pace. Thinking of this, Shinji was suddenly stunned. Before, Naruto was controlled by the inner demon to defect, and he was worried that Naruto would show up in advance. In addition, the Six-Path Sage intervened, so he ordered Yakumo and Suzuki in public, and sent Karin and Haku in secret to ensure Naruto's safety. As a result, Menma ran into the hands of Hokuro and Ranmaru, not only losing the Yang Nine Tails, but also putting Naruto's life on the line. At that time, he was wondering why the Six-Path Sage did not take action. Is it that the Six-Path Sage was not paying attention to Naruto, or did the Six-Path Sage feel that there was no need to take action at that time? From the results, it seems to be the latter. After a life-and-death catastrophe, Naruto not only obtained the Yin Nine Tails sent by the fourth Hokage, was reborn from the ashes, but also mastered the Nine Tails Chakra Mode. In addition, Naruto's inner demon, Menma, was unexpectedly retained, which was also beyond Shinji's expectations. Could it be that the Six-Path Sage has intervened, but I didn't notice it? He had a murmur in his heart. Although the chaos in TNZ country did not deviate from his arrangement in the general direction, the Nine Tails was successfully delivered to the hands of the Akatsuki organization, which accelerated the progress of the Ten Tails resurrection, but in some details, there were still many things that exceeded his expectations. Forget it, no matter whether the Six-Path Sage secretly intervened or noticed something, I can't let it affect my rhythm. In the original time and space, the Ten Tails was finally resurrected, which shows that the resurrection of the Ten Tails was not the Six-Path Sage's bottom line. His bottom line may just be that he cannot let Kagaya Tsutsuki come out to destroy the world. I don't know if he has noticed the threat of the Overlord. Smiling, Shinji sighed faintly. If it was the Six-Path Sage who was in the peak state and controlled the Ten Tails, he might be able to compete with the Overlord, but now that he has lost his physical body and only has a spiritual body, the Six-Path Sage is definitely not the opponent of the Overlord who can devour worlds one by one. So pinning hope on the Six-Path Sage is obviously a manifestation of cowardice and evasion. After handling the official duties of the police force, Shinji looked at Wu Ming on the side. Are you ready? Come on. Wu Ming was eager to try. Without any nonsense, Shinji instantly activated Takamagahara, and he and Wu Ming entered the Scarlet Takamagahara world together. In these days, in addition to providing the Takamagahara experience to other ninjas in the village every day, Shinji would also practice in Takamagahara with Wu Ming in his spare time after handling official business. Because Wu Ming is also half the owner of Takamagahara, the sparring between the two of them in Takamagahara not only has the highest degree of real simulation, but also the best experience. Based on this point, Shinji took advantage of the fact that Takamagahara can control the flow of time and pulled Wu Ming into the optimization of the 12 zodiacs. However, what he didn't expect was that this move actually brought him unexpected surprises. Perhaps because of the 8,000 spears, Wu Ming's ability to control chakra is extremely strong. It was not very obvious when he only had the Manjiki Sharingan before, but after Shinji gave Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan to Wu Ming for fusion, Wu Ming, who obtained the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, immediately showed his terrifying control over chakra. For many ninjas, even cage-level ninjas, it is very difficult to change the nature of chakra, but she can do it easily. After practicing the 12 palaces with Shinji, Wu Ming's control over her body began to improve rapidly. This not only made her physical skills a qualitative leap, but also triggered a series of qualitative changes that even Shinji couldn't explain or understand, which further improved her control over chakra, and even the power of the 8,000 spears also jumped up a lot. To put it simply, if physical skills were Wu Ming's shortcoming before, then after practicing the 12 palaces, this shortcoming was not only made up, but also Wu Ming's strengths were improved, and the overall strength was greatly improved. The first update is here. Chapter 1021 Vulnerabilities and Improvements. The improvement of Wu Ming's strength naturally made her very excited. Shinji was delighted, but he also understood that this was not entirely due to the 12 palaces. In his opinion, Wu Ming, who possesses the 8,000 spears, should have the strength far beyond that of the general Manjiki Uchiha. It's just that the Uchiha clan was too afraid of Wu Ming's 8,000 spears before, and only wanted to use Wu Ming as a weapon, and never thought of training her carefully, so she was seriously biased. In other words, Wu Ming's current strength is in line with her true level. This also once again verifies Shinji's point of view, that is, before becoming a 6 paths level and completely turning the body into chakra, the strength of the body's control ability is directly related to whether a ninja can fully exert his potential. The 12 zodiacs he developed may not be the most powerful physical technique in the ninja world, but it is definitely the physical technique that develops the body and taps into one's own potential. After a simple warm-up, Shinji and Wu Ming started a fierce physical battle in Takamagahara. Both of them are of Uchiha descent, have transplanted the cells of the first generation to strengthen their bodies, and have practiced the 12 palaces, so in terms of hardware conditions, the two are roughly equivalent. In other aspects, Shinji's grasp of the 12 palaces is obviously more profound, and the insight of the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye is also better than Wu Ming's eternal Manjiki Sharingan. And Wu Ming's advantage is that her precise control of chakra exceeds Shinji, which is not only a huge advantage in ninjutsu and illusion, but also in physical skills. After practicing for a full hour, the two stopped. Even with their physique, an hour of high-intensity physical confrontation is enough to make their bodies fall into a high degree of fatigue. So one of them sat down on the ground, and the other fell directly to the ground. Shinji, who was sitting on the ground, panted for a while and said, "It's not obvious during low-intensity confrontation, but once it enters high-intensity confrontation, I always feel that my body is a little uncoordinated." Wu Ming sat up, "Well, I also feel that my body's response is getting slower and slower, and it's not all caused by muscle fatigue." After listening to Wu Ming's description, Shinji recalled the fierce battle just now. To be honest, because he was too tired, his perception of his body declined significantly in the second half of the battle, so he could only vaguely feel a little uncoordinated, but he couldn't tell where the specific problem was. It was not until he heard Wu Ming's description that he suddenly realized that this uncoordinated response came from the body's response. So that's it. He stroked his chin and analyzed the reason. The body's response speed is affected by many factors. Among them, the strength of muscles and ligaments, the level of oxygen content in the blood, the degree of stimulation of chakra on cells, etc. are all important influencing factors. Using his knowledge of medical ninjutsu, Shinji began to eliminate them one by one. After a moment, he frowned deeply. Wu Ming came close to Shinji. "What's wrong?" Shinji shook his head slowly. Your perception is correct. When the 12 palaces are fully operated for a period of time, the body's response will slow down. But I thought about it for a long time, but I still couldn't figure out where the problem lies. Wu-Ming helped Shinji analyze it. It shouldn't be a problem with our body. This response delay is obviously different from the slowdown caused by physical fatigue. Could it be some other reason? Other reasons? He was stunned at first, and then Shinji's eyes lit up. I know, it's nerves. The limitations of his thinking made him think about whether there was a problem with muscles, ligaments, bones, and organs. After being reminded by Wu-Ming, he thought of another factor that affected the body's response, that is, the nervous system that conveys brain commands. Standing up and pacing back and forth, Shinji frowned and relaxed from time to time. After a long while, he grinned. I know what's going on, Wu-Ming, this time it's really thanks to you. Wu-Ming pointed at himself. Thanks to me? Shinji said, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never find this problem. If I meet a real strong enemy in the future, I may die because of it. Wu-Ming shook his head. I'm here, you won't die. Shinji smiled. The point is not whether I will die or not, but we found a serious loophole in the zugong. Wu-Ming asked, what is the loophole? Shinji put away the smile on his face and explained, when developing the zugong, I only considered the balance between the organs of the body. There was no problem with this, but I missed one thing, that is, when any organ is stimulated by chakra, the nervous system will also be stimulated accordingly. After a pause, he sighed, once we fully activate the zugong, we will use chakra to stimulate all organs in the body. At that time, our nervous system will be stimulated several times, or even dozens of times. Wu-Ming suddenly realized, I understand, if we operate the 12 palaces for a long time with high intensity, our nervous system will be overwhelmed, and the brain's instructions will not be able to be transmitted to all parts of the body in time, so we feel that the body's response has slowed down. Yes. Shinji nodded heavily. This kind of subtle abnormality can only be discovered in time by Wu-Ming, who has mastered the 8,000 spears and has extremely fine control over chakra. Shinji himself and Longxi, who was Shinji's experimental guinea pig, did not notice it, and always mistakenly thought that it was just normal physical fatigue. Wu-Ming hurriedly said, fortunately, as long as we control the time of the battle, the 12 palaces will not be a problem. She did not want to admit that there were loopholes in the 12 palaces developed by Shinji. Shinji shook his head, that's not the case. The nervous system is actually more fragile than we think. Long-term excessive stimulation will cause irreversible damage to the nervous system, so this is not a problem that can be ignored. The 12 palaces must be improved immediately. Said, Shinji began to think. After finding the crux of the problem, with his attainments in medical ninjutsu, it is not difficult to improve it. The real difficulty is how to solve this problem without weakening the power of the 12 palaces. After thinking about it, it seems that there is no way to have both, and the only choice is to weaken the stimulation of chakra. But once the stimulation of chakra is weakened, the power of the 12 palaces will drop sharply. Unless... Shinji thought about it and found a solution. If the user's control of chakra is exquisite enough, and the stimulation of chakra on organs can be accurately avoided from the neural network, then this problem can be solved. But in this way, the difficulty of practicing the 12 palaces, which is already difficult to get started, has increased a lot. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 1022 Try. Once it involves precise control at the neural network level, the difficulty increases exponentially. This not only includes the requirements for the accuracy of chakra control, but also requires the user to have a deep understanding of the human body. In other words, only when a certain level is reached in the field of medical ninjutsu can one have the conditions to practice the 12 palaces. Sure enough, everything requires knowledge. Shinji complained. At this time, he deeply understood why ninjas like Tsunade and Cheneng, who have extremely high attainments in medical ninjutsu, are also strong in physical skills. Because only when you really understand the structure of the human body in depth, you will know how to better bring out the potential of the human body. Thinking of this, Shinji snapped his fingers and released Takamagahara. After exiting Takamagahara, Shinji glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Only less than 5 minutes had passed, and he and Wu-Ming stayed in Takamagahara for more than an hour. After adapting to the speed of time, Shinji stood up and said to Wu-Ming, wait a minute, I'll go to the hospital to check the information. Wu-Ming nodded, I understand. After explaining it, Shinji came to Konoha Hospital. In the hospital's archives, he found all the books about the nervous system and the cases involving the nervous system. Came out and began to study. No doubt. In the ninja world with chakra, the human nervous system is not as mysterious as Shinji imagined. On the contrary, many ninjas have noticed it and conducted a lot of related research. According to many research reports, proper stimulation of the nervous system can enhance the activity of the brain and put the body into an excited state, thereby comprehensively improving the reaction and strength of the muscles. For this reason, the medical team has even developed several drugs specifically for stimulating nerves. Looking at these research reports, Shinji grinned. In these research reports, the areas of the nervous system that are most susceptible to stimulation have been marked. Shinji only needs to do the opposite and bypass these areas to avoid excessive stimulation of the nervous system by the 12 palaces. Konoha is really full of treasures. Shinji chuckled as he sorted out the information he needed. He thought that this improvement would take at least several weeks or even months. Unexpectedly, just a trip to the hospital archives solved 80% of his problems. As the largest ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha is not only the strongest, but also has accumulated a wealth of information and data over the past few decades. Many of the information that requires countless efforts to obtain outside can be obtained in Konoha with just a few moves. After returning to the police building, Shinji called Wuming, and the two came to the training ground dedicated to the Konoha police force. Because it is related to the improvement of the 12 zodiacs, it is the safest and most reliable to carry it out in reality. Pulling up Wuming's right hand, Shinji pinched it and stroked it from the palm of his hand upwards. Do you feel a slight itch? Yeah. Wuming nodded with a red face. Shinji didn't notice the inexplicable blush on Wuming's face, and still focused on Wuming's right hand. This is the area with the most dense nerves in the hand. When using the 12 palaces to stimulate, if you can avoid stimulating this small area, maybe you can solve the problem of the 12 palaces. Wuming whispered, oh. Shinji continued, your control over chakra is better than mine, so I need you to help me test it. So, you use the original 12 palaces to stimulate your left hand, and use the method I just told you to stimulate your right hand to see if there is any difference. After that, Shinji let go of Wuming's right hand. Seeing Wuming still stunned, he urged, you can start. Oh. Wuming hurriedly began to try. It is not easy to activate the 12 palaces, and you need to treat it differently. Use the original version on the left hand and the improved version on the right hand. This requires so much from the user that it can almost filter out 99.99% of the ninjas in the ninja world. Fortunately, Wuming is an exception. After only failing 17 or 18 times, she mastered the rhythm, and her left hand operated the original version of the 12 zodiacs, and her right hand operated the first revised version of the 12 zodiacs. When Wuming began to try, Shinji had already fully activated his 6 Megatama Samsara Eye. Time passed little by little. In the first few minutes, the activity of the left hand, which was fully stimulated, was slightly stronger, but the difference was not big, and the right hand also maintained a very high activity. After 15 minutes, the activity levels of the two hands were basically the same. After more than 30 minutes, the situation began to be different. The activity of Wuming's left hand began to decline continuously, while the activity of the right hand remained unchanged. When the time reached 45 minutes, Wuming began to frown slightly. Shinji asked, what's wrong? Wuming replied, I feel a little numb in my left hand. Shinji nodded slightly, okay, you can stop. If this slight numbness occurs throughout the body, it is generally difficult for people in a state of fatigue to detect it. But if there is a comparison, this slight sense of numbness will stand out. After verifying the feasibility of the improvement method through actual practice, the follow-up only needs to be meticulous in the details. Looking at the smile on Shinji's face, Wuming asked, Shinji, is the 12 palaces perfect after the improvement? Shinji shook his head and laughed, how is it possible? Wuming was a little puzzled, is there still a problem with the 12 palaces? Maybe, maybe not. After a pause, Shinji shook his head, there is a high probability that there is still a problem, but we haven't discovered it yet. Any technique can be improved and there is room for improvement. Even star-level techniques such as immortal reincarnation and Raise Nan are constantly being improved by future generations. So Shinji dare not say that the 12 palaces he developed is really perfect. This is also the reason why he has not promoted the 12 palaces on a large scale for the time being. The difficulty of cultivation is one aspect, and the other is that he is worried that the 12 palaces still have serious hidden dangers. Just like this time, if Wu Ming had not possessed a very high chakra control ability, Shinji would probably never have discovered the hidden dangers of the 12 palaces. Over time, he, as well as Longxi and Chino, who practiced the 12 palaces with him, might have their nervous systems completely collapse one day, causing their bodies to suddenly become paralyzed and permanently lose their ability to move. However, this incident also made Shinji realize that perhaps only by allowing more people to join the practice of the 12 palaces can we better discover the possible problems of the 12 palaces. The first update is here. Chapter 1023 Candidates. However, considering the 12 palaces due to the difficulty of practicing the 12 palaces and the need for confidentiality, there are not many experimental guinea pigs that Shinji can pull into practice together. Shiro, Karin, Yakumo, Suzuki, Niji, Kimimaro, and Shin. After thinking about it, Shinji only thought of these few. Then he frowned again, thinking that some of them were not suitable. For example, Shiro, he has invested a lot of effort in practicing the breathing method, and now he is only a thin layer of window paper away from the highest level of the breathing method, transparent world. In this case, disrupting his training plan and letting him practice the 12 palaces instead may not be a good thing. In addition, Karin is not actually suitable for practicing the 12 palaces. This is not to say that Karin can't learn the 12 palaces, but with Karin's current strength, the demand for the 12 palaces is not high. Such as the 12 palaces, the more you learn, the stronger you will be. Any kind of physical technique, even the most basic one, also has the ability to develop the potential of the body. It's just that the high-end physical skills are more efficient in development. If the human body's potential is compared to 100%, then Tsunade's super strength, Might Guy's 8 gates of Dunjia, and the lightning chakra mode practiced by the 4th Reikage are all top physical skills that can develop more than 80% of the human body's potential. Shinji thought to himself that his 12 palaces, because they specialize in the development of human potential, coupled with his continuous improvement, may have surpassed those top physical skills, and the development rate of human potential has reached more than 90%. This is basically the limit. Even if Shinji practices super strength, 8 gates of Dunjia, and lightning chakra mode, it is difficult to make new breakthroughs. Similarly, Tsunade, who has already mastered super strength, can't make a big leap again even if she practices 12 palaces. Because the human body has limits. Karin's situation is very special. She has the body of a sage from both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Like the first generation before her, she has instinctively acquired super strength without realizing it. This is why she can easily resist the physical attack of Kabuto Yakushi in Sage mode. She has already developed more than 80% of her physical potential. If she practices the 12 palaces, she can indeed improve it a little, but the space for improvement is very limited. For her, who has mastered the Rinnegan, wood release, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, and many other means, putting precious energy on the practice of various pupil techniques, ninjutsu, and sealing techniques will obviously improve her strength more significantly. The same is true for Yakumo. After practicing super strength with Tsunade, she has already mastered a very advanced physical technique. It doesn't make much sense to practice the very difficult 12 palaces. Kimimaro is practicing the 8 gates of Dunjia, and Niji is practicing the Hyuga clan's soft fist. Both of them are very advanced physical skills. Relatively speaking, they are mainly used in conjunction with the soft fist of the Byakugan, and their efficiency in developing the body is slightly lower, so Niji can actually try to practice the 12 palaces. But at the moment, Kimimaro and Niji are both nurturing the reincarnation eye, and Shinji doesn't want to cause trouble. After excluding Haku, Karin, Yakumo, Niji, and Kimimaro, Shinji found that the only guinea pigs left who are suitable for practicing the 12 palaces are Sasuke and Shin. Sasuke's physical skills are self-contained, and he is also developing his own Chidori style. Shinji shook his head and ruled out Sasuke again. In terms of ninjutsu and physical skills, Sasuke is also a genius. Instead of interfering with Sasuke, it is better to let nature take its course and see what Sasuke can come up with. Shin. In this way, it seems that the only person who is suitable to practice the 12 palaces together is Shin, the witch of the land of demons. Shinji thought about it and realized that Shin's situation was similar to Wu Ming's before he practiced the 12 palaces. They both had strong chakra, but they lacked guidance in physical skills and did not develop their potential, which made them seriously biased. If Shin practiced the 12 palaces and developed the powerful potential of the Miko, it might add some confidence to her fateful duel with the monsters. The Konoha Anbya building. Kakashi led Ryaga and Chino into the building and said, "Don't be nervous, we just collected some information recently and need your help in analyzing it." Ryaga nodded, feeling a little uneasy. After all, she knew very well that the Shinobi Village Alliance was investigating all people and things related to the Akatsuki organization, and she was a member of the Akatsuki organization, so she was afraid that she would be investigated by Konoha and implicate the Kyuzagakure village. Chino was carefree and didn't care at all. She even had the leisure to look around the Konoha Anbya building. Soon, the three of them came to a small meeting room. Tsunade, Jiraiya, the third generation, Utane Koharu, Mito Kato-en, as well as Yakumo, Shizuan, Asuma, Ui Kurane and other village leaders and senior ninjas gathered in a room, studying the battlefield investigation report on the internal conflict between Akatsuki's B and D that Jiraiya had just brought back from the southern coastline. Seeing this scene, Ryasho became more and more uneasy, but Chino stretched her head and looked at the report on the coast on the conference table. The investigation report of the war. Hey! When she saw the several battlefield scenes restored by the intelligence team through the oral description of the patrol team's Chunin captain, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Because among the pictures, there happened to be a few pictures of Akatsuki's D swinging a blood blade of dozens of meters and cutting off a section of the high cliff on the coastline. Tsunade looked at Chinano. "Chinano, you should be familiar with this picture, right?" Chinano asked hurriedly, "What is drawn on it? Why can this person control blood like me?" Jiraiya said, "These pictures are the battle scenes recreated by the intelligence team when Akatsuki's B and D fought internally. The person in the picture is Akatsuki's D. So we also want to know, why can D control blood like you?" "What?" Ryasho and Chinano were both shocked. They were not surprised why D could control blood, but they were surprised that B and D had an internal conflict. They knew very well that B was Karin, the leader of their Kyuzagakure. So, Longshi subconsciously asked, "Who won?" Tsunade stared at Longshi. "It is still uncertain. But according to the eyewitnesses, B should have the upper hand." Realizing that she had lost her composure, Longshi quickly shut up. Chino thought to herself, "Could it be that D is my same clan? No, I haven't heard the adults mention it. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help." Chapter 1024 The Hole in the Dome. The most embarrassed person in the meeting room was actually Yakumo. Looking at the teachers and friends around her who were studying the sparring between her and Karin, she felt as if she was being pointed at by others. As for the Konoha patrol team that accidentally ran into her and Karin sparring, she and Karin had actually discovered it a long time ago. It was just that the patrol team hid far away and fled the scene in advance, so they didn't care. At this time, everyone in the conference room focused their attention on Chino, waiting for her answer. Even Yakumo couldn't help but look at Chino. She was actually very curious about why Chino had the same ability to control blood as her. After all, her ability came from the Red Dragon Eye. Longshi suddenly became nervous. She knew that once the Akatsuki organization was involved, the Konoha high level would never let it go without an answer. Fortunately, their identities had not been exposed, so she answered on behalf of Chino, "I'm sorry, for some special reasons, we in the Kyuzagakure village concealed Chino's surname." Oh! Everyone became more curious when they heard it. Longshi said, "Chino is actually the last member of the Blood Pond clan, and the Blood Pond clan is a blood successor family with the Blood Dragon Eye. The reason why Chino can control blood is because of her Blood Dragon Eye." Blood Pond clan. Everyone present looked puzzled, obviously hearing this name for the first time. Only the third generation pondered, as if recalling something, and asked after a while, "Is it the Blood Pond clan that was exiled by the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period?" So it's a ninja clan active in the Warring States period. What? Exiled by the Uchiha clan? Blood Dragon Eye. After hearing the third generation's question, there was a commotion in the conference room. Everyone finally understood why they had never heard of the name of the Blood Pond clan. It turned out that this family had been exiled by the Uchiha clan and withdrew from the ninja world before Konoha was established. Seeing that the third generation directly pointed out the origin of the Blood Pond clan, Longshi nodded, "Yet." Everyone was relieved. Chino is the descendant of a family with a bloodline of eye techniques, and possesses a pair of precious eye techniques bloodline limits. It is reasonable for the Kyuzagaku to cover up for her. So Tsunade did not dwell on this issue, and turned to ask Shino, in this case, Akatsuki's D may be a member of the Blood Pond clan like you, do you know anything? Shino shook her head, no, my parents in the same clan died long ago. Ryosho also said, when we, the Kyuzagaku ninja, took Shino in, she was already an orphan. Asuma interrupted, Akatsuki's D may be other members of the Blood Pond clan who have nothing to do with Shino's parents and are stranded in the ninja world. Midaman Yan said, since the Blood Pond clan was exiled by the Uchiha clan, we can get some information from the Uchiha. Kakashi smiled bitterly, only Sasuke and Shinji are left in the Uchiha clan now. They are only 13 or 14 years old, and most of them don't know these old things from the Warring States period. Tsunade said, anyway, we finally found some clues. After the meeting, Ryosho and Shino were sent out of the Anbu building by Kakashi. Yakumo also came out, looking at the back of Longshi and Shino leaving. Yakumo thought to himself, no wonder I feel familiar, it turns out that Shino's eyes are the blood dragon eyes. Why does Shinji have another blood dragon eyes? In addition, what is the relationship between the red dragon eyes in my eye sockets and the blood dragon eyes? Yakumo threw all these questions out of his mind. Compared to considering these, how not to be investigated by the village is her top priority at the moment. Fortunately, she and Karin both used wood release at that time, so the village suspected that the Akatsuki organization had broken through the technology of transplanting the first generation of cells, and did not suspect her because of wood release. But she also knew that the village I will not let him go easily this time, I will definitely investigate it to the end. Demon Country. Beside a small wooden house in the deep mountains, Tanjiro, who was chopping wood, suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky above his head. Because the originally clear sky became gloomy in just a few seconds, as if it had turned into night. Boom! Then, there was a roar in the air. However, Tanjiro stared for a long time, but did not see the lightning. Isn't it thunder? He muttered. It stands to reason that there should be lightning first, and then thunder, but for some reason, there was a constant roar in the air, but no lightning was seen. Strange. Shaking his head, Tanjiro retracted his gaze and chopped wood again. After the battle in the Land of Fields, the king of demons Yubayashiki Ryohei was defeated and fled, and the upper-rank demons were either dead or injured. He took the opportunity to get rid of Yubayashiki Ryohei's control and hid in the remote mountains of the demon country alone to live a miserable life. He had no ambitions. He became a demon not to improve his strength, but because he believed in the instigation of Yubayashiki Ryohei, thinking that only by conquering the ninja world could he save the demon world. However, after a great battle, he suddenly realized that Yubayashiki Ryohei was simply using him and the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. Invading the ninja world could not save the demon world. After figuring this out, he hid in the mountains and stopped causing trouble. Anyway, after becoming a demon, he had never eaten anyone. The sun breathing he practiced made him a special demon, allowing him to move freely in the sun. So he hid in the mountains, as if he had returned to his childhood, back to the time when he lived in the mountains with his parents, brothers and sisters. Boom! Suddenly, there was another roar in the air, louder and longer lasting than before. No. Tanjiro looked up suddenly and saw that there seemed to be a small hole in the dome of the sky. A black mass of something drilled in through the small hole and then fell to the ground. Although he didn't know what the black thing that was falling was, as the upper string won, Tanjiro's intuition told him that it must not be a good thing. Moreover, he also sensed a familiar smell on the black thing. After a slight hesitation, Tanjiro rushed into the hut, took his Nichiren sword, and then with a whoosh, he turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the area where the black thing fell. After a long time, Tanjiro came to a forest. It should be nearby, but why is there no trace? Could it be that the thing that fell was not a meteorite or something like that? He pondered while searching in the forest. If it was something like a meteorite, it would definitely create a huge impact crater when it fell from a high altitude, and the forest was still quiet and peaceful at the moment, so he began to suspect that the thing that fell from the sky was not a physical substance like a meteorite. Who? At this time, Tanjiro suddenly pulled out the Nichiren sword and pointed it at a black shadow behind a tree not far away. The black shadow seemed to be frightened by Tanjiro's blade, and slowly emerged from behind the tree. After seeing the black shadow's face clearly, Tanjiro was stunned. Nezuko. The first update is here. Chapter 1025 Death Prophecy. Tanjiro never thought that the sneaky black shadow behind the tree would be his sister Nezuko, and he was stunned for a while. "Brother!" Nezuko called out. "Nezuko!" Tanjiro put down the knife and took a step to walk over. But after just a few steps, he stopped suddenly and shook his head fiercely. "No, you can't be Nezuko." Nezuko was still calling, "Brother!" Tanjiro raised the sun blade in his hand again and pointed it at Nezuko behind the tree. "Nezuko is not in this world at all, so, who are you?" Although Tanjiro was roaring, his arm holding the sword pointing at Nezuko couldn't stop shaking. As a swordsman of his level, even if he was exhausted, his sword-holding arm would not tremble like this, which shows how contradictory his mood is at the moment. Because reason told him that the Nezuko in front of him must be fake, but he also hoped that Nezuko could really come to this world and live peacefully with him in the mountains. Nezuko looked around with fear on her face. "Brother, I don't know what's going on. Where is this place?" "This is the ninja world." After a pause, Tanjiro said, "Did you come here with that black thing just now?" Nezuko shook her head. "I only know that our world was destroyed, and when I woke up, I was already here." Tanjiro walked over with caution. After arriving in front of Nezuko, he sniffed. "The smell is right, you are really Nezuko." "No. You." Although the smell on the other person is exactly the same as Nezuko, Tanjiro found that there is no breath of living people on the other person. Or to be more precise, the other person does not have the blood that ghosts desire most. If it were any other ghost, he might have noticed this long ago, but he had been suppressing his ghost nature, so he ignored it. When he found out something was wrong, it was obviously too late. Before Tanjiro could finish his words, Nezuko turned into a black shadow and entered Tanjiro's body. Tanjiro was stunned immediately, his expression gradually became dull, and then his eyes gradually lost their spirit, and his pupils became dark. After a long time, Tanjiro regained his expression again. But at this time, he had the previous tangled and nervous expression was replaced by a kind of indifference. He looked around, then silently sheathed the sword and disappeared into the forest. Konoha village. In the training ground dedicated to the police force, Shinji was instructing Shin to practice the 12 zodiacs one-on-one. Because she was a priestess with the chakra of the tailed beast, as long as the bell magic tool was placed farther away and the seal on Shin's chakra was removed, Shin could learn ninjutsu and taijutsu quite quickly. In addition to some basic knowledge of the human body, which was taught in the ninja school, it only took Shin one day to get started. Bang! With a side kick, Shin directly kicked a wooden stake in half. Shin was pleasantly surprised and quickly shouted to Shinji, "How is it? How is it? I'm awesome, right?" Without waiting for Shinji to answer, Wyoming, who was standing by, lightly struck a wooden stake with his hand, and then looked at Shin expressionlessly. "You?" Shin was speechless. Shinji smiled, "Very good." Wyoming nodded, "Well, it's really good to reach this level in one day. Unfortunately, it only took me half a day." Shin said angrily, "Humph, wait and see, I will definitely surpass you." At this moment, Shinji was suddenly startled, and heard the reminder of the light for the first time in a long time, telling him that the power of the Overlord had penetrated into the ninja world. Following the instructions of the light, he turned and looked in the direction of the demon country, with an uncertain expression on his face. For him, it was a foregone conclusion that the Overlord would target the ninja world, and there was nothing to be alarmed about. However, when the Overlord's power began to infiltrate the ninja world, he found that he began to panic. Noticing Shinji's abnormality, Wyoming came over and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Ah!" At this time, Shin suddenly screamed. Shinji and Wyoming turned back and found Shin sitting on the ground with a look of horror, as if she had just seen some horrible scene. Shinji hurried forward to support Shin. "Are you okay?" Shin murmured, "Blood. It's blood." "Shinji, I just saw a lot of blood." "Blood?" Wyoming felt a little puzzled. Shinji's face was serious, because he knew that Shin, as a priestess, had the ability to predict death, especially after taking away the bell magic weapon. Shin's ability to predict death was enhanced countless times, so Shin noticed the abnormality that Wyoming did not notice in advance. As expected of a shrine maiden in the ninja world. After secretly sighing, Shinji gently stroked Shin's back. Okay, I'm here. Think carefully, what else did you see besides blood?" Shin was a little entangled, and seemed not to want to recall those scenes, but when she met Shinji's eager eyes, she suddenly had the courage and recalled, "I also saw many corpses." Shinji asked. Many corpses? How many? Whose corpses were they? There were all kinds of people. Shin gestured. There were so many, piled together like a small mountain. Wuming was scared. What, corpses piled up like a small mountain? How many people would die? Shinji took a deep breath. Can you see who killed these people? Shin shook her head helplessly. Shinji patted Shin's shoulder. Okay, don't think about those pictures anymore. Shin grabbed Shinji's arm. Shinji, do you think those pictures will become reality? Shinji sighed. I don't know. Seeing this, Wuming hurriedly asked, Shinji, what's going on? What does the picture Shin saw mean? Why did it become reality? Shinji explained, Shin is a shrine maiden from the land of demons. She has a magical ability to predict death. She just triggered this ability. Wuming was a little unbelievable, predicting death. Shin said, I have only predicted the death of a single person before. This time, it is the first time to predict so many deaths at once. And this time is different from the past. I have a feeling that something strange has entered the ninja world. Shinji, I am not lying. I feel that the ninja world seems to be in big trouble. Shinji nodded gently, I know. Wuming reacted. She finally understood what Shinji had been planning this and that, and what he was guarding against. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 1026, Provoking the Ninja World War. Looking at Shin, who was still in shock, Shinji said, we don't have much time left. You have to master the 12 palaces as soon as possible. Shin nodded heavily at first, then asked worriedly, the ninja world will be fine, right? Well, I'm here. Shinji smiled. Looking at the confidence on Shinji's face, Shin, who was originally nervous, breathed a sigh of relief, and then rolled up her sleeves. I am a priestess who protects the ninja world. I am not afraid of those monsters. Shinji, don't worry, I will work hard. Shinji nodded, I believe you. He didn't ask Shin to become stronger, he just hoped that Shin would gain confidence through practicing the 12 palaces, because Shin was a historical the most talented one among the shrine maidens of the previous generation. The shrine maidens of the previous generation even believed that the power of Shin must be sealed to prevent the young Shin from using the power of the shrine maiden recklessly and disrupting the ninja world. So Shin was destined to be one of the top strong men in the ninja world since she was born. What she lacked was not training, but strong self-confidence and will. As long as she dared to face the dark side of the shrine maiden, the monsters and goblins, she would win. This is the training ground exclusively for our police force. There are warning signs and fences around it. Generally, no one will approach at will. You should practice well here. I will arrange someone to send you food and water later. After explaining it, Shinji took Wuming away from the training ground. Returning to the police building, Wuming, who had a lot to say on the way, asked, Shinji, is it the one you have been worried about? Yet. Shinji responded with a solemn expression. Entering the office, Shinji sat on the chair and forced himself to calm down first, and then carefully sorted out the current situation. It was clear that the Overlord was targeting the ninja world. What really caught Shinji off guard was that the Overlord came so quickly and so suddenly. And judging from the hint of the light, the Fear Overlord not only approached the ninja world, but also infiltrated part of his power. It shouldn't be like this. Shinji frowned slightly. The embers in his lamp were clearly sufficient. Logically, before his lamp went out, the Overlord should not have been able to infiltrate the spatial barrier of the ninja world so easily. Placing this doubt, Shinji began to think about countermeasures. In order to deal with the arrival of the Overlord, he has been preparing two plans. The first one is to revive the Ten Tails, make himself the Ten Tails Jinkraki, and fight the Overlord. The second backup plan is his own infinite Tsukuyomi plan, which is to use the nameless 8,000 spears to mark all the ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages, absorb all the ninjas' chakra for his own use, and finally fight the Overlord to the death. Among the two plans, the resurrection of the Ten Tails has been advanced more than halfway, and the Akatsuki organization is currently only missing the 3 tails and the 8 tails. And his infinite Tsukuyomi plan is currently progressing smoothly, and the ninjas of Konoha have been marked by Wuming. As for how to mark the remaining ninjas of the other 4 major ninja villages, he has also made preliminary arrangements, and is just waiting for the other villages to complete the general mobilization. Taping the table with his fingers, he murmured, No, speed up. The resurrection of the Ten Tails is imminent and cannot be delayed for a moment, because no one knows when the Overlord will launch a full-scale attack on the ninja world. Wu Ming, who was waiting anxiously, asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Shinji stood up and said, "I'm afraid we have to find a way to provoke the ninja world war in advance." Wu Ming didn't ask why, but asked directly, how to do it. Shinji suddenly had an idea. "I remember Itaka sent a piece of information before." Wu Ming was slightly startled. "Is it the information we got when we unlocked the seal of Tsukuyomi?" "Yes." Shinji stroked his chin and said, "Itaka marked all the important bases of the Dark Dawn in that information. As long as the Ninja Village Coalition is determined, the war can be started at any time. By then, the 4th Mizukage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki should show up." With Yakumo, the Hokage disciple, as an eyeliner, Shinji knew the movements of the village's high-level officials. So even though Tsunade did not disclose the content of Itaka's information to Shinji and Suzuki, he still learned the details. Wu Ming was somewhat puzzled. Since the Ninja Village Alliance has obtained the information, why don't they take action? Shinji said, "They are probably not sure. The situation on the Ninja Village Alliance side is very complicated. The top leaders actually know that if they continue to drag it out and let Nagato completely control several Jinchuriki, the situation will become increasingly unfavorable to them. But in the previous battle with the Akatsuki organization, the 4th Kazekage was killed, the 4th Mizukage was seriously injured, the 3rd Hokage lost his arm, and the elites of each village suffered heavy casualties. In addition, the 3-tailed beasts, the 1-tail, the 2-tail, and the 7-tail, were lost. It can be said that it was a big defeat. Under such circumstances, none of the 5 Kage dared to easily provoke a new round of war. In addition, whether Itaka's information is true, the village is probably still verifying it, so it is reasonable that there is no action for the time being. However, Shinji knows that Itaka's information is mostly true, so if he wants to prompt the Ninja Village Alliance to take the initiative to provoke a war, he needs to help the village make up its mind. While preparing these, Shinji must also investigate the power of the Overlord infiltrating the ninja world. What form does it exist in and where is it? What do you want to do? He remembered that in the Demon Slayer world, the Overlord of Fear strangely reflected the figure that the lantern-bearer of the Demon Slayer world, Yuichi Tsugakoku, feared the most in the heart of Ryohei Ubayashiki, and then this fake Yuichi Tsugakoku easily killed Ryohei Ubayashiki, leaving the Demon Slayer world completely without the protection of the lantern-bearer. So, the other party's target is likely to be me. After a pause, Shinji looked embarrassed. I'm looking for it, and it's also looking for me. Realizing this, Shinji found that he must not be exposed too early. He knew almost nothing about the methods of the Overlord of Fear. If his identity was exposed and he was targeted by the other party, he might not have time to launch any plan, and he would die inexplicably like Ryohei Ubayashiki. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Shinji said, "Come in." Karin pushed the door open and walked in, glanced at Wu Ming, and then reported to Shinji that Longshi had just contacted her. Shinji asked casually, "Village investigating that battle?" Karin replied, "Yes. I heard from Ryuaga that the village mistakenly thought that there was an internal conflict in our organization, so they wanted to intervene and investigate to confirm our situation." Shinji's eyes turned and he realized that there was probably another important reason why the village had not taken action, that is, they were afraid of the dawn he had formed. Even Nagato and Obito were still dormant and accumulating strength, probably because they were afraid of the dawn he had formed. So, a plan gradually formed in Shinji's mind. There is only one update today, sorry. Chapter 1027 Encountering the Kirigakure people of the Akatsuki organization. Early the next morning, Shinji came to the police building as usual. As the captain of the Konoha police force, his daily duties are to deal with some public security issues within the village. However, due to the serious shortage of manpower in the police force, he often needs to contact the Anbu. However, the one who came to deliver the documents today was not the usual Anbu, but a fully armed Anbu team led by Shizuan. After meeting Shinji, Shizuan went straight to the point. "Shinji, the 5 Hokage has already initiated a new round of 5 Kage talks with other villages. According to the latest communication, the 4 Kage should arrive in the village today, so your police force should be prepared for the reception in advance. It turns out that today is the day when the 4 Kages will arrive in Konoha, so Shizuan and the Anbu are fully armed and look like they are facing a formidable enemy. Now that Konoha has re-established the police force, it is natural that the department responsible for village security cannot be avoided to receive the 4 Kages, so Shizuan came to inform Shinji to make relevant preparations. Otherwise, Shinji, who is not a direct descendant of the Hokage, would not be qualified to know such confidential information in advance. No problem. Shinji naturally agreed. After seeing off Shizuan, Shinji immediately gathered all the members of the police force, including himself, a total of 6 people, divided into 3 groups. He and Wuming were in charge of the reception, and the remaining 2 groups of Karin and Shiro, Suzuki and Kimimaro were responsible for guarding in the dark. Before noon, an elite team led by the 4th Raikage of Kumagakure and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Kiribi secretly arrived at the village. The combination of Kumagakure is extremely powerful, so their style of doing things is a bit rough. It seems that they have not made any disguises all the way from the land of lightning, but fortunately they are very fast. As long as there is no traitor in Kumagakure, it is difficult for external forces to target them. Shinji and Shizuan received the guests together, and then Shizuan personally accompanied them. Entered the Hokage building with the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. In the afternoon, the elite team of Uegakure led by the 3rd Tsuchikage and the elite team of Sandagakure led by the 5th Kazekage Yekura arrived in Konoha one after another. The 5 cages gathered 4 cages, only the Kirigakure family was missing. The situation of Kirigakure is a bit special. In the previous battle with the Akatsuki organization, the 4th Mizu cage was severely injured by Taka's Amaterasu and was unable to perform the duties of the Mizu cage for a while, so the 4th Mizu cage appointed Terumi Mei as the acting Mizu cage of Kirigakure. Therefore, whether the 4th Mizu cage or the acting Mizu cage Terumi Mei is leading the Kirigakure team this time, Konoha is not clear. Watching the sunset, Shizuan, who was guarding the gate of the village, was a little anxious. Why hasn't the Kirigakure team arrived yet? Don't let anything happen. Shinji was calm. The 4th Mizu cage is injured, it's normal to be more vigilant, just be at ease and wait. Hey! Shizuan sighed, still with a worried look on her face. In the meeting room of the Hokage building, the 4th Raikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, the 5th Kazekage and other high-level officials from other villages were analyzing the intelligence sent by Itaka before. The 3rd Tsuchikage raised the intelligence in his hand and questioned, "Can Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, really turn the Jinchuriki into his puppets? How credible is this information? In the ninja world, Jinchuriki itself is synonymous with instability. Just imagine, if the Jinchuriki himself is an uncontrollable time bomb, how can people believe that Nagato has the ability to turn all the Jinchuriki into puppets and obey obediently?" The 5th Kazekage Yekura also questioned, "If I remember correctly, the Mizu cage was seriously injured by Uchiha Itaka's eye technique, right?" Tsunade explained, "Itaki Uchiha joining the Akatsuki organization is a bit complicated, but there is one thing we can be sure of in Konoha, that is, he joined the Akatsuki organization at the instruction of our Konoha high level, but we can't guarantee whether he has defected now." After a pause, Tsunade took out a map marked with several red circles and spread it on the conference table. "We secretly verified several Akatsuki bases mentioned by Itaki in the intelligence, and confirmed that the Akatsuki bases marked in the intelligence are correct." The 4th Raikage asked in a muffled voice, "So this intelligence may be true, or it may be a trap?" Tsunade nodded, "Yes, this is why I summoned a few people to Konoha." The 3rd Tsuchikage and the 5th Kazekage fell silent. If this information is true, then this is the last window for the Shinobi Village Alliance to win, because Nagato has already shown his strength above the cage level before he has mastered the Jinchuriki. Once he completely controls the 5 Jinchuriki, to what extent his strength will be improved, no one present is willing to imagine. Then wait for the Mizu cage to arrive and vote directly. After a pause, the 4th Raikage was a little unhappy. "Why hasn't the Mizu cage come yet? Come." The 4th Raikage's complaint made the atmosphere in the conference room more solemn. If the Kirigakure team really had an accident on the way to Konoha, then the Ninja Village Coalition might have a bleak future in this decisive battle with the Akatsuki organization. Just then, a ninja from the intelligence team rushed into the conference room. "Hokage, I just received a message from Kirigakure that they encountered the Akatsuki organization on the way here." "What?" Tsunade's face was stern. The 3rd Tsuchikage asked, "When and where were they attacked? How many people did the Akatsuki organization send out?" The 4th Raikage stood up and shouted, "Tell me." For a moment, everyone in the conference room looked at the intelligence team ninja who hurried over to report. After swallowing his saliva, the intelligence team ninja said awkwardly, "He and them were not attacked, they encountered an internal conflict in the Akatsuki organization on the way." According to the news just received from Kirigakure, Akatsuki's B is being besieged by multiple Akatsuki members and is fleeing northwards. Ah! What do you mean? Internal strife in Akatsuki? The Tsuchikage, Reikage, Kazekage and other high-ranking officials from other villages looked at each other, seemingly not fully understanding the report from the intelligence team ninja. The people of Konoha, represented by Tsunade, seemed to be thinking about something. Southeast of the Land of Fire. Boom! Amid the roar, huge ice crystals shattered in the air, and then turned into pieces of ice chips falling from the air, as if heavy snow had fallen from the sky. And in the afterglow of the setting sun and the falling ice chips, there stood a dark red Susanoo that was 100 meters tall and a slightly smaller ice crystal bodhisattva. The huge ice crystal that just shattered in the air was the right arm of the ice crystal bodhisattva that was chopped off by Susanoo when they fought. So strong! Kojuro stared at the battle in the distance with a dull face, and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, not only Kojuro, but also Mizuki beside him, and even Terumi Mei, who was the acting Mizukage in the team, and Hoshigaki Kisame and Zabuza who were protecting Terumi Mei, were all shocked at this moment. The first update is here. Chapter 1028 The Besieged Bee. In order to reach Konoha safely, the Kirigakure group had been cautious on the road, but they didn't expect that they would encounter the Akatsuki organization after entering the Land of Fire. Just when the Kirigakure people were preparing for a desperate battle, they were surprised to find that the Akatsuki organization bee wearing a fox face mask ignored them and passed them directly. What they didn't expect was that the Akatsuki organization C wearing a dog face mask, the Akatsuki organization D wearing a devil mask, and the Akatsuki organization E wearing a snake face mask followed closely behind them and ignored them, but chased them directly towards the Akatsuki organization B who was fleeing in front. Then, the war broke out. Akatsuki organization B fought 1 against 3, and started a fierce battle with C, D, and E. Then the two sides fought more and more fiercely. C first used the ice release bloodline Genkai, and then D launched the wood release. Under extremely unfavorable circumstances, B had to launch Susanoo to fight, and it turned into the current war. Mei Terumi stared at the battlefield, but asked the Kirigakure ninja beside her, "Has the distress signal been sent out?" The intelligence team ninja of Kirigakure quickly replied, "It has been sent out, and Konoha should have received the news by now." Zabuza smiled sinisterly, "I didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization would actually have an internal conflict. If Konoha's support was timely, we might be able to catch these Akatsuki members in one fell swoop." Mei Terumi asked, "Why?" Zabuza was stunned, "What?" Mei Terumi said, "Why are they fighting among themselves? And in an area so close to Konoha village, this is not common sense." Kisame said, "The lower class is overthrowing the upper class, the distribution of benefits is uneven, and there are differences in ideas. These are all possible. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, their internal strife is definitely good news for us." Shua. At this time, accompanied by a horizontal slash of Susanoo in the distance, the ice crystal bodhisattva was cut into a large piece of ice crystal again, and it smashed towards the Kirigakure people without deviation. Mei Terumi shouted, "Not good, retreat quickly." The Kirigakure people did not dare to delay and flew back one after another. Boom boom! A large block of ice crystals over 10 meters long soon hit the original position of the Kirigakure people, creating a big pit on the ground and dyeing the surrounding area white. Several Kirigakure ninjas who did not have time to retreat were affected, either frostbitten by the spreading frost or pierced by the flying ice chips. Looking at the cold fog that filled the surroundings and the white frost scattered all over the ground, Mei Terumi looked embarrassed. The opponent's ice escape was much stronger than she had imagined. Even the chopped ice crystals that fell to the ground were no less destructive than ordinary A-level ninjutsu, not to mention the complete form of Susanoo that was 100 meters tall and shattered the ice crystal bodhisattva with one knife. In desperation, Mei Terumi ordered, "It's not safe here, let's retreat further." Konoha village. After receiving the call for help from Kirigakure, Konoha immediately took action. Tsunade, Jiraiya, the 4th Reikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, the 3rd Tsuchikage, the 5th Kazekage and other strong ninja village leaders began to form an elite ninja army. Kakashi went straight to Shinji, "There is an urgent mission, Shinji, get ready and leave immediately." Shinji asked casually, "What happened?" Kakashi said, "Kirigakure is in on the way to Konoha, we encountered Akatsuki, and the village is organizing an elite ninja army to rush to support them." "Oh!" Shinji responded. Kakashi saw that Shinji didn't seem to care too much, and couldn't help but remind him, this operation may lead to a big war with Akatsuki, you must be prepared. You can form a 4-person team to go with you, and you can decide on the personnel yourself. Shinji nodded, got it. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Soon the elite ninja army was formed and left Konoha through a secret passage, rushing towards the direction of Kirigakure and others. Shinji, who was also in the team, only brought Wuming, Bai and Karin. After a long time, the elite ninja army led by the 4 shadows finally arrived at the place where Kirigakure and others had communicated. However, when the 4 shadows arrived, only Kirigakure people were left on the messy battlefield, and there was no shadow of a member of the Akatsuki organization. While the 4 shadows looked around and examined the battlefield under their feet, they came to Kirigakure Terumi Mei. The 4th generation Reikage was the first to ask, what's going on? Did you fight with the Akatsuki organization? Where are they? Terumi Mei shook her head, you are late. It turns out that not long ago, Akatsuki B, who was besieged by C, D, and E, broke out on Susanoo and fled all the way to the north. And the 3 Akatsuki members C, D, and E followed B. The 3rd Tsuchikage frowned, so, you didn't fight at all? Then what is this battlefield? Mei Terumi was also confused at this moment, they found us, but they didn't mean to attack us at all. C, D, and E seemed to have received some orders and were determined to kill B. Tsunade squatted on the ground and touched the remaining frost on the ground, it is indeed ice escape. Yakumo, who had been following Tsunade, also surveyed the surroundings, there are obvious traces of wood escape on the battlefield. Mei Terumi said, the one who used wood escape was D of Akatsuki. The 3rd Tsuchikage asked, D? Isn't that guy a member of Akatsuki who has mastered the spiritualization technique? When did he learn wood release? Mei Terumi shook her head, I don't know either, it's really weird. The 5th Kazekage Yekura said, it's like this, it seems that there is indeed a problem within Akatsuki. Did B defect from Akatsuki? Or is there some other reason? Tsunade said at this time, we have a piece of information to share with you. Not long ago, our Konoha patrol team accidentally ran into a battle between Akatsuki B and D. In that battle, Akatsuki D used wood release, and based on the situation of the battle at that time, we speculate that Akatsuki D is a member of the Blood Pond clan that has disappeared from the ninja world. Have B and D fought before? The Blood Pond clan. Why did D master wood release? Several cages asked questions one after another. Tsunade said, we are not sure what has happened inside the Akatsuki organization, but from the current situation, it should be that something happened to B, whose strength is second only to the leader A, so she was besieged by other members. The 3rd Tsuchikage said, with B's strength, the Akatsuki group may not be able to kill her. This may be an opportunity for us. We can take advantage of the opportunity when A is too busy to take care of other things and raid Nagato. The second update is here. Chapter 1029 Voting. Shinji, who joined the elite ninja army, pretended to survey the battlefield while observing the conversation of the 5 Kage in the distance. There is no doubt that he directed and acted out this internal conflict of the Akatsuki organization. The one who played B was Wuming, because she happened to have the same red Susanoo as Kairin's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which could be mistaken for the real thing. And C, D, and E, who were responsible for the siege, were composed of Shiro, Karin, and a Kage he had separated from. The reason for this arrangement is that as B, Karin no longer has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and cannot use Susanoo. If she were to act out this scene, it would reveal too much information about her samsara I. And Yakumo has always been by Tsunade's side, so it is difficult to fool her with shadow clones. So Shinji let Wuming play the role of B, and let Karin fight under the name of D using wood release. Therefore, the one who is following Shinji at the moment, the 3 people, Wuming, Bai, and Karin, are actually shadow clones. After withdrawing his gaze from secretly observing the 5 Kage, Shinji raised the corner of his mouth slightly. From the current reactions of the 5 Kage, this scene seems to have passed. But this is also natural. Bai's ice release and Kairin's wood release are both powerful bloodline ninjutsu that can resist Susanoo. In addition, in order to increase credibility, several people did not hesitate to use all their chakras in the battle, making the battlefield look extremely fierce, and even faintly there was a kind of doomsday atmosphere of moving mountains and filling the sea. Under such circumstances, the people of Kirigakure would never have thought that Shinji arranged such a war just to make them believe that there was an internal conflict in Akatsuki, so including the acting Mizukage Mei Terumi, the people of Kirigakure did not see the flaws and believed the internal conflicts in Akatsuki directed and acted by Shinji. Hey! Shinji let out a light breath, and his thoughts spread. The threat of the Overlord was imminent, and he had to provoke a ninja war as soon as possible to promote the Ten Tails is resurrected, so this drama is not only performed for the 5 major ninja villages, but also for Nagato and Obito. Wuyumi, Karin, Haku and his shadow clones are heading north at this moment, and deliberately passed through several bases of the Akatsuki organization, with the purpose of letting Nagato and Obito receive this information as soon as possible. In fact, Shinji only realized not long ago that the Dawn he founded became one of the factors hindering the outbreak of the Ninja World War. Whether it is the mysterious A or his B, C, D, E and other members of the organization, they are extremely threatening in the eyes of the 5 major ninja villages, Nagato and Obito. If he and his organization have been hiding in the dark, the 5 major ninja villages, Nagato and Obito will all have doubts in their hearts. So taking advantage of the misunderstanding of Konoha, directing and acting in a drama of internal strife is the best way to remove the fear of both sides. If this trick doesn't work, Shinji can still arrange a few fake deaths. In short, as long as he can make the 5 major ninja villages and Nagato and Obito feel that the Dawn he leads is not a threat for the time being, he can do anything. After leaving a few teams to conduct further battlefield surveys, everyone returned to Konoha. Hokage Building. Conference Room. The 5 cages gathered, and a new round of 5 cage talks was held overnight without any delay. Tsunade shared some of Konoha's latest intelligence, including the battlefield investigation of the previous battle between Akatsuki B and D on the southern coast of the Land of Fire, with the other 4 cages. While looking at the investigation report, Mei Terumi said, "So, there was indeed an internal conflict in the Akatsuki organization with the group of A." Tsunade nodded slightly, "Yes. And from the information we have so far, the internal conflict in the Akatsuki organization this time should be centered around B." The third Tsuchikage suddenly asked, "B also knows wood release?" Tsunade looked a little gloomy, "Yes, at present, B and D in the Akatsuki organization have both demonstrated wood release. I suspect that the Akatsuki organization may have mastered some new technology to increase the success rate of transplanting primary cells." The 4th Reikage, the 5th Kazekage, and the acting Mizukage Mei Terumi all looked gloomy. If wood release is really popularized within the Akatsuki organization, then the difficulty of encircling and suppressing the Akatsuki organization will undoubtedly be greatly increased. The 3rd Tsuchikage picked up the intelligence sent by Itaki again. The key now is whether the intelligence sent by Uchiha Itaki is true. If the intelligence he sent is true, the Akatsuki organization headed by Nagato and the Akatsuki organization headed by A have no connection with each other, and are even in a competitive relationship, then our ninja village coalition still has hope. Otherwise. The 3rd Tsuchikage paused and kept silent. The meaning of his words was very clear. If the 2 Akatsuki organizations merged, the current strength of the ninja village coalition would not be enough to fight against the Akatsuki organization, and defeat would be inevitable, so taking the initiative to provoke a war would be courting death. If the intelligence is true, the 2 Akatsuki organizations are restraining each other, then now is the best time to defeat the 2 Akatsuki organizations one by one. Mei Terumi frowned, her beautiful face full of confusion. Can Uchiha Itaki be trusted? The 4th Hokage was seriously injured by his Manjiki Eye technique, and he has not fully recovered yet. The 5th Kazekage said, "I don't think this information is a trap." Tsunade agreed, "Yes, we think so too." In the previous attacks of the Akatsuki organization, the 2 groups of Akatsuki rarely cooperated, especially in the last war. If the A group also attacked, we might even be wiped out, so the relationship between them is definitely not as simple as it seems. The 4th Reikage pointed, nodding, "If they were in the same group, they would have attacked us long ago." The 3rd Tsuchikage put his hands behind his back, "Then let's vote. Now the A group is fighting among themselves, and Nagato is trying to control the Jinchuriki. We don't have much time left to act." The 5th Kazekage raised his hand, "I agree to vote." Although she was led by the 3rd Tsuchikage, Tsunade, as the host, was not angry. Now was a critical moment for the survival of the Ninja Village Coalition, so she also raised her hand, "I agree to vote." Yet, the 4th Reikage, with his hands folded across his chest, nodded and agreed. In the end, only Mei Terumi did not express her opinion, so everyone looked at her, waiting for her answer as the acting Mizukage. Mei Terumi sighed, with the information at hand, I personally cannot agree to vote immediately, but Kirigakure will not act alone. Since everyone agrees to vote, I agree to vote on behalf of Kirigakure. Tsunade said, okay, the vote will start in half an hour. The first update is here. Chapter 1030 The Ninja World War begins. The rest area of the Hokage building. Shinji sat quietly on the bench. As the captain of the Konoha police force, although he did not have the qualifications to enter the conference room and participate in the 5-cage talks, he could wait for news in the Hokage building. In addition to him, those waiting for the results in the rest area included elite jonins in the village such as Kakashi and Asuma, department heads such as Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, and the patriarchs of wealthy families such as Hyuga Hayashi and Kurama Murakumo. Of course. The senior officials of the accompanying personnel from each village who followed the other 4 shadows to Konoha and were not qualified to enter the meeting room were also waiting in the rest area. I don't know how the discussion is going. Wait, there should be a result soon. I don't know why, I feel panic for no reason. Why is there an internal conflict in the Akatsuki organization? Is it really going to be a ninja war this time? The people in the rest area gathered in 2s and 3s to chat, mostly discussing the ongoing 5 shadow talks and the current situation in the ninja world. In addition to chatting, some people muttered in their mouths, as if praying for something. Others leaned on the bench and closed their eyes to rest. Taking everyone's actions into his eyes, Shinji sighed softly. After this battle, I don't know how many of these ninjas in front of him will die and how many will be injured. He changed his mind and suppressed this idea. Now is not the time to be full of pity. If he can't revive the 10 tails as soon as possible and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he has no confidence in repelling the Overlord. By then, it will not only be the ninjas who will suffer, but all the creatures in the entire ninja world will become the food of the Overlord. At this time, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened, and the 5 shadows walked out one after another. Then the 5 shadows each summoned their subordinates to make a final discussion for the vote half an hour later. Tsunade summoned all the high-level officials of Konoha to a small conference room, first reported the content of the 5 shadows meeting just now, and told everyone that the meeting would be restarted in half an hour for the final vote. Koharu Udaten was the first to stand up and express her position. The advisory elders still maintain their previous opinions and agree to take the initiative to strike against the Akatsuki organization and rescue the captured Jinchuriki. Other departments such as the Jonin class, Intelligence class, and Communication class successively expressed their support. Then, the heads of wealthy families such as Hyuga Hayashi also stood up one by one and expressed their support. Finally, Shinji stood up, on behalf of the Konoha police force and the Uchiha clan, I support any decision of the village. Seeing that everyone had expressed their opinions, Tsunade stood up and said in a deep voice, half an hour later, I will represent Konoha in the vote of the 5 shadows talks to agree to go to war with the Akatsuki organization. Half an hour passed in a flash. The 5 shadows returned to the meeting room and began the final vote. In the rest area, everyone stared at the closed door of the meeting room, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. If the vote inside passed, then a war no less than the Third Ninja World War would probably break out. And everyone present, one by one, was a decision-maker who promoted this war. In the meeting room, Tsunade announced, now start the vote, please raise your hands if you agree to go to war with the Akatsuki organization immediately. As she said, she was the first to raise her hand. Then, the 4th Raikage raised his hand without hesitation, followed by the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 5th Kazekage. After glancing at the 4 shadows, Mei Terumi, the acting Mizukage, finally raised her hand helplessly. There was no thrilling moment. The final vote that would decide the Ninja World War did not take even a minute. The door of the conference room was opened again. The 5 shadows walked out of the conference room solemnly and announced to all the ninjas in the rest area that the Ninja World War was about to break out. Almost at the same time, the ninjas from the communication squads of each village waiting in the Hokage building immediately spread the news. For a moment, all kinds of communication birds such as ninja crows, communication pigeons, and communication eagles spread their wings and flew in all directions in the night. A town in the land of demons. Tanjiro, whose pupils were dark and the words upper string 1 were gone, licked his tongue and walked out of a mansion in the town. Although the mansion behind him was lit, there was no sound at all. Not only this mansion, the whole street, and even the whole town were frighteningly quiet, as if the whole town was empty. However, if someone passes by here, they will find that the air here is filled with a strong and pungent smell of blood. Tanjiro, licking his tongue, stood quietly on the street, as if he was recalling something. His robe had long been stained red, and his face, hands, and soles of his feet were also rich scarlet, as if he had just crawled out of a blood vat. After a while, Tanjiro finally moved. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared on the long street and in the town with a swish. With the whirring sound of the wind in his ears, he was like a ghost, following the smoke and rushing towards the next town. On the way, he happened to meet two wandering ninjas. Swish! Looking at Tanjiro flying by like a ghost, the two wandering ninjas were stunned. One of them asked, "Did something fly over just now?" The other one looked back suspiciously, "It seems so, I didn't see it clearly." Although these two were wandering ninjas, they were not weak in strength, and almost had the level of Chunin. It was only because the 5 major ninja villages had increasingly strict control over wandering ninjas that they had to flee all the way from the land of hot water to the remote land of demons. Therefore, the two were surprised and suspicious about the figure that just passed by. For ninjas, encountering such a thing is not a good thing. The opponent's speed can exceed the dynamic capture of their eyes, which means that they can be killed easily. Just when the two were in doubt, Tanjiro, who had just passed by them, suddenly returned, drew his sword with a swish, and cut off their heads. Looking at the gushing blood, Tanjiro's cold face showed a trace of greed, then he pounced on the two corpses and began to feast on them. No doubt. He had been eroded by the power of the Overlord and had long broken the precept of not eating people. At this time, because he had devoured hundreds of citizens of the demon country, he had gathered unimaginable flesh and blood power and chakra in his body, which was no less than the previous demon king Yubiashiki Ryohei. So even if he just stood there and did nothing, his murderous aura could shock the living beings from a distance, making the brains of ordinary living beings stop working, and the body and mind were shrouded in fear, making them unable to move. In a blink of an eye, the bodies of the two wandering ninjas were swallowed by Tanjiro. He licked his tongue again, and his figure disappeared into the night. The second update is here. Chapter 1031 Trump Card and Cooperation. The Land of Fields. The moonlight sprinkled in the dark forest, revealing only a few mottled lights, reflecting on the ground. And Orochimaru walked leisurely in the forest under the mottled moonlight. Suddenly, Orochimaru stopped, looked at a big tree not far away, and said in a deep voice, "Whoever it is, come out." "It's you." Obito chuckled and walked out from the shadow behind the tree. Seeing that it was the masked man wearing a one-eyed vortex mask who once claimed to be Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru was alert and a little surprised. "It's you." Obito said, "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to cause trouble for you." Orochimaru raised his mouth, "It seems that you are finally willing to cooperate with me." Cooperation? Obito was slightly startled. He did come here to discuss cooperation this time, but judging from Orochimaru's expression, it seemed that the other party had wanted to cooperate with them for a long time. Orochimaru also noticed Obito's strangeness. "Why, didn't B tell you my conditions?" Obito suddenly realized and shook his head, "You may have misunderstood. A is not our companion." Orochimaru was not surprised and whispered, "It is true." Obito did not dwell on this topic and went straight to the point, "Our conflict with the 5 major ninja villages is inevitable, and you are not tolerated by them, so the 5 major ninja villages are our common enemies. Tell me, what kind of conditions did you put forward to B, maybe I can satisfy you." In the recent battle of the Land of Fields, Orochimaru proved his strength to both the Ninja Village Coalition and the Akatsuki organization. Even Obito had to take Orochimaru seriously, who had 3 Hokage-level impure earth bodies, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage, and was followed by Kabuto Yakushi who had mastered the Sage mode. Therefore, there was a meeting at present. The condition I proposed to B is Uchiha Shinji's pair of Mangeki Sharingan. With a smile, Orochimaru continued, "But now I have changed my mind." Obito frowned slightly, "What do you want?" Orochimaru smiled evilly, "If you want to cooperate, you must promise me to help me take away B's eyes." Obito's face sank, "You want B's Mangeki Sharingan? Since you and A are not in the same group, there will be a war between you two sooner or later, so what does it matter to deal with B? And I heard that A seems to be fighting among themselves, and B was chased by C, D, and E from the same organization in the Land of Fire, and finally disappeared in the sea." Orochimaru's tone was relaxed, as if he was just talking about an insignificant matter. Moreover, he was very sure that what was in B's eye sockets was not a Mangeki Sharingan, but the Samsara Eye, which was known as the Eye of the Sage like the Akatsuki leader Nagato. However, he did not correct Obito, but was happy to let Obito misunderstand. After all, B's external image has always been the Manjiki Uchiha. For him, the Manjiki Sharingan is indeed valuable, but after confirming that Nagato and A are not in the same group, it would be a big loss to help Nagato deal with the Shinobi Village Alliance just for a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, so he set his sights on the Samsara Eye, which is more precious than the Manjiki Sharingan. Especially after hearing that A and his group were fighting among themselves and that it was confirmed that B was besieged and hunted by many members of the Akatsuki organization, he felt that now was the best time to seize B's Samsara Eye. Obito pondered for a while, then shook his head. It's not the time to turn against the group of A yet. Obito naturally received the news of the internal strife of the group of A. But without knowing the cause and effect, he didn't want to provoke a war with the group of A and the Akatsuki organization. After all, Obito and Ranmara had fought with A, so he knew that A probably had the same Samsara Eye as Nagato. Orochimaru was calm. If that's the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to cooperate with you. Obito's expression froze, and his face darkened. If you refuse me, you may have no place in the ninja world in the future. And as long as you agree to cooperate with our Akatsuki organization, I can give you Uchiha Shinji's pair of Manjiki Sharingan, and your previous rebellion can be written off. This is your last chance, I think you'd better not miss it. Faced with Obito, Orochimaru didn't care about the obvious threat from Obito. The last chance? What a coincidence, I don't think so. Obito said coldly, the cards in your hand are only enough for this condition. Orochimaru slowly raised his hands and began to make seals. You want to do it? Obito snorted coldly, and then his expression suddenly changed, because he found that Orochimaru seemed to want to summon something. Boom boom. Soon, with a slight shaking of the ground, a coffin rose from the ground. Obito curled his lips, put away your boring tricks, immortal reincarnation is meaningless in front of me. Really? Orochimaru smiled and clasped his hands together with a snap sound. Clang! In an instant, the coffin lid fell to the ground. And as the coffin lid was opened, the immortal body in the coffin appeared in Obito's sight. After seeing the immortal body in the coffin, Obito's disdain was instantly replaced by a strong sense of surprise. He never thought that the man who was reincarnated by Orochimaru was actually that man. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly and said, Senior Uchiha Madara, do you think the trump card in my hand is enough to negotiate with you now? You guy! Obito gritted his teeth. There is no doubt that the person summoned by Orochimaru through immortal body reincarnation was not someone else, but the real Uchiha Madara. Therefore, Obito's fake identity as Uchiha Madara was naturally broken. And Obito knew very well the horror of Uchiha Madara. If it was Madara, even if it was just an immortal body, it might have the power to change the current situation of the ninja world. So as Orochimaru said, the trump card in Orochimaru's hand was indeed enough to bargain with him. Orochimaru said, I am not interested in who you are. My proposal is still valid. As long as you help me get the eyes of B, I will join your camp and help you deal with the Ninja Village Coalition. Obito narrowed his eyes. He has never wanted to kill a person so strongly as he does now. But the impure earth body of Uchiha Madara in the coffin opposite him made him give up the killing intention. The first update is here. Chapter 1032, each with his own hidden agenda. After weighing the pros and cons, Obito said in a deep voice, Okay, I can promise you. But we have received news that the Ninja Village Coalition is currently mobilizing on a large scale, so before confirming the whereabouts of B and formulating a plan for encirclement and suppression, you must obey our arrangements. For Obito at the moment, not only the 5 major ninja villages are in the way, but also the mysterious A and even Nagato, who is currently his ally. He can now use Nagato to deal with the 5 major ninja villages and A, but once all 9-tailed beasts are collected and the stage of resurrecting the 10 tails is reached, the differences between him and Nagato will instantly erupt. Because there is only one spot for the 10 tails Jinchuriki. In order to fight against the Ninja Village Coalition and the mysterious forces of A who also claim to be the Akatsuki organization, he had to assist Nagato with all his heart, which made Nagato's strength increasingly beyond his control. Today, Nagato not only controls the Samsara Eye, which is known as the Eye of the Immortal, but also uses the power of the Samsara Eye to control the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, and the 7-tailed Jinchuriki, who have terrifying amounts of chakra. The huge amount of chakra makes Nagato's control over the Samsara Eye even stronger. The most obvious change is that Nagato, who was previously overwhelmed by the outer path demon statue and the samsara eye, was so thin that he could hardly heal even the leg injury caused by the explosion of the detonating talisman, has now gradually recovered and gotten rid of his disability. Although Nagato has kept this a secret. But with the help of Zetsu's intelligence, Obito still knows it. Obito is sure to surprise and plot against the disabled Nagato, but if Nagato recovers his health and his strength surpasses the past and reaches an unprecedented peak, then with his current strength, it is obviously not enough to deal with Nagato and take away the resurrected Ten Tails and the Samsara Eye. So from his personal standpoint, cooperating with Orochimaru and using the immortal reincarnation Uchiha Madara to fight against the increasingly powerful Nagato may not be a way to break the deadlock. Wish us a happy cooperation. Orochimaru seemed to expect Obito to compromise and smiled and lifted the summoning. Watching Uchiha Madara's impure earth body disappear, Obito secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This man gave him too much pressure. Even if he died, he was still a little uneasy when facing this man. After collecting his thoughts, Obito said to Orochimaru, "Do you have any news about the latest developments of the Ninja Village Coalition?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "The 5 shadows have now gathered in Konoha and started a new round of 5 shadow talks. This information is my gift for our cooperation this time." Obito frowned slightly. A new round of 5 shadow talks. Every time the 5 shadow talks are opened, it means that something big is going to happen in the ninja world. This time, the 5 major ninja villages kept the news so tight, indicating that the problem may be more serious than imagined. After discussing some cooperation matters, Orochimaru turned and left. After Orochimaru left, Zetsu jumped out from underground and said in a surprised tone, "How did Orochimaru bring him back to life?" Obito complained, "I have to ask you this. Didn't you handle his body yourself?" Zetsu shrugged helplessly, "Although I heard that Orochimaru has been digging graves everywhere recently, I didn't expect that Orochimaru could find his body." Humph! Obito snorted. In his cognition, Black Zetsu is the will of Uchiha Madara, so he doesn't want to show other emotions on this matter. Zetsu asked, "What should we do now?" Obito said, "Now we can only take one step at a time. Madara can't tolerate resurrection in this form, so it's good for Orochimaru to reincarnate him. At least he can personally assist us in controlling Nagato and let Nagato activate the reincarnation technique to truly resurrect him." Zetsu seemed to react and laughed, "Haha, it seems that Orochimaru has unexpectedly helped us a lot." Looking at Zetsu laughing, Obito muttered in his heart, "Idiot." In front of Zetsu, he has always pretended to be a loyal disciple of Uchiha Madara, but only he knows that both Uchiha Madara and Nagato are his stepping stones. He wants to use his own method to bring true and eternal peace to the ninja world. However, he did not notice the teasing hidden in Zetsu's smile. No doubt. It was Zetsu's silent guidance in the dark that allowed Orochimaru to find Uchiha Madara's body. Otherwise, even if Orochimaru had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to find Uchiha Madara's body so easily. As for why he did this, it was obviously because he had seen through Obito's mind and knew that Obito had long wanted to betray Uchiha Madara. In Black Zetsu's plan, Uchiha Madara, who was the first to fuse the chakra of Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Ashura and open the Samsara Eye, was the best candidate for the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and the best candidate to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. As for the others, Nagato and Obito, although one has the blood of the Uzumaki clan and the other has the blood of the Uchiha clan, they can be traced back to his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, but after all, they are bloodlines after 1,000 years of reproduction. Besides, the 2 of them are not the reincarnations of Indra Otsutsuki or Ashura Otsutsuki. It is already very difficult for them to bear the Samsara Eye. It is too risky to hope that they can successfully become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. So Black Zetsu had no choice but to guide Orochimaru to use the immortal reincarnation to revive Uchiha Madara. Of course, he also knew that doing so would definitely arouse Obito's suspicion, but he was sent by Uchiha Madara to monitor Obito, so even if Obito suspected, he would not show it, let alone think that he was the mastermind behind everything and the culprit of the 1,000-year turmoil in the ninja world. The 2 parties, with their own ulterior motives, tacitly did not continue to talk about Uchiha Madara. Obito said, "The Ninja Village Coalition has started a new round of the 5 cage talks. It seems that the final decisive battle is coming." Ze nodded and said, "It's better to start early. Nagato's control over the 5 Jinchuriki is getting stronger and stronger, and the amount of chakra has increased dramatically. I'm worried that if we delay like this, we may not be able to deal with him." Now is not the time to consider dealing with Nagato. After a pause, Obito ordered, "You go and inform Nagato and other members to prepare for the war. This time we will flatten the 5 major ninja villages and completely subvert the order of the ninja world." As he said, he slowly spread his arms. This corrupt and dirty world has no need to continue to exist. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 1033 The Final Simulated Battle. Konoha Village. In the underground rest area of the giant venue. The 5 cage, as well as many high-ranking and elite ninja villages including Jiraiya, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and Hoshigaki Kisame, all sat cross-legged on the ground quietly at this moment. No doubt. After deciding to fight the Akatsuki organization, the 5 cage took advantage of the last bit of time for the mobilization of each village to experience Shinji's Takamagahara. In order to increase the chances of winning as much as possible for the final decisive battle. In Takamagahara, there was no time to admire the magic of Shinji's Manjiki pupil technique. The 5 cage and the strong men of each ninja village began to simulate combat. The target of the 5 cage was Nagato, so they directly chose Nagato as the imaginary enemy. Of course, Shinji could not perfectly simulate Nagato's strength, otherwise, he would expose his excessive familiarity with the Rinnegan. Besides, he really didn't know Nagato's current state, so the authenticity of the simulation was very limited. But even so, being able to fight Nagato in advance was precious for experienced strong men like the 5 cage. As for the elites of each village, they also targeted different members of the Akatsuki organization, and the most selected one was still Hirako. Firstly, compared with some other members of the Akatsuki organization whose strength was between the elite jonin and the cage level, Hirako, who possessed several blood limits, was a stable cage level strongman, and even belonged to the top among the cage level strongmen, which was very challenging. Secondly, if Hirako could be defeated, there was a chance to obtain precious trophies such as the Manjiki Sharingan and the Kimetsu no Jutsu from him, so Hirako became the target of almost all ninja villages including Konoha. As for other strong men of the Akatsuki organization, such as the mysterious masked man, the monster Wu Yang, and Ranmara who possessed several blood limits like Hirako, they were either too mysterious and difficult to deal with, or there was insufficient information, or there was no trophy to be harvested, so relatively few people chose them. On platform 011. Jiraiya and Naruto, the master and disciple, are teaming up to fight against Nagato. Like the 5 cage on another platform, they also chose Nagato as their imaginary enemy. Looking at the 6 figures wearing the red cloud uniforms of the Akatsuki organization standing quietly in a row in front of him, Jiraiya frowned. Where is Nagato? Naruto scratched his head. You lecherous sage, how come the 6 people on the opposite side have the kind of sage eyes you mentioned? Jiraiya shook his head. I'm not sure, maybe there's something wrong with Shinji's pupil technique. Obviously, the Nagato simulated in Shinji's Takamagahara is not Nagato's real body, but the 6 paths of pain controlled by Nagato. Of course. These are just the 6 paths of pain that Nagato had before. Naruto asked, should we continue the drill? Jiraiya said, never mind, let's try it first. Okay. Naruto responded and instantly activated the 9-tailed beast chakra mode, with the golden-tailed beast chakra surrounding him. On platform 043. Gaara stared at the scorpion in front of him, as well as the puppets of the 3rd and 4th Kazekage controlled by the other party, and a wave of emotion appeared in his originally calm eyes. Damn it! Damn scorpion! Unlike Gaara who remained calm, Kankuro and Temari on the side could not help cursing when they saw their father being made into a human puppet. In the Battle of the Land of Fields, although the Shinobi Village Alliance did not directly fight with Scorpion, by investigating the battlefield where Scorpion and Orochimaru fought fiercely, it was not difficult to judge that Scorpion had made the corpse of the 4th Kazekage that he had taken away before into a human puppet. So based on this information, Shinji added another puppet of the 4th Kazekage to Scorpion in Takamagahara. As a puppeteer, if there is no overly powerful puppet, even if the skill of using poison is taken into account, Scorpion is only at the level of an elite jonin. However, after adding the 3rd Kazekage puppet and the 4th Kazekage puppet, 2 human puppets that control powerful magnetic escape, Scorpion's strength has firmly entered the cage level, and even belongs to the more difficult category among the cage level. Gaara said, Temari, Kankuro, let's go. Okay. Understood. Temari and Kankuro responded, and then one of them unfolded the ninja fan, and the other shook open the storage scroll that sealed the puppet. On platform 077. Zabuza licked the long sword in his hand and looked at the beheading sword in the hand of the imaginary enemy Biwajozo on the opposite side. How can a traitor like you have the right to own a ninja sword? So hand it over. With that, Zabuza pounced on him. On platform 093. Ringo Yuyuri shouted anxiously, where is he now? I don't know. I didn't see him either. Suiyu and Kojuro stood back to back, looking around vigilantly. Ringo Yuyuri, holding the double swords Rega, shouted, Ayo, what are you doing? Why haven't you found that guy yet? Ayo, who had one white eye, had a ferocious face, that damn guy is very fast. Give me some more time and I'll find him. Swish. At this moment, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, a vague figure flashed in front of Ayo and directly twisted Ayo's neck with one hand. Ayo struggled hard, you. The one who twisted Ayo's neck was not someone else, but Ranmaru, who possessed several bloodline limits. Crack. Soon, with a crisp sound, Ayo's neck was twisted off by Ranmaru. With the death of Ayo, the only one who could see through Ranmaru's transparent escape, the other three members of Kirigakure were immediately trapped in a dead end. On platform 101. Shin, who entered Takamaji Ehara again, finally mustered up the courage and asked Shinji to challenge the monster Wu Yang. Then, Shinji simulated a fake Wang Liang in Takamaji Ehara. Because Shinji had fought with Wu Yang before, and with Shin, the Shrine Maiden, as a reference, the simulation of Wang Liang was very high, enough to be mistaken for the real thing. This. Looking at the monster Wu Yang in front of her, which had already released its body and was waving its dark purple tentacles with its fangs and claws, Shin's courage, which had been finally mustered, was immediately lost. At this moment, a hand was placed on Shin's shoulder. Is it your dark side? Shin turned around and found that it was Wu Ming who was holding her shoulder. Why are you here? Wu Ming said, do you need help? Wu Ming's words stimulated Shin, and she said stubbornly, I don't need your help. I am the Shrine Maiden who protects the ninja world. If I can't even deal with my own dark side, how can I protect the ninja world? With a smile, Wu Ming stepped aside. Okay, let me see how our Shrine Maiden solves this monster. The first update is presented. Chapter 1034 Harvest. Outside the illusion world of Takamagahara. Maintaining the pupil technique, Shinji silently glanced at Wu Ming who was standing beside him. Aware of Shinji's gaze, Wu Ming did not answer, but just winked at him playfully, with a little pride on his face. She naturally knew the intention of Shinji's gaze. Such an opportunity was before her, she would not miss it, so when the 5 cage, as well as after all the high-ranking officials and elites of the village entered Takamagahara, she used her 8,000 spears to mark all of them without anyone noticing. And the harvest this time was really great. Not to mention the 5 cage, even the weakest of them, the 5th Kazekage Yekara, is a strong man at the elite Jonin level. Others such as Tsunade, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, the 4th Reikage Ai, and the acting Mizu Cage Terumi Mei are all cage level strongmen in terms of chakra volume. In addition to the 5 cage, Wu Ming also took the opportunity to mark a large number of elites from various villages. For example, Jiraiya and Naruto, who had been running around outside before and had no chance to experience Takamagahara. Killer B, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki who came to Konoha with the 4th Reikage, Hoshigaki Kisame, the tailless-tailed beast who followed Terumi Mei as a guard, and Gara of Sand Village, who has completed his transformation and rapidly grown in strength despite losing one tail, are all ninjas with powerful chakras that are not inferior to the cage level. Others such as Huangtu, Akatsuki, Zabuza, Kojuro, Suijutsu, Ching, Maki, Temari, Kankuro, Nozomi, etc. are also elite jonins or excellent ninjas with the potential to be elite jonins. Marking 2 Jinchuriki at once, and the 8-tailed and 9-tailed, the 2 strongest tailed beasts among the tailed beasts, plus many cage level and dozens of jonin level ninjas, it can be said that Wu Ming's gains this time are enough to be equivalent to thousands of ordinary ninjas. Taking Wu Ming's expression into his eyes, Shinji felt relieved and concentrated on maintaining the pupil technique. Since Deng reminded him a few days ago that the power of the Overlord of Fear had infiltrated the ninja world, Deng has fallen into silence. So in addition to advancing various plans, he has been worried about where the power of the Overlord of Fear that has infiltrated the ninja world is hidden. For this reason, he used Konoha's intelligence network to collect various intelligence, and used the Kyuzagakure village controlled by Karin to send a large number of investigation teams to various countries in the ninja world to investigate whether there have been any abnormalities in the ninja world recently. Now he and the Overlord are hiding in the dark. Whoever can find the other first will have a certain advantage. Of course. The Overlord of Fear can afford to lose, but he, the lantern bearer of the ninja world, can't. After a while, the 5 shadows and the elite of the ninja village in the rest area under the giant venue withdrew from Takamagahara one after another. The 4th Raikage stood up and said, Nagato is just so-so. The other shadows also smiled. Obviously, with the 5 shadows joining forces, Nagato's 6 paths of pain was blown up. The configuration of the 5 shadows now is slightly inferior to that of the 4th Ninja World War in the original time and space, because the 5th Kazekage Yekara does not have a clear advantage in attack power compared to Gaara, but is obviously weaker than Gaara in defense and cooperation. However, even so, with the 4th Raikage, a powerful attacker, plus the acting Mizukage Terumi Mei who can assist and output, Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the current ninja world, and the 3rd Tsuchikage who masters the blood inheritance elimination dust release, the original 6 paths of pain is obviously no match. After the 4th Raikage restrained the most difficult heavenly path, the other 6 paths of pain were left to be named one by the 3rd Tsuchikage. On the other side, Naruto laughed, great, we won. Okay, it's just an illusion simulation, do you think you really won? Although he was teaching Naruto a lesson, Jiraiya's mouth couldn't stop rising. The combination of him and Naruto also successfully defeated the original 6 paths of pain. In fact, even if he was isolated and helpless in the Hidden Rain village in the original time and space, and lacked enemy intelligence, Jiraiya could at least resist 3 or 4 of the 6 paths of pain. Now with the help of Naruto who has mastered the 9 Tails Chakra mode, especially with Naruto, a tough and thick-skinned Jinchuriki, helping him to test tactics and collect information about opponents, it is undoubtedly more handy to deal with the 6 paths of pain. Compared with the 5 Kage and Jiraiya, the faces of others are different. In the Hidden Mist, Ringo Auri, Suijutsu, Kojuro, and Ao have gloomy faces. This challenge to Ranmaru ended with the death of all 4 of them. After Ao, who has the Byakugan, was killed by Ranmaru, the subsequent battles hardly caused any waves, and it was completely a one-sided crushing by Ranmaru. Zabuza, who challenged Biwajozo, seemed to still be savoring the battle just now, but judging from his frown, this demon from Kirigakura obviously didn't get any advantage from Biwajozo. On the Sand Village side, Kankuro apologized to Gaara, sorry, I was too careless. Gaara shook his head, it has nothing to do with you. With our current strength, it's still a bit difficult to deal with Scorpion. Temari sighed, if only Elder Cho was still here. On the Cloud Village side, Xi said to Kiribi, I didn't expect the monster to be so difficult. Fortunately, it's you, otherwise ordinary people really can't outlast it. Kiribi spoke a tongue-twisting rap, looking very happy. Just now in Takamagahara, a Cloud Village sealing team led by Kiribi successfully sealed the monster. Shin, who also challenged the monster this time, was stroking her chest. She lost this head-on confrontation, but after this fierce battle, she found that the ferocious monster was not as scary as she had imagined. Looking at the noisy rest area in front of him, Shinji coughed twice, if necessary, I can launch the high sky again in 3 hours Tsunade said, can you hold on? Don't force yourself. Shinji smiled, I'm fine. The 3rd Tsuchikage floated over, then continue in 3 hours. Your eye technique is very useful. One more try will give us more confidence. Shinji put away his smile, but I need to remind you that the simulation of Takamagahara is just a simulation. The real enemy may be stronger than the imaginary enemy simulated in Takamagahara. Please don't take it lightly. The 3rd Tsuchikage nodded and said, of course I know this. When everyone was resting and recovering, Yakumo came to Shinji and reported in a low voice, I just heard from Teacher Tsunade that the ninja armies of each village have assembled and set off for their respective targets. Shinji's eyes were stern, got it. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 1035 All-Out Attack. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by the sound of a slight wind, a series of black shadows shuttled through the forest, and the cyclones they brought up made the grass on both sides make a rustling sound, startling the rabbits in the grass to stick their heads out, look around nervously, and then seem to be frightened by something, and shrink back into the grass with a whoosh sound. There are far more situations like this. So the whole forest will occasionally startle 1 or 2 flying birds, and make 1 or 2 animal calls. But as soon as the birds were startled, they were hit and fell to the ground, and there was no sound. And the roar of the beasts had not yet spread far before it suddenly stopped and returned to silence. After a while, there was no sound in the forest, it was terribly quiet. In the central area of the forest, ninjas wearing Kumagakure costumes were either lurking in the grass, hiding behind tree trunks, or hiding in the treetops, all blending into the environment, waiting quietly. Undoubtedly, this is an experienced Kumagakure ninja army. The whole march was well organized. They arrived at the planned tactical location smoothly without making any noise. Their target was an underground building in the center of the forest. According to the intelligence secretly sent back by Itaki, this underground building was one of the many secret bases of Akatsuki. After the Kumagakure ninja who led the team confirmed the target from the intelligence team, he slowly raised his right hand, and then clenched his fist in front of everyone. Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the same time when the Kumagakure ninja who led the team clenched his fist, a series of ninja tools with a sharp whistle of breaking the wind attacked the target from all directions. The next moment, a series of violent explosions exploded in the forest, and the flames that shot up into the sky almost illuminated half of the sky. Without waiting for the explosion to subside, a team of Kumagakure ninjas stood out side by side, formed seals at the same time, and then pressed their hands on the ground together. Earth escape, earthquake core. Under the effect of the earth escape ninjutsu, the ground shook more violently, as if an earthquake had really occurred. The underground building that was the target finally collapsed from the inside under the continuous explosion of the detonating tags and the bombardment of the earth escape ninjutsu. The leader of the Cloud Hidden Ninja made a gesture, and immediately 2 Cloud Hidden Ninjas stepped forward to perform wind escape, blowing away the smoke and dust in the field, revealing the collapsed deep pit in front of them. At this time, a large number of Cloud Hidden Ninjas appeared and began to clean up the scene. Not long after, a Cloud Hidden Ninja returned to the front of the Cloud Hidden Ninja leader and reported, "Captain, this is indeed the Akatsuki base. We found 3 bodies in the base. They should be peripheral personnel serving the Akatsuki organization, and this base should be a puppet workshop of the Akatsuki organization's Red Sand Scorpion." The leader of the Cloud Hidden Ninja ordered, "Seal the bodies and items on the scene and take them away. In addition, inform the headquarters that our 47th team has successfully destroyed the target 311, and no official members of the Akatsuki organization have been found yet. We will go to the next mission target." "Yes." The Cloud Hidden Ninja responded and passed on the order. The Cloud Hidden Ninja who led the team got up from the bushes and ordered others, "Arrange the team immediately, we will go to the next target." Accompanied by the order of the leader, the Cloud Hidden Ninjas around quickly took action. Similar situations are not only in this place. At this time, whether it is the land of earth, the land of thunder, the land of iron in the north, or the land of wind, the land of tea, the land of hot spring in the south, or the land of fire, the land of rain, the land of grass, etc. in the center, all are playing. The detachments of the Shinobi Village Alliance attacked almost at the same time. The hundreds of Akatsuki strongholds of various sizes marked in Itaka's intelligence. At the first moment of the Ninja World War, almost 80% of the Akatsuki strongholds were swept, and hundreds of Akatsuki peripheral members were killed and captured. Obviously, Akatsuki is not only the official members on the surface, but there are also a large number of peripheral members in the ninja world serving Akatsuki. For example, when Nagato and Konan evacuated the Hidden Rain village, a large number of Hidden Rain ninjas chose to follow them. Kakuzu and Haiden have their own subordinates and cultists. The monsters control the Yellow Springs cultists active in the Land of Ghosts, the Land of Bears, and the Land of Ghosts. Shenung is the remnant of the Sky Ninja Village. Leader. Not only did Sasori have a lot of spies in Sand Village, but many former Sand Village ninjas also defected to him and became his subordinates. Hirako, who defected from Konoha for many years, also raised a lot of subordinates. The only 2 members of Akatsuki who can be called lonely are Itaki, Deidara, Ranmaru, and Biwajozo, who are either too lazy to manage their power or too young to manage their power. Rain Country. Shinobi Village Allied Forces Headquarters. The ninjas of the intelligence team hurried in and out of the headquarters, delivering intelligence sent from all over the ninja world. Compared to the busy intelligence team, the 5 cage sitting in the headquarters seemed to be much more relaxed. They had previously played the Nagato copy more than a dozen times in Shinji's Takamagahara, and after raising their winning rate to nearly 100%, they challenged several tricky Akatsuki members such as Hirako, Ranmaru, Sasori, and Wool Yang in turn. Except for Ranmaru who had some troubles with the transparent escape, all other members of the Akatsuki organization were defeated by the 5 Kage who joined forces. Therefore, although it cannot be said that they were full of confidence, at least their morale was greatly boosted. At this time, after summarizing the intelligence sent back from various parts of the ninja world, Narashikaku, who was temporarily the chief intelligence officer of the Ninja Village Coalition, came to the 5 Shadows and reported, the mopping up operation went very smoothly. At present, 49 targets have been confirmed to have been destroyed, and a large number of peripheral members of the Akatsuki organization have been killed and captured. However, there has been no news of encountering formal members of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade said, so, all the information about Uchiha Taki is true. Narashikaku nodded slightly, at present, it seems so. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage said, these small bases and peripheral members are not valuable. What is really important is the whereabouts of Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and those Jinkraki. Narashikaku immediately said, the several important bases of the Akatsuki organization marked by Uchiha Taki in the intelligence are in the more remote Iron Country and the Demon Country. The assault troops are on the way. I estimate that further information will not be transmitted back until tomorrow at the earliest. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage nodded, okay, notify us immediately when there is news. Yes. Narashikaku turned and left. At this time, the 5th Kazekage Yekuro looked at the map on the conference table with the Akatsuki strongholds marked on it, and couldn't help but sighed, I didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization had infiltrated the entire ninja world. The 4th Reikage said, don't worry, they will soon become history. The first update is here. Chapter 1036 surfaced. The Iron Country. A ninja army of nearly 100 people marched on the endless ice field of the Iron Country. This ninja army is different from other ninja armies. It is not composed of ninjas from a single ninja village, but a joint ninja army composed of ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages, and even from a number of small ninja villages such as Kyuzagakuer, Takigakuer, and Snogakuer. The reason for this is that their target is not an ordinary small stronghold, but an important stronghold of the Akatsuki organization marked by Uchiha Taki. Similarly, because this Akatsuki base is located on the remote Iron Country ice field, other ninja troops have begun to sweep Akatsuki bases, and have even destroyed many bases, while their group is still on the way. Looking at the vast expanse of white ice field in front of him, the leading ninja frowned. Immediately, he asked the intelligence squad ninja beside him, how far is it? This intelligence squad ninja is a ninja from the Snow Ninja village, and is very familiar with the ice field environment, so he simply checked the map and replied, only a few dozen miles away from the target. The leading ninja thought for a while and ordered, pass the order down, from now on, a secret march will be carried out, the reconnaissance squad will be responsible for opening the way, and the rear team will be responsible for handling the traces of the march. Yes. The intelligence squad ninja from the Snow Ninja village immediately passed the order down. With the order from the leader, this well-trained ninja army immediately switched to a secret marching state. Not only did they all put on thick white camouflage, but the formation also changed from a tight formation to a dispersed formation. The entire ninja army seemed to disappear in the snowfield all of a sudden. Soon, this ninja army lurked near the target. Hidden in the wind and snow, the leader looked at the snow peak in front of him and asked the intelligence team ninja, have you found the entrance? The intelligence team ninja pointed to a black spot in the middle of the snow peak, the entrance is there. According to the intelligence, their target is an inconspicuous small cave on the snow peak in front of them. Although the entrance is small, the cave extends all the way into the belly of the mountain, connecting to a huge internal space in the mountain, which also has a natural hot spring, so it was chosen by the Akatsuki organization and set as an important base. After seeing the entrance, the leading jonin told everyone, according to the headquarters judgment, this base is likely to have a formal member of the Akatsuki organization stationed there, so what we are going to face next may be the most vicious ninja in the ninja world, everyone be mentally prepared. Then, the leading jonin said to the intelligence team, leave half of the intelligence team outside and be ready to pass on information at any time. Yes. The ninjas in the intelligence team nodded one after another. Because they were not sure which members of the Akatsuki organization they encountered, this ninja army of nearly 100 people was just a vanguard force to test the waters. After them, there were several ninja armies responsible for support. Once they encountered a formal member of the Akatsuki organization, their task was to report the identity of the formal member of the Akatsuki organization they encountered in the first pass it on at once, and try to entangle the enemy, buy time for the rear, and sent targeted encirclement and suppression troops to deal with members of the Akatsuki organization. After all, because of Shinji's Takamagahara, the Ninja Village Coalition has formed many encirclement and suppression troops against various members of the Akatsuki organization. The simulated winning rate of many encirclement and suppression troops exceeds 50%, and the winning rate of some elite encirclement and suppression troops can even reach more than 70%. Everything is ready, and the leader from the Hidden Rock Village issued an attack order. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several ninjas rushed into the cave as the vanguard of the ninja army, and then a large number of ninjas swarmed in, and a war broke out in the belly of the mountain. Listening to the roar coming from the snow peaks and feeling the slight shaking under their feet, the intelligence squad ninjas who were guarding outside and ready to pass on information at any time looked solemn. Swish! After a while, a ninja covered in blood rushed out of the cave, and without distinguishing, he shouted directly to the vast snowfield, "Dark purple, dark green." When the intelligence team ninjas who had been listening outside heard it, they immediately ran away. As the intelligence team quickly evacuated, a dark purple tentacle suddenly flew out, wrapped around the ninja who rushed out of the cave with blood all over his body, and dragged him into the cave with a whoosh. The ninja roared a few times, but soon stopped. After retreating to a safe area, the escaping intelligence team immediately summoned a ninja crow with spiritual summoning, and then tied the information with the words "dark purple, dark green" to the legs of the ninja crow, and then released the ninja crow. After passing the information, the 4 members of the intelligence team looked at each other, and then tacitly dispersed, lurking on the snowfield, monitoring the snow peak not far away. No matter what happened to the ninja army that entered the cave, they had to stay here, monitor the target's every move, and provide intelligence support for subsequent reinforcements. The flying ninja crows were obviously much faster than the ninjas trekking in the snow, so it didn't take long for the ninja crows with intelligence to land at a ninja village coalition camp located in the southern part of the Iron Country. The person in charge of this camp was the Iron Country warrior General Mifune. He took the intelligence from the ninja crow's leggings and immediately unfolded it. The 4 words "dark purple, dark green" came into his eyes. So, he immediately ordered the communication team in the camp, "Finally found the big fish. Send a message to the headquarters that we found the traces of the 2 official members of the Akatsuki organization, Wu Yang and Sheneng, at the target No. 7. No doubt. The 4 words "dark purple, dark green" are the simple code names formulated by the Ninja Village Coalition for the monster Wu Yang and the Air Ninja Village Sheneng. The purpose of using code names to mark identities is to prevent the other party from noticing the intentions of the Shinobi Village Alliance in advance. Otherwise, if the identity information of the other party is passed in front of the other party, no matter how unruly and arrogant the members of the Akatsuki organization are, they will notice something is wrong and respond in advance. While the communication team was sending messages, Mifune immediately summoned a siege force in the camp that had conducted simulated training against Wu Yang and Sheneng in Shinji's Takamagahara, and urgently sent target No. 7 to support the vanguard troops. In the headquarters, the intelligence from the Iron Country was quickly summarized, and Narashikaku came to the 5 cage and marked Wu Yang and Sheneng next to target No. 7 of the Iron Country on the conference table map. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good, the official members of the Akatsuki organization have finally surfaced." The 3rd Tsuchikage asked, "Has the encirclement and suppression force been sent out?" Narashikaku nodded. "Mifune has sent out the encirclement and suppression force as planned. The encirclement and suppression force in his camp, in Shinji's simulation of Takamagahara, against the ghosts, Sheneng's victory rate is 72%. It's just a small favor, please help." Chapter 1037 Codename I. The 5 cage were not too happy to hear that the encirclement and suppression force sent out had a victory rate of 72% in the simulated battle of Takamagahara. The probability of 72% is indeed not small, but now it is a war, and everyone can't afford to gamble on the probability. What's more, Shinji repeatedly emphasized to them that the simulation of Takamagahara is just a simulation, and it cannot be completely equivalent to reality. After all, the Akatsuki organization must have known about the Takamagahara incident. They are not fools and will definitely make targeted arrangements. The 4th Raikage shook his head. "One team is not enough." Narashikaku said, "Unfortunately, only 1 encirclement and suppression force against Wu Yang and Sheneng was deployed in the temporary camp over at Mifune." When the cages heard this, their faces became gloomy. Because no one can be sure where Wu Yang and Sheneng will appear, every temporary camp, even the headquarters, needs to deploy an encirclement and suppression force against Wu Yang and Sheneng. As a result, the encirclement and suppression forces specifically targeting Wuliang and Zheneng seem to be less abundant. Therefore, some temporary camps have more encirclement and suppression forces deployed, while some temporary camps have fewer encirclement and suppression forces deployed. Of course. Because of this, although only one siege force targeting Wuliang and Zheneng was deployed in the temporary camp of the Iron Country, it was also the one with the highest simulated victory rate. The fourth Raikage ordered, then let the other siege forces go to support. Even if it means a pile of lives, Wuliang and Zheneng must be killed at the seventh target. This. Narashikaku frowned slightly. This is not in line with his style, because it is not a siege force specifically targeting Wuliang and Zheneng. It is hard to say how much effect it will have on dealing with Wuliang and Zheneng, so it is very likely that the life-threatening situation mentioned by the fourth Raikage will really occur. The acting Mizukage Terumi Mei said at this time, the monster Wuliang is a very difficult member of the Akatsuki organization. It is good news for us that it has not joined other members of the Akatsuki organization. If we can destroy it or seal it in the Iron Country, it will be much easier for us to deal with Nagato later. The fifth Kazekage Yekura nodded and said, well, now is not the time to care about casualties. We must make good use of our preemptive advantage to cause the greatest damage to the Akatsuki organization. Narashikaku looked at Tsunade, waiting for her instructions. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, we can't send out all the encirclement and suppression forces at once. Otherwise, if another official member of the Akatsuki organization is found in other nearby areas, the encirclement and suppression forces may not be enough. So I suggest that the decision be handed over to Mifune of the Iron Country. He is the general of the Iron Country and he knows what to do. The third Tsuchikage nodded, it's settled. Narashikaku said no more and immediately sent the order. Konoha Village. Police Force Building. Almost at the same time, the news that the traces of the monster Wuliang were found at the Iron Country's target number 7 reached the ears of Shinji, who stayed in Konoha. Shinji thought about it and then called Shin. After telling Shin about the whereabouts of the demon, Shinji said, it's in the Iron Country now, and there's only one of its partners nearby. This is the best time to deal with it, you. Shin said, I'll go. Shin's determination surprised Shinji, are you sure? Shin glanced at Wuming, who was standing beside Shinji, and then looked at Bai and Karin, who were also on standby in the office, and finally said, Shinji, I want to be like them, to be your right-hand man, not a stupid Maiko who needs your protection. Shinji shook his head and laughed, this is not a joke, you have to think clearly, if you really encounter a monster, you will have no room for regret. Shin said, I don't know why, I always feel that I can't bear it recently. Something is wrong with the world. Perhaps, as a shrine maiden, I must do something. Shinji, you have protected me many times, but this time, as a shrine maiden, I want to protect you and the ninja world, so can you trust me once? Bai said, let me go with her. If there is any accident, I can at least ensure her safe evacuation. Shin pouted and thought to herself, stupid white egg white, stupid Karin, wait, I will definitely surpass you. Shinji said in a deep voice, Bai, then you will partner with Shin this time. Remember, you must ensure Shin's safety. If Shin fails to seize the opportunity this time and takes advantage of the monster Wuliang to get rid of the enemy Wuliang, at most it will be a waste of an opportunity. But if she loses and is absorbed by Wuliang, then it will be a big trouble. As two sides of the Shrine Maiden, one good and one evil, both have the strength of the tailed beast level. Once the two are combined, they are likely to be the strongest existence below the 6 paths level. If Shin wins, Shinji will immediately gain a perfect Shrine Maiden with strength close to the 6 paths level, and he will have more confidence in fighting against the Overlord later. But if the monster wins, absorbs Shin, and becomes a perfect monster, then the monster is likely to become a super monster second only to the 10 tails. By then, the situation in the entire ninja world may undergo earth-shaking changes, and this is something Shinji will never allow. Bai is very clear about the responsibility on his shoulders, and nodded to Shinji, don't worry, I will protect her with my life. Shinji said no more, you go. Bai and Shin nodded to Shinji, turned around and walked out. When brushing shoulders with Bai, Karin whispered, be careful. Bai smiled, yet. Karin glanced at Shin again and said casually, hey, don't die. Shin snorted, I'm the strongest X in the organization, just wait and see. After Bai, Shin and Karin who sent them all left the office, Wuming asked Shinji, everyone has a code name, what about me? Shinji was stunned for a moment, He didn't expect Wu-ming to mention this. Wu-ming pursed his lips. Shinji, you should give me a code name too. Shinji smiled helplessly. Now everyone's identity is semi-public, and the code name is not very useful anymore. Wu-ming looked at Shinji, but I want it. Okay. Shinji thought for a while and said, the current code name has been ranked up to K, so your code name is. Shinji's subordinates, including the biological exoskeleton H, have a total of 10 people, namely Karin, Bai, Yakumo, Suzuki, Kimimaro, Niji, Shin, Ryaga, and Chino. The code names have been ranked up to K, so according to the order, Wu-ming's code name should be L. Suddenly, Shinji shook his head. No, I was worried that other people would know the number of people in the organization, so I deliberately skipped I, so your code name is I. I. Wu-ming smiled with satisfaction. The first update is here. Chapter 1038 Special Merit. Ho ho. The blizzard in the Iron Country could not stop the encirclement and suppression troops. The encirclement and suppression troops wearing white cloaks were galloping in the snowy field in the storm. Because the vanguard had already met the enemy, they, as reinforcements, no longer needed to sneak and could march at full speed. The leader of this encirclement and suppression force was a jonin belonging to the Konoha sealing class, named Takahashi Raiwichi. There were 2 vice-captains of the team, one from Kirigakure and one from Sand Village. The Kirigakure jonin was good at physical skills and was responsible for dealing with the partner of the monsters and ghosts, Shenung, the remnant of the Sky Ninja village. The Sand Village jonin was a puppeteer, proficient in sealing and using poison. While galloping, the deputy captain of the Kirigakure jonin asked, how long will it take? Takahashi Raiwichi replied, if we keep the current speed, it will take about 30 minutes. The Kirigakure jonin frowned slightly. Can the vanguard hold on? The deputy captain of the Sand Village jonin said, before we set off, I looked at the personnel configuration of the vanguard. Excluding the logistics support personnel such as the reconnaissance team, the communication team, the intelligence team, and the medical team, the combat personnel reached more than 60 people, more than a dozen tactical teams, and it should be no problem to hold on for a few hours. Takahashi Raiwichi nodded slightly. Yes, the intelligence team in the command center has calculated it. With the configuration of the vanguard, it is enough to entangle the enemy for at least half a day. The Kirigakure jonin breathed a sigh of relief and grinned, so, we just need to arrive smoothly according to the plan and clean up the mess. Limited by chakra reserves, ninjas are often the most powerful in the early stages of a battle. Once the stalemate and entanglement phase is reached, the combat effectiveness of the ninja will gradually decline as the chakra is consumed and the body is exhausted. Even the Jinkriki cannot avoid this. Therefore, compared with the vanguard, the subsequent support encirclement and suppression troops are obviously more advantageous. The Sand Village jonin smiled and said, as long as you can get rid of the 2 official members of the Akatsuki organization, Wu Yang and Shenung, the special merits awarded by the 5 shadows will be in your hands. Takahashi Raiwichi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Everyone, work hard. The special merits mentioned by the Sand Village jonin are the special rewards proposed by the 5 shadows to improve the enthusiasm of their ninjas in the ninja war. The conditions are also very simple. As long as you can kill or capture the official members of the Akatsuki organization, you can get the special merits awarded by the 5 shadows. Those who hold the special merits can apply for 1S level ninjutsu or 3A level ninjutsu from any of the 5 major ninja villages. This is just the most superficial reward. There are also implicit rewards for obtaining special merits. For example, it has been clearly stated within Sand Village that the commander of the ninja army who has obtained special merits can enter the elders group and become one of the elders of the village as long as he passes the loyalty review after the war. Although other villages do not have similar clear regulations, various rumors have also been heard. In fact, this is normal, because those who can become commanders of the ninja army are basically jonins, and most of them are the best among jonins. These people already have considerable prestige in their respective villages, so once they obtain special merits in the ninja war, it is natural to go a step further and enter the management of the village. For example, Takahashi Raiwichi's encirclement and suppression force. Takahashi Raiwichi himself is not famous in Konoha, but as long as he can get rid of the ghosts and Shenung and get the special merits, he is likely to become the next leader of the SEAL squad of Konoha. As vice-captains, the Mist Village jonin and the Sand Village jonin have a high probability of entering the elders of their respective villages. Besides, since there are only so many formal members of Akatsuki, the Ninja Village Coalition does not have to worry about the problem of special merits being rampant. In a tense and exciting mood, the 3 captains and deputy captains of the Encirclement and Suppression Force finally arrived at the snow peak of target number 7 in the blizzard on the ice field. Hey! Takahashi Raiwichi looked around and exclaimed. According to the plan, there should be ninjas to meet them near the target, but their team has arrived, but the ninjas who are supposed to meet them have not appeared yet. The Kirigakuer Jonin pointed to the cave entrance on the snowy peak in the distance. That seems to be target number 7. The entrance to the cave is connected to the belly of the mountain. Could the vanguard have already attacked it? The Sand Village Jonin was a little impatient when he heard this. Damn, there seems to be a sealing squad in the vanguard. Could Wu Yang and Sheneng have been killed by them? Captain, attack! Takahashi Raiwichi hesitated, but the Kirigakuer Jonin also advised, even if the vanguard has been wiped out, we have no way to retreat, so there is nothing to hesitate. Takahashi Raiwichi thought it made sense, so he waved his hand, attack. Soon, the entire Encirclement and Suppression Force deployed the long-trained attack formation and attacked the snowy peak from the cave entrance one by one. I thought we would be ambushed in the narrow cave passage, but the Encirclement and Suppression troops had marched more than halfway, and the vanguard team at the front was almost entering the mountain, and they had not been attacked. Takahashi Raiwichi was suddenly disappointed, and like the Sand Village Jonin, he was worried that the ghosts and Sheneng might have been eliminated by the vanguard. After passing through the cave and entering the mountain, Takahashi Raiwichi immediately felt a warmth. This warmth was undoubtedly emitted by the hot springs in the mountain, making the temperature in the mountain much higher than the snowy field outside. However, the warmth could not suppress Takahashi Raiwichi's chill. As his vision widened, everything in the mountain came into his sight, but what he saw was not the busy scene of the vanguard cleaning up the battlefield, but the broken limbs and arms all over the ground, and the leader of the vanguard ninja sitting on a pile of corpses, looking at his vanguard with a joking face. Takahashi Raiwichi was speechless for a moment. You. The leader of the vanguard ninja sitting on the pile of corpses slowly got up, looked down at his body, and complained, "This body is still too weak, why can't you send some stronger guys over?" Takahashi Raiwichi suddenly realized. The person on the pile of corpses was not someone else, but their target monster Wu Yang. This monster was obviously occupying the body of the leader of the vanguard ninja. As the deputy captains of the Encirclement and Suppression team, the eyelids of the mist and sand hidden ninjas were twitching at this moment. They didn't expect that the vanguard was not only defeated, but also defeated so thoroughly, which was completely contrary to the command center's deduction. Takahashi Raiwichi ordered, "Notify the temporary camp that the vanguard has been defeated and wiped out, and our Encirclement and Suppression team will take over the battle." Yes. An intelligence squad ninja in the team responded and quickly rushed out of the cave. Bang! As a result, the intelligence squad ninja was punched by a black shadow as soon as he approached the cave entrance, and was blown back into the mountain. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 1039 Run Away. Who? What's going on? There are still enemies. After the intelligence squad ninja who was transmitting intelligence to the outside was attacked, everyone in the Encirclement and Suppression team in the mountain was shocked and looked sideways. Then, everyone saw clearly that it was Sheneng, who was wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization, who appeared in the cave passage and blocked everyone's retreat. His appearance did not surprise the Encirclement and Suppression troops. After all, he was originally a partner of Wu Yang in the Akatsuki organization. However, the people he was holding in his hands and carrying on his shoulders totaled 4 people, all of whom were ninjas dressed in vanguard uniforms. From a distance, it was unclear whether they were dead or alive. Takahashi Raiwichi's face darkened. At this moment, he finally understood why there were no ninjas outside the snowy peak to support them. Obviously, Wang Liang and Sheneng, one eliminated the main force of the vanguard in the mountain, and the other hunted the ninjas left by the vanguard on the snowy plains to support them. With a determined heart, Takahashi Raiwichi roared, "Everyone, now we can only fight hard. Kill!" The Encirclement and Suppression troops shouted in unison. Just as the Encirclement and Suppression troops entered the mountain, on the snowy plains behind them, there was another ninja army rushing towards target number 7 in the blizzard. The leader of the team was none other than the Iron Country warrior General Mifune, who had received the all-out Encirclement and Suppression order from the headquarters and therefore personally took action. Therefore, the ninja army he led included not only elite ninjas from various villages, but also a large number of Iron Country warriors wearing armor. No doubt. This time, the Ninja Village Coalition was going to eliminate the ghosts and Sheneng at target number 7 at all costs to avoid unnecessary variables in the final battle with Nagato. Because Mifune set out only a little later than the encirclement and suppression troops, they arrived at the periphery of the snow peak not long after the encirclement and suppression troops entered the mountain. Seeing that there were no ninjas responding from the periphery, Mifune hesitated for a moment, left 2 teams outside the snow peak, and then led the main force into the mountain. When passing through the cave passage, the support troops led by Mifune did not encounter an ambush, but the mountain ahead was frighteningly quiet, and it did not look like a war was breaking out at all, which made him feel a little uneasy. Finally entering the belly of the mountain, Sanchuan's eyes fixed, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The pile of corpses was still the same pile of corpses, but it looked bigger and higher than when the encirclement and suppression troops came. On the top of the pile of corpses, the monster Wu Yang who forcibly occupied the leading ninja of the vanguard had one hand inserted into Takahashi Raiuchi's chest. Tick. Tick. The blood dripped down the wound on Takahashi Raiuchi's chest, and happened to drip on the blade of a broken sword in the pile of corpses, making a crisp sound. How is it possible? Not only Sanchuan, but the other people in the support troops were all shocked. If the vanguard troops were completely wiped out, everyone would not be surprised. After all, the mission of the vanguard troops was just to search for the enemy. But the annihilation of the encirclement and suppression troops caught people off guard. You should know that the encirclement and suppression force led by Takahashi Raiuchi had an astonishing victory rate of 72% in Shinji's simulation of Takamagahara, which was one of the few encirclement and suppression forces with the highest victory rate against the Akatsuki partner of Wu Yang and Sheneng. And based on the time of departure, this encirclement and suppression force arrived at most 20 to 30 minutes earlier than them. In such a short time, they really couldn't imagine how the encirclement and suppression force would end up like this. Just then, Takahashi Raiuchi, who was pierced by Wu Yang's hand, coughed up blood and turned his head with difficulty to look at Mifune. Mifune was delighted, he's still alive. But just as Mifune drew out the samurai sword at his waist and prepared to step forward to rescue Takahashi Raiuchi, Takahashi Raiuchi, with blood in his mouth, shouted vigorously, "Run away!" Takahashi Raiuchi's vague shout instantly echoed in the belly of the mountain. Humph! Wang Liang snorted, then threw Takahashi Raiuchi onto the pile of corpses. Then, Wu Yang looked down at Takahashi Raiuchi, who was lingering on the pile of corpses, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, showing a playful smile. As a monster, he is not a ghost, and does not need any flesh and blood. The reason why he piled up the corpses of the ninjas of the Ninja Village Coalition was just to absorb the resentment and despair of the ninjas before they died. In fact, there are still many ninjas like Takahashi Raiuchi who have not died in the pile of corpses. Retracting his gaze, the face of the Wu Yang standing on the top of the pile of corpses showed an expression of enjoyment, and he murmured, "More, more." The expression of Mifune on the opposite side was extremely solemn. For a moment, he even saw in a trance that the resentment arising from the pile of corpses continued to flow into the body of the Wu Yang. At this time, a ninja from the Hyuga branch family in the team said, "Captain, there seems to be a monster hidden in the corpse." Mifune was stunned for a moment. What monster is it? The Hyuga branch ninja who opened his byakugan shook his head. "I can't see clearly, it seems to be a snake? Or a ninja beast like a loach." A figure walked out from behind the pile of corpses and laughed. "It's not very polite to describe my zero tail like this." Obviously. The one who walked out from behind the pile of corpses was Sheneng. The zero tail he created is also a monster that absorbs negative emotions as nutrients, so the zero tail has been half liberated from his body and dived into the pile of corpses, grabbing the negative emotions that permeated the pile of corpses. Clang! With a golden sound, Mifune drew out the samurai sword at his waist. "It's really a monster. For the peace of the ninja world, I will kill you even if I risk my life." The sharp sound of Mifune drawing his sword woke up everyone in the support team. Suddenly, the ninjas of the Ninja Village Coalition were either making hand seals, or taking out ninja tools, or shaking scrolls, while the warriors of the Iron Country drew their swords one after another. The current situation was indeed beyond their expectations, but this was the Ninja World War, and no battle in the war was easy, so although the retreat was not blocked, no one in the mountain retreated. On the pile of corpses, Wang Liang licked his tongue and smiled, "Your expressions now are so charming. I have begun to look forward to how many surprises you will bring me after you fall into endless despair. Swish! With a flash, Sanchuan suddenly attacked in front of Wu Yang, and the samurai sword in his hand with chakra attached to it slashed high. Hey! Wang Liang exclaimed lightly. He seemed to have not expected Sanchuan's speed to be so fast, and was slightly surprised. However, before Sanchuan's samurai sword slashed down, he reacted, flying backwards while raising his arms to block. Swish! Amid the whistling sound of the wind, the samurai sword with a cold glow instantly slashed down. The next moment, blood splashed out, and along with the splashing blood, there were two broken hands that kept rolling in the air. Looking at the bare elbows, Wu Yang roared, "Damn it, this is the body I just changed." The first update is here. Chapter 1040 The Deviation Between Reality and Simulation. The Iron Country Samurai General Mifune was the person who presided over the 5 cage talks in the original time and space. In this ninja world where ninjas are respected, a samurai can be recognized by the 5 cages. This alone can give us a glimpse of Mifune's strength. In terms of physical skills, swordsmanship, and willpower alone, Mifune, the samurai general, is definitely the top level in the ninja world. Therefore, Wu Yang was caught off guard and had his arms cut off by Mifune. Seeing that Wu Yang was defeated, Sheneng on the side raised his lips slightly and reminded him in a joking tone, "He is the samurai leader of the Iron Country. It is said that he is the guy who survived Hanzo at his peak." Oh! Wu Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this plain-looking old man in front of him was actually quite famous. Hanzo at his peak was known as demigod in the ninja world. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were given the title of 3 ninjas of Konoha by Hanzo, and the reason was that the 3 of them joined forces to survive Hanzo. So surviving Hanzo is definitely an honor in the ninja world. Mifune ignored the communication between Wu Yang and Sheneng, but ordered the troops behind him, "I will contain them, and the sealing team is ready to seal." The ninja army that entered the mountain immediately deployed its formation. The ninjas in the front row began to set up various ninja traps. The ninjutsu class was divided into several teams under the coordination of a senior ninja, and began to make hand seals and prepare to perform ninjutsu. The sealing class held huge sealing scrolls and looked for opportunities to seal the monsters under the protection of other ninjas and samurai. Just as the ninjas deployed their tactical formations, Mifune did not stop and wielded his samurai sword again to attack the monsters. Not only was he swift, but his swordsmanship was also extremely sharp. The monster in human form only fought with him for 3 or 5 breaths, and 7 or 8 knife marks of various sizes appeared on his body. In the deepest part, you could even see the bones under the skin. With Admiral Sanfu, we can win. Wu Yang has fought 2 battles in a row. Even if it is a monster, it must have consumed a lot of energy. We don't need to be afraid. Special merit is right in front of us. Sanfu's amazing swordsmanship boosted the morale of the coalition forces of the ninja villages in the mountain. The people who were affected by the pile of corpses before gradually got rid of their fear and regained their fighting spirit. We can win. During the rush, Sanfu's frown slowly relaxed. He noticed from the corner of his eye that the ninja army behind him had already set up various ninja tool traps and were activating the barrier. Once the barrier was completed, Wu Yang and Sheneng would be trapped in it, and the sealing team could boldly attempt to seal it. Seeming to have noticed the change in Mifune's expression, the suppressed and slightly embarrassed Wu Yang suddenly grinned, "The entertainment ends here." Hwalala! As soon as the voice fell, a group of purple dragon-like and snake-like tentacles rushed out from the humanoid body of Wu Yang frantically. In less than 1 or 2 seconds, Wu Yang was liberated and turned into a huge monster hidden in the dark purple smoke. Then, countless tentacles shot out towards Mifune. Mifune quickly swung the samurai sword to cut the tentacles that shot towards him. Clang clang clang! The expected cut did not happen. The samurai sword chopped on these tentacles, and a series of harsh metal collision sounds were made. This! Mifune's face changed. He had experienced the Wang Liang copy in Shinji's Takamagahara, but the simulated Wang Liang in Takamagahara did not have this ability. After being forced to retreat, Mifune glanced at the samurai sword in his hand, and his face became even gloomier. Because at this moment, the samurai sword in his hand was making a chi-chi corrosion sound, which was obviously contaminated when it collided with the tentacles of the Wang Liang just now. And the famous sword in his hand that could cut through hair and hair could not resist the corrosive acid secreted by the tentacles of the Wang Liang, and soon there were waves of rust spots. Hiding his huge body in the dark purple smoke, the Wang Liang laughed wantonly and said, "You seem surprised? The ninjas who attacked just now were just like you, from surprise to fear, and finally fell into endless despair." Mifune realized that there was a deviation in the simulation of Takamagahara, and was about to speak out to remind the ninja army behind him. Swish, swish, swish. Without waiting for Mifune to shout a warning, countless tentacles shot out from the dark purple smoke. Mifune's face darkened, and he quickly waved his sword to block it. However, all these tentacles avoided him with a knife, brushed past him, and fiercely shot at the ninja village coalition behind him. "It's bad." Mifune's face turned pale. The next moment, all kinds of explosions, shouts, curses, and painful wails mixed in them came from behind him. He turned his head with difficulty and saw a scene that made him despair. The various ninja tool traps and detonating talisman traps set up by the ninja village coalition before were almost ineffective against the tentacles of the monsters. Those tentacles easily broke the steel wires that bound them, bounced off the kunao and shuriken shot at them, and shuttled freely in the explosion of the detonating talisman. Whether it was the defensive earth escape ninjutsu, or the offensive fire escape ninjutsu, lightning escape ninjutsu, or wind escape ninjutsu, they could only slightly cause some trouble to the tentacles, but could not destroy them. When the bloody tentacles slowly retracted into the dark purple smoke, the ninja village coalition had already suffered casualties and their formation was broken. What was even more terrible was that the barrier squad and the seal squad had suffered serious casualties. This was when almost all the warriors who protected them died in battle. Otherwise, if it weren't for the warriors' strenuous protection, the barrier squad and the seal squad might have been completely wiped out in just one round of attack. The ghost waved his tentacles and smiled, more resentment, more despair. There was a deviation in Takamagahara, we underestimated the enemy. Mifune was completely desperate for a while. Obviously, there was a problem with the simulation of Takamagahara, and the real strength of the ghost was much stronger than in Takamagahara. But this was not what Shinji did on purpose. In other words, it was precisely because he was worried about such a situation that Shinji repeatedly reminded the 5 Kage that the simulation of Takamagahara had its limitations. For example, Wu Yang. Shinji's simulation of Takamagahara was based on the data of Shinji's previous fight with Wu Yang. Although Wu Yang was already a difficult monster at that time, it had just been unsealed not long ago, and its strength was at its weakest stage. It was far from the terrifying monster that could cause a demonic disaster in the ninja world at its peak. After recovering for several years, Wu Yang continued to absorb negative emotions and gradually passed the weakening period. Its strength has faintly recovered to its peak state. Compared with when it was just unsealed, its strength has naturally improved qualitatively. Not only him, but also Sheneng, who created the Zero Tail, became the Zero Tail Jinchuriki, and gradually adapted to control the Zero Tail. His real strength is not comparable to the imaginary enemy simulated by Takamagahara. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 1041 Akatsuki's Meeting. The killing in the belly of the mountain is still going on. The roar of the explosion, the hoarse roar, and the almost hysterical curses echoed in the empty belly of the mountain. Clang! Once again, Mifune blocked the tentacles shot by the monster, gasping for breath while trying his best to control his trembling hands. Even if he tried his best to support his companions behind him, he could only slow down the speed of the monster's killing. And his own chakra and physical strength were rapidly fading away in the constant consumption. At this time, he even felt that he couldn't even hold the samurai sword in his hand. In the dark purple mist, a mocking voice of a demon came out, "Old man Sanchuan, how long can you hold on? 1 minute? 2 minutes? Sanchuan glanced around and found that there were only 8 surviving companions in the mountain, and all of them were injured. This situation showed that the battle had completely failed, and it was even uncertain whether the news of the failure and the reason could be passed on. But Sanchuan did not give up, but shouted, "I will hold them back, you blow up this cave immediately." The survivors looked at each other and then took action with a determined look. Blowing up the snowy peak from the inside and burying the Wu Yang and Sheneng in the mountain together is undoubtedly the last thing they can do now. Almost all the survivors at this moment are senior ninjas, with unquestionable vision and experience, so they know which mountain walls need to be blown up and which supports need to be destroyed to cause the collapse of the entire mountain. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Liang would naturally not sit idly by and watch the ninjas blow up the cave, so he shot out tentacles again and attacked the surviving ninjas. Hey! Mifune exhaled, then poured all his chakra into the samurai sword in his hand and faced the tentacles shot out by Wu Yang. According to his calculations, as long as he could protect 3 of the 8 survivors, they would have a chance to complete the last fight and blow up the cave. Crack! However, just as his samurai sword blocked the tentacles, a crisp sound came from the samurai sword, and then, under his surprised eyes, his rusty samurai sword broke into 2 pieces. As the samurai sword broke, the tentacles instantly pierced his shoulders and nailed him to the ground. Without the strongest Sanchuan's cover, the 8 injured people naturally could not complete the detonation task. After a while, they were hit by the tentacles and nailed to the ground and could not move. Wang Liang did not seem to be in a hurry to kill them, but slowly withdrew the tentacles, letting Sanchuan and others lying on the ground slowly feel despair in the blood loss. At this time, Sheneng next to the pile of corpses shouted, "It's almost time." When Wang Liang heard it, he put away his complete body, restored his human form, and slowly walked out of the dark purple mist. Looking at the body with both hands missing and covered with knife wounds, Wu Yang curled his lips and said, "What a hassle, I have to change my body again." Sheneng said, "It's time, let's start." He said. Sheneng began to make seals, and then put one hand on Wu Yang, who couldn't make seals because he lost both hands. In a hidden underground palace. Swish! Swish! Accompanied by 2 light sounds, the chakra projections of Wu Yang and Sheneng appeared in the underground palace one after another. No doubt. This is the ultra-long-distance communication ninjutsu phantom body technique launched by Nagato using Heavenly Way. All people connected by Nagato's thought wave can be gathered together through projection. Before Wu Yang could speak, Sheneng's projection of Deodara shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, why are you two so slow? We've been waiting for you for a long time." The projection of Sheneng looked around and saw that all the members of the organization had arrived, so he explained to the direction of Tiandao, "It took some time to deal with the ninjas of the Ninja Village Coalition just now." The projection of Feijuan on the opposite side said, "Oh, you are also targeted." Wang Liang said coldly, "Just a group of idiots who are eager to die." Facing Deodara and Feijuan, 2 guys who always like to mock him, Wu Yang's tone is very cold, with murderous intent hidden. Sheneng didn't want to offend his colleagues for no reason, so he talked about the 3 waves of ninja army they encountered before and after, and finally smiled. The Ninja Village Coalition should have used Uchiha Shinji's Takamagahara to simulate the situation of fighting with us, but judging from the results, Uchiha Shinji's Mangeki pupil technique is nothing more than that. Haiden muttered, "We encountered some trouble here. The opponent targeted me very much. Kakuzu and I almost capsized in the gutter." Kakuzu was speechless. "Shut up." Obviously, it was not only the Wu Yang who were attacked. Sheneng's group, Kakuzu and Haiden were also attacked by the Ninja Village Coalition. And unlike Wu Yang, Sheneng easily dealt with the 3 waves of Ninja Village Coalition. Kakuzu, Fitun obviously encountered big trouble, which shows that Shinji's simulation of Takamagahara is not completely ineffective, it just depends on who it is targeted at. Obito then interjected, "Don't underestimate any kind of Mangeki pupil technique. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss." Tiandao standing in the main seat glanced at everyone and said lightly, "Besides Kakuzu, Haiden, Wu Yang and Sheneng, who else was attacked?" The underground palace was quiet. No one answered, which meant that no one else was attacked for the time being. After a pause, Scorpion suddenly said, "The recent actions of the Shinobi Village Alliance have been very large. As far as I know, more than a dozen bases have been attacked, and some bases have lost contact. I suspect that most of them have also been raided by the Shinobi Village Alliance." Kakuzu heard this and asked in doubt, "Why can the Shinobi Village Alliance lock our base so accurately?" Kakuzu's words clearly showed that he suspected that there were spies among the members of the organization. Konan was also secretly observing everyone. The actions of the Shinobi Village Alliance this time were not only swift and decisive, but also very accurate, as if they had obtained detailed intelligence. And the only ones who could accurately grasp the intelligence of so many bases were the official members present. Tiandao didn't seem to care about the possible traitors. Seeing that no other members reported being attacked, he said, "The war with the ninja village has begun. Our target is still the tailed beasts. The 3-tailed beast, the 8-tailed beast, and the other half of the 9-tailed beast are all valid targets." "Understood. Finally, we can have a big fight. War is really exciting." Hearing Tiandao declare the official start of the war with the ninja village, the projections of all the members present were eager to try. Obviously, in the eyes of these members of the Akatsuki organization, war is not terrible. Tiendao then he ordered, Hirako, Renmaru, Sasori, Deidara, your 2 groups are responsible for the 3-tailed beast. Itaki, Biwachozo, Wuliang, Sheneng, your 2 groups are responsible for the 8-tailed beast. Kakuzu, Haiden, you are responsible for the other half of the 9-tailed beast. The members of the Akatsuki organization responded, and then the projections disappeared in the underground palace one after another. The first update is presented. Chapter 1042 arrived. After the projections of the members disappeared one after another, Obito turned to Tiendao and said, the Ninja Village Coalition took the initiative to provoke a war, so they must have made preparations. We'd better be careful. Yet. Although Tiendao nodded in response, his tone was cold and he didn't seem to take it too seriously. Ju spoke at the right time. According to the intelligence, the simulation effect of Uchiha Shinji's Takamagahara is highly related to his familiarity with the target. Therefore, his Manjiki pupil technique can maximize the power of intelligence, which is a significant variable. Not bad. Konan nodded in agreement. In their opinion, Shinji has only fought with Hirako and Ranmaru in Konoha, so it is reasonable that the simulation of other members of the organization is somewhat distorted. As long as the war continues, as battles occur frequently, the latest combat intelligence of each member of the organization will inevitably be continuously summarized to Uchiha Shinji. By then, Uchiha Shinji's Manjiki pupil technique can simulate every member of the organization in the illusion infinitely close to reality. This is undoubtedly a huge hidden danger for the organization. Seeing that Konan also agreed, Tiendao asked Obito, what do you mean? Obito said firmly, Uchiha Shinji must die. Tiendao said, are you going to do it yourself? Obito shook his head, no, I have another thing to deal with. Konan was puzzled, is it more urgent than dealing with Uchiha Shinji? Yes. Obito nodded. What he was in a hurry to deal with right now was naturally to find out the traitor in the organization who provided information to the ninja village. And he already had a suspect, but there was no evidence for the time being, so he had to keep an eye on the other party in person. Tiendao rejected, I don't have time to deal with Uchiha Shinji for the time being. Obito smiled, don't worry, I have found someone who is willing to help us. Konan asked, who? Orochimaru. As he said that, Obito mentioned his agreement with Orochimaru. Konan asked, Orochimaru has betrayed the organization. Can he be trusted? Obito was full of confidence, even for Uchiha Shinji's pair of Manjiki Sharingan, he will work hard this time. Tiendao did not comment on Obito's cooperation with Orochimaru. Or rather, he did not care about these details. The huge amount of chakra of the 5-tailed beasts has freed his body from the restrictions of the Gaido demon statue and completely recovered. No, it should be said that it has reached an unprecedented peak state. In this state, whether it is Orochimaru or Uchiha Shinji, they are just inconspicuous pebbles on his way forward. Obito deliberately concealed the fact that Orochimaru had reincarnated Uchiha Madara. After all, he was cooperating with Nagato under the name of Uchiha Madara. Once Nagato knew that Orochimaru had reincarnated Uchiha Madara, he would have to confess his true identity. And this was obviously something he didn't want to do, because he still needed to rely on Uchiha Madara's reputation to enhance his voice in the organization. After removing the projection, Obito and Zetsu returned to their secret base. Obito frowned slightly, Nagato still hasn't shown up, and even the phantom body technique was launched with Heavenly Path, which is too suspicious. Ze shrugged, he may be on guard against us. Obito said, humph, he must take action in the decisive battle with the 5 cages. I want to see how long he can hide. After a pause, Obito continued, next I'm going to keep an eye on Itaki, you prepare the White Zetsu army. The 4th Ninja World War has begun, and we must go all out. Undoubtedly, Obito's suspect is Itaki. Ze smiled and said, understood. Inside the snowy peak marked as target number 7 by the Ninja Village Alliance. After removing the projection of the phantom body technique, the consciousness of Wuliang and Sheneng returned to the battlefield in the mountain belly where the whole place was in ruins. Sheneng complained, dealing with the 8 tails is a tough job. Everyone knows that the 8 tails Jinchuriki killer bee stays with the 4th Raikage all day long. If I'm not mistaken, the other 4 shadows may also be together. If we are not careful, we may stir up a hornet's nest. Wang Liang didn't seem to hear Sheneng's complaints, and was thoughtful. Like the Miko, as a monster, Wang Liang also has extraordinary sensing abilities, so when he accepted the phantom body technique of Tiandao, he sensed the chakra of Nagato behind Tiandao and was shocked by the opponent's majestic chakra for a while. Noticing the strangeness of Wang Liang, Sheneng asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Wang Liang shook his head. He thought that he could run rampant in the ninja world after returning to his peak state, but now it seems that he has to continue to endure until he devours the Miko. Sheneng urged, "Let's go, we need to meet up with Itaki and Biwajozo as soon as possible." Wang Liang smiled, "Don't worry, deal with this first before leaving." As he said, he came to Mifune. Seriously injured Mifune, who fell to the ground, had lost his ability to move due to excessive blood loss and fell to the ground unable to move. Wang Liang came in front of him, stretched out his right hand, and a tentacle stretched out from the wound of the broken hand on the elbow, instantly pierced into Mifune's body, lifted Mifune up, and said jokingly, "You actually believe that a little ghost's pupil technique can simulate my true strength? You are a fool, and the 5 shadows are also fools." Mifune coughed up blood and said, "I am incompetent to lose to you, but you are destined to fail." Wang Liang snorted coldly, "Really? What a stubborn guy, you haven't despaired until now. Then you are useless to me, go to hell." Shua. Just when Wang Liang was about to end Mifune's life, a figure suddenly passed by, and his tentacle that pierced into Mifune's body broke with a sound. Wang Liang was stunned for a moment. Not only him, but also Mifune who was close at hand, and Sheneng who was not far away were also surprised, because the opponent's speed was so fast that it was completely beyond their expectations. Then Wu Yang saw the appearance of the person who cut off his tentacles, dog-faced mask, "RUC. There is no doubt that the sword that cut off Wu Yang's tentacles was Bai who rushed here from Konoha with the help of Yakumo's space-time pupil technique Red Dragon Space Displacement." Wearing the Akatsuki organization's red cloud uniform and a dog-faced mask, Bai slowly turned around and pointed his sword directly at Wu Yang. The ninja corpses lying in all directions in the mountain belly, as well as the pile of corpses piled up high, made him extremely angry and full of murderous aura. Just when Wu Yang and Sheneng in the mountain belly were in doubt, a burst of gentle footsteps came from the cave passage connecting the mountain belly. "It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 1043 Miko Chakra Mode. The footsteps coming from the passage were gentle and soft, but they sounded inexplicably firm, which made Wu Yang and Sheneng turn their heads to look at the entrance of the passage. And Sanfon, who was saved by Bai, was full of doubts. He thought there would be reinforcements, but he never thought that it was Akatsuki's C who saved him from Wu Yang's tentacles. Immediately, he forced himself to turn his head and look at the entrance of the passage in the distance, extremely curious about who the owner of the footsteps was. Who was walking steadily towards this hell-like mountain belly. Soon, the figure of the owner of the footsteps appeared in everyone's sight. It was a member of Akatsuki who wore a mask and a hooded red cloud suit like C. But the mask on her face was not the familiar cat, fox, snake, eagle, etc., but a ferocious monster with bared fangs and claws. Who is she with the monster mask? More doubts surged in Sanchuan's mind. Not only Sanchuan, but even Wu Yang and Sheneng were confused at this moment, because they had never heard of a member of the Akatsuki organization with a monster mask. What made Wu Yang and Sheneng feel even more wrong was that the monster depicted on the other party's mask was somewhat similar to the complete form of Wu Yang. Wu Yang was immediately annoyed and said, "You are here to die too." "Humph." Bai snorted coldly, then exhaled lightly, and the water breathing began to operate at full power, and the chakra also attached to the long sword in his hand. The long sword in his hand that can easily cut off the tentacles of the monsters is not the one he usually uses, but the Kusanagi sword that was seized by the village from Orochimaru before. Because of the fact that Bai, who has undergone orthodox swordsman training in the Demon Slayer world, is not only superb in ninjutsu, but also excellent in taijutsu and swordsmanship, Shinji stole this magic weapon from the village secret vault and gave it to Bai. Seeing that C was about to take action, the arrogant monster also cheered up, and his evil dark purple chakra surged, while Sheneng in the distance was ready for battle. They knew very well that C was not an ordinary ninja. Although his reputation was not as loud as A and B, he was definitely not an opponent that could be easily dealt with. At this moment, the Akatsuki member wearing a monster mask standing at the entrance of the passage said in an extremely firm tone, "See, he is mine." The Wu Yang, Sheneng, and even Mifune in the belly of the mountain did not expect that under the hideous monster mask, a light and ethereal girl's voice came out. Then, the girl wearing the monster mask took off the hood on her head, and then took out a dazzling crown from the backpack across her body. Crown of the Shrine Maiden. Wu Yang first widened his eyes, and then realized something, and his face showed crazy joy. Little Shen, it turned out to be you. Ha ha ha, I haven't found you yet, and you actually came to my door yourself. No doubt. This member of the Akatsuki organization wearing a monster mask is Shen, the Shrine Maiden of the Demon Country, who was given the code name X by Shinji. As she took out the crown of the Shrine Maiden, her identity was immediately recognized by Wu Yang. Sheneng was stunned for a moment. The Demon Country Shrine Maiden? Hasn't she been hiding in Konoha? When did she join the Akatsuki organization? Unlike Wu Yang, who was in ecstasy after discovering that it was Shen, he still kept his sanity. The situation in front of him was obviously a little wrong. The Demon Country Shrine Maiden had been hiding in Konoha, so how could she suddenly be related to the Akatsuki organization? At the same time, he was very clear. I remember clearly that the demon Wu Yang, the dark side of the witch, can sense the position of the witch in real time. But just now, the witch of the ghost country had already walked in front of him, but Wu Yang didn't recognize her. After the other party took out the crown of the witch, Wu Yang realized that something was wrong. And shouldn't the witch hide from the demon Wu Yang? Why did she take the initiative to come to the door? All kinds of doubts made Sheneng couldn't help but remind him, be careful. Faced with Sheneng's warning, Wu Yang turned a deaf ear. He was a demon of the world-destroying level. The reason why he joined the Akatsuki organization and became Nagato's lackey was not to use the power of the organization to devour the witch and become a complete self. Now that the witch came to the door herself, let alone Sheneng, even if Nagato was there, he couldn't care so much. Boom boom. Instantly, the demon chakra in the body of the Wu Yang gushed out uncontrollably as its emotions surged, dissipating as if it were real. After a while, the heart-pounding dark purple chakra almost filled the entire mountain. Monster! The injured Sanchuan was shocked. As the chakra of the Wu Yang filled the entire mountain, a fear from biological instinct appeared in his heart, as if he had encountered a natural enemy, and the whole person could not help but tremble. Until this moment, he realized that in the previous several battles, the monster in front of him had not really moved. A trace of worry also appeared on Bai's face. The Wu Yang just showed chakra, which made him feel bad. He began to worry whether Shen, who was usually not very reliable, could deal with such a terrifying monster. Just when Bai was worried about whether Shen would fail, Shen slowly put the crown of the witch on her head. Then, under the gazes of several people, she raised her right hand and gently pressed on the monster mask on her face. Crack! With a cracking sound, the monster mask on Shen's face was crushed by her own hands. As the monster mask broke and fell off bit by bit, Shen's delicate and tender face behind the mask slowly appeared in everyone's sight. It was just different from what everyone imagined. Facing such a terrifying monster, Shen's face showed no fear, let alone hesitation. At this moment, the consciousness rooted in her blood as a shrine maiden who protects the ninja world made her suppress her inner panic and forget her spiritual fear. And with the awakening of consciousness, the majestic shrine maiden power in her body also broke out at this moment. Swish! The brilliant chakra was projected from Shen's body, and combined with the shrine maiden she had just put on, the whole person was instantly wrapped in a soft light and entered a special chakra mode similar to Naruto's nine-tailed chakra mode. How could you possibly do that? The Wu Yang, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, showed a trace of panic at this moment. The painful memories that were sealed again and again by generations of priestesses who sacrificed their lives in his mind all came to his mind at once. Shua! No nonsense, no hesitation. The moment when he noticed that Wu Yang was wavering in his heart, Shen, who had entered the priestess chakra mode, instantly launched an attack. The first update is here. Chapter 1044 Collapse of the Snow Peak. Shen was like a ray of light, piercing the Wu Yang hiding in the dark purple smoke. Shua! Instantly, a huge chakra wave surged in the belly of the snow peak. Damn it! Sheneng looked embarrassed. Since the priestess of the ghost country came to him abnormally, he felt vaguely uneasy, and the current situation obviously confirmed his uneasiness. The seemingly weak and tender shrine maiden actually contained such terrifying chakra in her body. However, the demon did not easily devour the shrine maiden as it had been shouting before, but was suppressed by the shrine maiden's chakra. This. The injured Mifune was stunned at the moment. The development of the situation was completely beyond his imagination. The arrival of the shrine maiden of the demon country made him confused, and the terrifying strength displayed by the shrine maiden of the demon country at the moment shocked him. Especially when the shrine maiden and the monster were fighting, he could even see the chakra entangled between the two, condensing into ripples that seemed to have substance, constantly echoing in the belly of the mountain. Bai did not relax his guard just because Shen seemed to have the upper hand. Before leaving, Shinji had told him not to underestimate the enemy. Because the chakras of both the Miko and the monster are at the level of tailed beasts, if Shen's goal is just to seal the monster Wu Yang like the previous Miko, the battle may end soon. But Shen is going to face her dark side this time. What she wants is to completely fuse Wu Yang once and for all. The fusion of the chakras of the two-tailed beasts of good and evil, just by listening, you can know how difficult it is. So whether Shen fuses Wu Yang or Wu Yang devours Shen, this battle between the Miko and the monster will definitely be a protracted war. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, cracks appeared on the rock walls around the mountain, and these cracks expanded rapidly with the continuous sound of shattering. Is it because of chakra fluctuations? Mifyun was stunned. In his understanding, chakra fluctuations were a kind of trace that could only be captured by a perceptive ninja. He had never thought that chakra fluctuations alone could destroy a mountain and cause a collapse. Not good, the mountain is going to collapse. Bai was also surprised, and immediately, his eyes swept towards the exit. Shua! At this time, Sheneng had already taken a step ahead of him, directly activated the 8 gates of Dunjia, abandoned his partner, rushed into the cave passage, and fled out of the mountain. In a blink of an eye, the mountain inside the mountain began to collapse, and rubble continued to fall from the surrounding mountain walls and the dome above. Bai glanced at Chen and Wu Yang who were fighting fiercely, and saw that the falling rubble had not yet hit their heads, but was instantly crushed by the chakra lingering around them, turning into ashes flew out, and they knew that the collapse of the mountain should not have much impact on them, so they had an idea in their hearts. Boom boom! Not long after, with a loud noise like an earthquake, the snow peak standing on the ice field collapsed due to internal collapse. The huge shock wave caused by the collapse, wrapped in smoke and dust, suppressed the blizzard on the snow field for a while, making the surroundings clear. Sheneng, who escaped from the mountain belly first, looked back at the completely collapsed snow peak behind him, with some lingering fear on his face. Wang Liang, that guy won't die. But he soon felt relieved, because in the ruins of the snow peak, the chakras of the ghost and the witch were still fighting fiercely, and the collapse of the towering snow peak did not seem to affect the duel between the two monsters. Even as the partner of the ghost, Sheneng couldn't help but complain. Then, Sheneng found that there seemed to be other survivors in the ruins of the snow peak, and his brows immediately frowned. In the ruins, Mifyun stared at the ice wall above his head in a daze. Not only him, but also the other surviving ninjas all looked dazed. The mountain collapsed, and they thought they had no chance of survival. Unexpectedly, the Sea of the Akatsuki organization actually did it for them. Instead of taking the opportunity to escape from the mountain, he gathered them together before the mountain was completely buried by the collapsed rubble, and then used the ice escape to create a huge semicircular ice wall, covering them under the ice wall. Crack! At this time, cracks appeared on the ice wall, and then the ice wall began to slowly break, revealing the mess outside. Standing in the middle of the ice wall with a sword, Bai first glanced at Chen and Wu Yang who were still fighting, and then turned his eyes to Sheneng who had escaped from the mountain before them not far away, and slowly walked over. Seeing C coming towards him with a sword, Sheneng's face darkened. "See, you and I are both members of the Akatsuki organization, there is no need to fight for our lives in such a place." The blizzard had come back at this time, so Sheneng's shout, wrapped in the blizzard, sounded like a howl, and like a sob. Bai walked towards Sheneng without stopping. "I feel ominous chakra in you. Letting you leave is irresponsible to the ninja world." "Responsible for the ninja world?" Sheneng snorted and said angrily, "Who do you think you are? 5kh? You are the same as me, the only difference is that I serve Nagato, and you are a lackey of A." Bai said, "You won't understand." Seeing that C had no intention of stopping, Sheneng began to make hand seals while saying, "I know you have the ice release blood limit, and you can exert extraordinary strength on this snowy field in the Iron Country, but don't underestimate me, I'm not the kind of guy who will be killed casually." After completing the seal, Sheneng shouted and activated the 8 gates of ninjutsu. When Sheneng traveled around the world before, he was known as a wandering doctor, so his attainments in medical ninjutsu were extremely high. Later, he learned dark medical ninjutsu from Wu Yang and made a comprehensive transformation of his body. Otherwise, with his ordinary body, it would be difficult for him to withstand the Zero Tail. He had already mastered the 8 gates of ninjutsu. After these years of training, his physical strength was no longer what it used to be. In addition to his fully transformed body and the endless chakra provided by the Zero Tail, his strength has reached a new height. This is also the reason why Wu Yang, who has returned to his peak state, still recognizes him as his partner. Otherwise, with Wu Yang's arrogance, if he himself did not have some strength, he would have been killed by Wu Yang long ago. Watching Sheneng on the opposite side burst out the 8 gates of Dunjia, Bai exhaled lightly and launched the water breathing with all his strength. Now, he is only one step away from the highest realm of breathing method, transparent world, so he longs for a battle that can break his own limits. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 1045 Akatsuki's Counterattack. Rain Country. In the headquarters of the Shinobi Village Alliance. As the war continued, more and more intelligence was transmitted from various countries in the ninja world. The ninjas of the intelligence team transmitted back and forth in the camp, interweaving into a stream of people. The 5 shadows still gathered in the conference room, coordinating the overall situation while waiting for Nagato to show his whereabouts. Just then, Narashikaku, the chief intelligence officer of the coalition, came to the conference room again in a hurry with a pile of documents. Without waiting for Narashikaku to speak, Tsunade said, "It seems that there is bad news." Narashikaku nodded, put the documents in his hand on the conference table, and reported, "First, there is news from the temporary camp of the Iron Country. The vanguard troops heading to the number 7 target, the encirclement and suppression troops, and the support troops led by Admiral Mifune have all lost contact." Acting Mizukage Terumi Mei was surprised and said, "What?" The 5th Kazekage Yekara asked, "What happened in the Iron Country?" Narashikaku shook his head, "It's not clear at the Iron Country temporary camp either. They sent out 3 waves of reconnaissance teams, but there is no definite news yet." The 3rd Tsuchikage frowned, "Is it an intelligence error, or?" If it was just an intelligence error, in addition to Wu Yang and Sheneng, there were other formal members of the Akatsuki organization at the Iron Country's target number 7, so the vanguard, the encirclement and suppression forces, and the support forces had problems, which was barely acceptable. After all, this is a war, and casualties are inevitable. But if the 3 forces had problems because the simulation of Takamagahara was invalid, then it would be a big trouble. Because this requires them to completely overturn the previously formulated tactics and reorganize the encirclement and suppression forces deployed in various parts of the ninja world. Narashikaku continued to place documents on the conference table. "We just received news from the front line. In the land of grass and land of Taki, a large number of strange white enemies have appeared one after another. Compared with Uchiha Ataka's intelligence, these strange white enemies seem to be a clone of White Zetsu, a formal member of Akatsuki." Tsunade frowned. "Clones? How many?" Narashikaku replied, "A lot. Preliminary statistics show that the number is at least tens of thousands." "So many?" The 4th Raikage was stunned for a moment, then asked, "How strong are they?" Narashikaku replied, "According to the reports of the frontline ninjas, the combat effectiveness of these White Zetsu clones is roughly equivalent to that of Chunin. Tens of thousands of Chunin." The 5 cages were secretly shocked. White Zetsu clones only have the strength of Chunin. For them, cage-level powerhouses, there is actually nothing to worry about, but this number is too shocking. You should know that in their initial planning, although the war between the Ninja Village and the Akatsuki organization was called the 4th Ninja World War, because the Ninja Village had an absolute advantage in numbers, the main battle was still a war of annihilation with more people against fewer. Now that the Akatsuki organization has suddenly brought out this trump card, it has caught the 5 cage off guard. Narashikaku continued, "The number is secondary. The main thing is that these White Zetsu clones can absorb chakra and use a special transformation technique to disguise themselves as our ninjas, and ordinary identification methods are all ineffective on them, so a large number of White Zetsu clones have infiltrated the rear of our front line and launched sneak attacks on some unguarded camps." Tsunade quickly took the document handed over by Narashikaku. "Are the casualties heavy?" Narashikaku replied helplessly, "It is very large, and many of the war supplies we prepared have been destroyed by them." Bang! The irritable 4th Raikage punched the conference table. "Damn it!" One of the 5 Kazekages, Yaking, said, "We must not allow them to continue destroying like this." Mei Terumi echoed, "Well, if all the war supplies are destroyed by them, then this war cannot go on." It seems that the Akatsuki organization has reacted and started to fight back. After a pause, Tsunade said, I propose to immediately form several screening teams to wipe out all the infiltrating White Zetsu clones. Agree. Agree. The other 4 cages nodded in agreement with Tsunade's proposal. Narashikaku said, according to the analysis of the intelligence team, only the Ijutsu bloodline ninjas or the perception-type ninjas with extremely strong perception abilities can identify the White Zetsu clones that have infiltrated us, so I need the authorization of the 5 cage to select elites to form a screening team. Tsunade nodded, from now on, you can select any ninjas you think are suitable. At this time, a ninja from the intelligence team hurried to the conference room and reported to the 5 cage, emergency information, the encirclement and suppression team that encircled the Red Sand Scorpion and Deodara in the Land of Earth was defeated, and 2 members of the Akatsuki organization are missing. Immediately afterwards, another ninja from the intelligence team came to the conference room, emergency information, Akatsuki's Okuriko and Renmaru attacked our temporary camp in the Land of Fields, and the temporary camp has lost contact. Without waiting for the 5 cage in the conference room to discuss countermeasures, several more ninjas from the intelligence team broke into the conference room one after another. The contents reported by these intelligence team ninjas were also similar. Either the bases here were attacked, or the encirclement and suppression teams there were defeated. The situation seemed to have suddenly become worse. Tsunade, Mei Terumi, and Yakeng all frowned and looked gloomy after hearing this series of bad news. On the contrary, the third Tsuchikage Onoki, who had experienced several ninja world wars, was very open-minded. He waved his hand and signaled the intelligence team ninjas to retreat. After Narashikaku led all the intelligence team ninjas to retreat, Onoki slowly said, we are mobilizing the Akatsuki organization to defeat them one by one before they can react, and they are also mobilizing us to make us reveal our flaws. So now is the time to compete in endurance. When the cage heard this, they all suppressed their anxious emotions. Onoki is worthy of being an old man who has experienced several ninja world wars. Whether it is this sophisticated mentality or cold will, it has played a role in calming people's hearts at this turbulent moment. And he is right. At present, the allied forces of the ninja villages, such as the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki Naruto, and a large number of powerful elite jonins have gathered around the 5 cage, waiting for them to attack. To give Akatsuki a fatal blow. In this case, the loss of the corners can be completely ignored. It can even be said that when formulating the strategy, the ninja army that was sent to raid the various bases of Akatsuki and encircle the official members of Akatsuki was the bargaining chip that could be sacrificed to win this ninja war. Just when the 5 shadows were preparing to analyze where Nagato was hiding, Narashikaku suddenly came back and reported with a serious expression, just received news that a large number of ninjas of unknown origin crossed the country of Soup from the sea on a flying device, and seemed to be heading towards Konoha village. The first update is here. Chapter 1046 Air Ninja Attack. What? Tsunade stood up in a flash. It's not her fault that she was nervous, because Konoha had already sent out its elite troops at this time, and it was the weakest time for defense. If it was attacked at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. The other 4 shadows also changed their faces. Everyone thought that as long as they brought the 2 Chouriki who were the targets of Akatsuki with them, Akatsuki would not have to go to the trouble of attacking the ninja village. Unexpectedly, Akatsuki's reaction was so fierce. Not only did they launch an offensive on the front line, but they also infiltrated the medical and supply bases in the rear, and now they are directly targeting the ninja village. When Mei Terumi heard that the enemy came from the sea, she was also very nervous. Who are they? Narashikaku said, according to the description of eyewitnesses, those ninjas riding on the flying devices seem to be the remnants of the air ninjas of that year. Damn it! Tsunade's face sank. Before, she was still lucky. After all, the other party just crossed the country of Soup, and might not be heading for Konoha village. Now that she heard that it was the remnants of the air ninjas, she no longer had any luck. Because the air ninja village was destroyed by Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War, the goal of the air ninja remnants this time must be to guard the empty Konoha village. Onoki said, Tsunade, this is a necessary sacrifice, we can only endure it. Tsunade sat back helplessly. In order to command the camps and ninja armies distributed throughout the ninja world, Konoha not only sent out all its elite troops this time, but also the top leaders. As advisory elders, Koharu Udaten and Enmitaman respectively took charge of the River Kingdom and Tea Kingdom in the southwest of the Fire Kingdom. The only top leader left in the village was the third generation who lost an arm in the last Chunin exam. Almost all the Jounin and Chunin were withdrawn, and only some ninja school students and genin who had just graduated from the ninja school were not mobilized. So even though she knew that the remnants of the empty ninja village would not be too strong, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, was still worried about the village in her heart. Mei Terumi comforted, all we can do now is to trust our companions. Tsunade sighed softly, ah. Konoha village. Woohoo. Because the headquarters had conveyed the news that the remnants of the air ninja were about to attack the village, the whole village was filled with shrill alarms. The streets were full of villagers carrying large and small bags and looking panicked. Under the alarm that resounded throughout the village, the discussions of adults, the crying of children, and all kinds of noise mixed with disputes, shouting, and even abuse also enveloped the streets and alleys of the village. Yes, yes, Kingshi Town is to shelter number 2. You can go along this street and you will see the next sign. You can't bring a cart into the shelter. You'd better leave it at home. At a crowded intersection, Sakura and Ino were directing the villagers who were taking refuge. Although they had just left the ninja school not long ago, they were already formal genin, so they took to the streets spontaneously. When the flow of people decreased slightly, they breathed a sigh of relief. Ino looked worried, why is the alarm so sudden this time? I don't know if we can get all the villagers into the shelter in time. Sakura nodded repeatedly, yes, Lady Tsunade and Teacher Shizune are not here. I am a little worried about whether the village will. Before Sakura finished speaking, Ino interrupted, no, isn't Shinji still here? Sakura was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to have regained some confidence, well, there is also Suzuki. With them, the village should be fine. On the rooftop of the Hokage building. The third generation stood on the edge of the rooftop, looking at the crowds of people who were taking emergency shelter on the street below. At this time, Danzo came to the third generation and said in a deep voice, Hiruzen, if necessary, I can serve the village. The third generation was silent. Because it was a special period, the third generation released Danzo from the secret prison. After all, Danzo was also a master of the cage level and could be used in critical moments. But even so, Danzo is still a prisoner at the moment. Danzo himself was obviously aware of this. He knew that now was the best time to clear himself of the guilt of colluding with Orochimaru. As long as he could play a role in the attack by the remnants of the Sky Ninja, he could get rid of his prisoner status and even return to the management of the village. Seeing that the Sandai did not respond, Danzo continued to persuade, I know the situation of the Sky Ninja more clearly. If we don't deal with their mothership on the sea, even if we stop them this time, they can always launch a second or third round of attacks on us. So don't hesitate, let me lead the team to deal with their mothership on the sea. The Sandai shook his head and rejected Danzo's proposal. He was also speechless. The fact that he could not fully believe Danzo for the time being was only one of the reasons. The real reason was that he could not gather a ninja army to give to Danzo to destroy the Sky Ninja. The remnants are on the motherships at sea. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Just then, a triple alarm sounded in the sky above the village. The overlapping alarm startled everyone, and then the already chaotic streets became even more chaotic. Looking at the third generation in the distance, his eyes fixed, here they come. Danzo looked over quickly, and indeed, there were dense black dots in the sky in the distance. He raised his hand to signal the Anbu standing by, and the Anbu quickly gave him and the third generation 2 pairs of telescopes that had been prepared long ago. After observing with a telescope, the third generation said, it is indeed an air ninja. Danzo said coldly, this damn remnant, I should have killed them all if I had known earlier. The third generation ignored Danzo, but asked the Anbu standing beside him, are the air defense forces ready? The Anbu hurriedly replied, all units have been deployed in place. Although the individual combat power of the air ninja remnants is not strong, they can fly with the help of equipment, which is a huge advantage in the ninja world. In the original time and space, the reason why Scorpion and Deidara dared to break into the Sand Village to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara was that they relied on Deidara's ability to make clay birds, which was a huge air advantage. As the leader of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, Konoha's ability to defend against air raids is still very strong. For example, the ninjas who are good at Super Beast fake painting cultivated by Danzo in his own roots can make birds through ninjutsu and engage in air combat. At the same time, the parasitic insects of the Aberame clan also have strong air combat capabilities. In addition to long-range ninja tools such as crossbows, kunao, shuriken, and various offensive ninjutsu with long-range strike effects. So although there was a serious shortage of manpower, the third generation still pieced together and temporarily formed an air defense force and deployed it throughout the village. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 1047 Send Away. Boom. 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 The violent explosion spread throughout the entire Konoha village. The village, which was relatively peaceful a moment ago, was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire after the arrival of the Air Ninjas assault team. Konoha Police Building. Shinji stood by the window of his captain's office, quietly watching the village outside engulfed in fire and explosions. Konoha doesn't have many opportunities to be so empty, so the Air Ninjas made every effort this time, and the number of Air Ninjas participating in the first wave of attacks reached hundreds of people. Therefore, when the two Root Ninjas who used the Super Beast false painting to draw flying birds just took off to fight, they were besieged by several times, or even dozens of times, the number of Air Ninjas, and were instantly shot down from the air. So soon, only the parasites and the anti-aircraft forces on the ground were left struggling. Behind Shinji, Wyoming, Karin, Kimimaro, and Suzuki lined up, waiting for Shinji's order. No doubt. Except for Bai, who had already gone out to perform the mission, all the police force members had gathered in Shinji's office at this moment. Seeing that Shinji had not given any instructions, Suzuki could no longer hold back. Shinji, let me deal with those bastards outside. Shinji glanced at Suzuki. How are you going to deal with them? Suzuki said without hesitation, I can use Susanoo. Shinji shook his head slightly. It is true that Sasuke's Susanoo can attack from a distance, but each arrow of his Susanoo consumes a lot of Mangekyo pupil power. Using Susanoo to attack hundreds of air ninjas in the sky is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Karin asked tentatively, should I go? Shinji still shook his head. The flying devices that the air ninjas outside are riding have limited bomb loads. In the first wave of attacks just now, they have released all the bombs, so now they are not a big threat to the village. When several people heard this, they hurried to the window and observed. Sure enough, they soon found that the air ninjas in the sky were no longer dropping bombs, but using kunao and detonating tags to fight with Konoha's air defense forces. Shinji said lightly, this wave of attacks will end soon, and they are going back. Damn it! Suzuki felt extremely annoyed when he thought that these air ninjas dropped bombs in the village and could evacuate in a swagger. At this moment, Shinji suddenly ordered, Kimimaro, you go track the returning air ninjas, find their fleet at sea, and then destroy them all. Kimimaro was stunned at first, and then immediately recovered his calm expression, yes. Then they understood that the reason why Shinji did not move was to track the air ninjas, find the opponent's fleet, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Seeing Kimimaro preparing to leave, Suzuki hurriedly said, is Kimimaro going alone? Isn't it too risky? Or I'll go with him. Shinji said lightly, no need. Suzuki wanted to say more, but seeing Shinji's solemn eyes, for some reason, he suddenly lost his confidence and swallowed the words on his lips. When the biological exoskeleton H suppressed Kimimoro's blood disease, Kimimoro's strength began to increase steadily again. With his current strength, it is actually no problem to deal with the weak single air ninjas, it's just a matter of efficiency. Of course, Shinji would not really let Kimimaro go alone. After all, Kimimaro has an extremely precious reincarnation eye. Even if it is just to ensure the safety of the reincarnation eye, Shinji must pay special attention, so he arranged another teammate for Kimimaro. And there is another reason why Shinji insisted on letting Kimimaro destroy the Sky Ninja fleet. That is, he found that Orochimaru recently sent someone to contact Kimimaro, trying to get Jago, Gurren, Teiwa, and others who were imprisoned in Konoha from Kimimaro. Therefore, Shinji was worried that Orochimaru would take advantage of Konoha's weakness to raid the village and rescue those subordinates who were trapped in Konoha. In order to let Kimimaro avoid possible dilemmas, he had to send Kimimaro out in advance. Hyuga clan land. After learning the alarm of the air ninja attack, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi, took Hinata, Hanabi, Niji and others into the Hyuga clan's own shelter in advance. Hinata clenched her collar tightly with both hands while listening to the constant roar outside. She wanted to ask Hayashi several times to apply to go out and fight for the village, but as soon as she looked at Hayashi, she was met with Hayashi's stern eyes, so she had to lower her head timidly. Ninkai on the side also clenched his fists. However, he knew that he was good at soft fists and did not have many long-range attack methods. Even if he went out, it would be useless, so he barely suppressed it. Suddenly, a voice came into his mind. Ninkai's expression changed, and he immediately stood up and said to Hayashi, "Master Hayashi, I want to go out." Hayashi looked at Nishi, hesitated for a while, and waved his hand. "Thank you." After saluting to Hayashi, Nishi immediately rushed out of the shelter. No doubt. Just now, Shinji, as leader A, conveyed to Niji through Naobi the order to accompany Kimimaro to track the retreating Sky Ninja, find the Sky Ninja fleet at sea, and destroy it. Shinji is the leader A, and has not yet disclosed it to Kimimaro, Niji, and Suzuki, so he can only go around like this. As for the excuse, asking Niji to protect Kimimaro who was tracking the Sky Ninja army alone was a reasonable excuse, so when Niji received the order from leader A, he did not hesitate at all. Seeing Niji stand up and leave, Hinata could no longer hold back, and also stood up and said, "Father, I want to go out too." Hayashi just said lightly, "Sit down." Hinata was puzzled, but why can brother Niji go out? Hayashi said coldly, "You are different from him, you are the head of the family." Hanabi beside her gently pulled Hinata's sleeve, "Sister, don't say any more." Hinata had to sit back with grievance. After Hinata sat back properly, Hayashi closed his eyes again to rest. However, if you pay a little attention, you can find that he was actually keeping his ears perked up while pretending to sleep, listening to the situation outside. The reason why he allowed Niji to leave the family's shelter was because he heard that the explosion outside had subsided and the air ninja might be retreating, so even if Niji went out, there would not be much danger. Ninkai's side. After leaving the shelter, the familiar streetscapes and houses were all turned into ruins. This scene made him furious, but he remembered his mission, so he did not intervene to put out the fire, but took advantage of the chaos to quietly leave the village. The first update is here. Chapter 1048, Orochimaru's Attack. Outside Konoha village. After packing up, Kimimaro did not delay and immediately followed the retreating air ninjas and followed them out of the village. After leaving Konoha village, he looked back at Konoha behind him and breathed a sigh of relief. Such an expression rarely appeared on his face. In fact, being able to leave at this time was also a relief for him, because he knew very well that Orochimaru would not miss this opportunity, and once Orochimaru attacked Konoha during this period, he would be in a dilemma if he stayed in the village. At that time, he would either betray Orochimaru or betray the organization that placed him in the police force. If it were before, he would not be entangled. Because it was Orochimaru who gave him the direction of life and the goal to live, so let alone working for Orochimaru, even if he gave his body to Orochimaru to take over, he had no complaints. But after joining the Akatsuki organization, especially after experiencing the destruction of the Demon Slayer world, he suddenly found that he should not live for only one person. At this time, a voice came from a distance, "How long are you going to be in a daze?" Kimimaro looked up and found a figure wearing a blank mask and a hooded red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization standing on a big tree in the distance. Kimimaro chuckled rarely, "Gee, you really know my identity." G smiled, "Don't you know my identity too? Let's go, if we delay any longer, we may not be able to catch up with those air ninjas." No doubt. The person dressed as a member of the Akatsuki organization was not someone else, but Niji who had just sneaked out of the village. Because they both have half of age in their bodies, they actually knew each other's identity a long time ago, but they just didn't point it out. This time, Niji received an order to assist Kimimaro in dealing with the fleet of the air ninjas at sea, so he revealed each other's identities. Kimimaro nodded, "Let's go." As the first wave of air ninjas retreated, the explosion in Konoha village, the sound completely stopped, leaving only the flames rising into the sky and the occasional collapsed houses. Fortunately, the Ninja Village Coalition set up intelligence stations in various countries, discovered the incoming air ninja army in advance, and took emergency shelter before the attack. Otherwise, this time it would not be just a simple matter of house and property loss. Soon, the Konoha ninjas began to put out the fire. Some used water escape ninjutsu to put out the fire directly, some used wind escape ninjutsu to suck out all the air to put out the fire, and some used earth escape sand and dust to cover the fire. For a while, the village was full of busy figures, and even Suzuki couldn't help but join the ranks of firefighting. In the police force building, Shinji still stood by the window, quietly looking at the village outside the window. In the office, only Wuming and Karin stood behind him. Other subordinates, such as Yakumo, have been following Tsunade. The several blood clones he created are all distributed in various places in the ninja world. Only one is left in Konoha, and for safety, it is not in the village, but hidden outside the village. Ryaga and Chino are also brought by Tsunade. Now, with Shin, Haku, Kimimaro, and Niji leaving one after another to perform their missions, only Mome, Karin, and Suzuki are left by Shinji's side. Seeing Shinji frowning slightly, Karin asked softly, "Will Orochimaru come?" "I think so." After a pause, Shinji pouted. He doesn't seem to have completely let go of his obsession with destroying Konoha. Unlike the original time and space, although the Chunin exam battle also took place in this time and space, Orochimaru did not kill the third generation, but was imprisoned and became a prisoner of Konoha. This is obviously unacceptable to the proud Orochimaru, so when he was imprisoned in the secret prison, no matter how Tsunade persuaded him, he refused to bow his head. Although he succeeded in escaping from prison, this experience of being captured was obviously a stain on him. The simplest and most direct way to erase this stain is to destroy Konoha. So even if he hadn't discovered the tricks that Orochimaru had been playing recently, Shinji was very sure that he would not miss the opportunity to destroy Konoha. But Shinji frowned, not because of Orochimaru. What he was really worried about was the mysterious power that the Overlord had secretly infiltrated into the ninja world. I don't know if it was because the Ninja World War broke out, causing chaos in all countries, or if that power was well hidden. In short, several days had passed, and he still hadn't found out where the power that the Overlord had infiltrated was. "What are you going to do?" Wyoming asked at this time. "Is that Orochimaru very powerful?" Karin said, "The opponent is one of the 3 Konoha ninjas who are as famous as the 5th Hokage, and he also mastered the forbidden technique of resurrecting the dead, controlling the dirty bodies of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage. There is also a Yakushi Kabuto who has mastered the fairy technique. He is very difficult to deal with." Wyoming rubbed his wrist. "Hearing you say that, even I am a little interested." After being unsealed by Shinji, she, who was originally a Manjiki Uchiha, first fused with Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan and fused a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Then she transplanted the cells of the 1st generation, and while obtaining the power of all things that combines yin and yang, she also mastered the wood release. Recently, she has practiced the 12 palaces, and even her physical skills, which are her shortcoming in strength, have made a qualitative leap. So she really wants to find 1 or 2 more powerful opponents to test her strength. Outside Konoha village. Looking at the flames and smoke in the distance, Orochimaru sighed. "I didn't expect that a group of remnants of the air ninja could do something that even I couldn't do. It's really ironic." Yakushi Kabuto pushed the frame on his nose. "Lord Orochimaru, it seems that Konoha has become a broken house that will collapse at any time. Let's go up and kick it." Orochimaru was a little bored. Destroying such a Konoha did not make him excited. But then he changed his mind and grinned again. "Is the information reliable?" Kabuto Yakushi replied respectfully, "Please rest assured, I have confirmed through many sources that Uchiha Shinji and Uchiha Suzuki are staying in Konoha village, so you will not return empty-handed this time." Takamaga Harem murmured. Orochimaru sighed. "Sharingan is really a magical bloodline limit, it can awaken such a wonderful eye technique. If I were Nagato, I would probably feel uneasy." Kabuto Yakushi echoed, "Yes." Orochimaru said, "Do you think they will use Takamagahara to simulate the scene of dealing with me?" Kabuto Yakushi smiled and said, "We will know soon." Orochimaru took a step and walked towards Konoha village. "Then let me test whether Takamagahara is really as wonderful as the rumors say. It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 1049 The Opposite Decision. The top floor platform of the Hokage building. The 3rd generation looked at the Konoha ninjas who were busy putting out fires in the streets with a dark face. The casualties of this sneak attack by the air ninjas may not be great, but the loss of property is difficult to estimate. From what he saw, at least several blocks were burned to ashes. Seeing this, Danzo next to him advised again, "Hiruzen, what are you still hesitating about? Those remnants of the air ninjas will surely launch a 2nd and 3rd wave of airstrikes after tasting the sweetness. If we don't take action, the village will be destroyed in your hands. So give me a ninja army, let me deal with the remnants of the air ninjas." The 3rd generation shook his head. "There are not enough people in the village." "What?" Danzo looked incredulous. The 3rd generation no longer concealed the fact that Tsunade led the main force to leave the village. "You are so stupid." Danzo poked the ground with his cane and said, "If you do this, even if we solve the Akatsuki organization, our Konoha will be seriously injured. How can we deal with the aggressive Kirigakure and Uegakure? The third generation said, we have no choice. Danzo snorted coldly, you are too naive. If I were the Hokage, I would take advantage of the God-given opportunity to fight against the Akatsuki organization to weaken some of the other 4 villages. After solving the Akatsuki organization, our Konoha can easily dominate the ninja world. The third generation looked at Danzo and sighed. Danzo will never understand what cooperation is. If he follows Danzo's way, the Ninja Village Coalition will have no chance of defeating the Akatsuki organization. No, it is hard to say whether the Ninja Village Coalition can be formed. After all, the Danzo in the original time and space was a fool who dared to directly launch Kota Amatsukami at the 5-Cage conference. Swish! Just then, an Anbu used the flash body technique to come to the third generation and hurriedly reported, Third generation, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi have invaded the village and are coming towards the Hokage Rock. Danzo was shocked and said, what? Why is that guy joining in the fun at this time? The third generation sighed, what's coming is coming. Danzo, let's go, let's go. Danzo's face changed, Hiruzen, why don't you hide? Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, plus the impure world bodies of the first, second, and fourth generations controlled by him, we have little chance of winning if we go now. The third generation was stunned. He didn't expect that the always tough Danzo would say such a thing. He frowned and said, this is Konoha. Where else can we hide? Facing the gaze of the third generation, Danzo was a little angry, the village still depends on us. If something happens to us, what will happen to the village? You decide for yourself. The third generation said no more. He directly tore off his robe, revealing the combat uniform he had already put on inside. Then he flashed and rushed towards the direction where Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi attacked. The Anbu on the platform looked at Danzo one after another, and then followed the third generation without looking back. Danzo's face was blue and red at this time. What just happened was as if the second generation led them to break out of the siege of the hidden cloud village. At that time, the elite ninja army led by Kinkaku and Ginkaku were chasing them closely behind. Someone in the team needed to stand up and cover the rear so that others could have a chance to escape back to the village. As a result, he was timid and hesitant. It was that time that he missed the position of Hokage. Now he is facing a life and death situation again. Just like before, he and the third generation once again made two completely opposite decisions. Hiruzen, you are such a fool. The village cannot live without you and me. Don't you understand such a simple truth? As if he had convinced himself, Danzo suppressed the shame and anger on his face and began to think about how to seize the power of the village if the third generation died. On the street. Koji, the cleaning of this area of rubble is handed over to you. Be careful when using the multiplication technique and don't demolish the intact houses around. Xiaoli, that area belongs to you. Kaiba, you are responsible for that area. Shikamaru assigned tasks to his classmates while comparing the block map. Not far away, Ino and Sakura were healing the villagers who didn't have time to go to the shelter. Although there was an early warning, there were still many villagers who did not have time to rush to the shelter, so a small number of casualties were inevitable. Sasuke walked on the street with a dark face. These were all familiar streets to him. He could accurately tell which store had delicious meatballs and which store had affordable barbecue, but now many of them had become ruins, and even the fire had not been completely extinguished. Seeing Sasuke, Shikamaru hurriedly stopped what he was doing and rushed over. Sasuke, is your police force building okay? Sasuke shook his head, it's okay. Because it has been excluded by the Hokage for a long time, although the police force sounds like one of the core institutions in the village, the location of the police force building is close to the original Uchiha clan land, and it is well known that the Uchiha clan land is in the corner of the village. So the first wave of attacks by the air ninja did not affect the police force building. Shikamaru pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, what preparations have Shinji made? The air ninjas got the upper hand in this sneak attack, and I'm afraid there will be another wave soon. Unlike his classmates who were still immersed in anger or sentimentality, Shikamaru was very sober. From this sneak attack by the air ninjas, he saw many problems, such as the village's unusually empty defense, so if he were the commander of the air ninjas, he would also take advantage of Konoha's void to launch a second wave of offensive as soon as possible. Thinking that Shinji actually sent only Kimimaro to destroy the air ninja fleet, Sasuke's expression was a little strange, but he couldn't say anything, so he had to answer, don't worry, if the air ninjas come again, I will take action. Boom boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. Then, painful cries, panic shouts, etc. came one after another. The classmates who were helping to clean up the ruins and treat the wounded all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the explosion. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, several fully armed Anbu quickly passed over the eaves and rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Suzuki quickly stopped one person and asked, "What's going on?" "It's Orochimaru, you guys go to shelter." After that, the Anbu bypassed Suzuki and caught up with his companions. "What? Orochimaru is attacking the village again. What should we do now?" The classmates looked at each other for a while. In the previous Chunin exam, Orochimaru had already turned the village upside down. At that time, even the third Hokage was seriously injured and lost an arm. Now the village is not only empty, but also just suffered an attack from the Sky Ninja. The loss is not small, and it can't resist Orochimaru at all. Not to mention other classmates, even Suzuki, who hated Orochimaru, was a little panicked. Here is the first update. Chapter 1050 Opportunity. Suzuki clenched his fists. Damn it, it has to be at this time. Not long ago, in the Battle of the Land of Rice, he was defeated by Kabuto Yakushi, and then he sparred with Naruto and lost to Naruto in the Nine Tails Chakra mode. So although he was still proud and confident in his Manjiki Sharingan, he also knew where his own limits were. Shikamaru was worried, this is troublesome. Orochimaru used the immortal reincarnation to control the immortal body of the first, second, and fourth generations. He also has a guy like Kabuto Yakushi who has mastered the fairy art. With the current strength of the village, it may be difficult to resist. Ino asked, "What should we do?" Shikamaru shook his head, "We can only choose to take refuge." Sakura was surprised and said, "What? What about that village?" Shikamaru held his chin with his hand and analyzed, "I heard from my father that Orochimaru's subordinates have been wiped out by the village, so Orochimaru should not have brought many people this time." Hearing Shikamaru's analysis, the classmates all looked over, even Suzuki was no exception. Shikamaru continued, "Orochimaru can't really raise the village to the ground. He doesn't have the ability, let alone the need." Koji couldn't help asking, "Then why is he here?" Shikamaru said, "He might want to avenge his capture last time, or he might have set his sights on someone, for example." As he spoke, Shikamaru's eyes moved to Suzuki. Suzuki also realized that Orochimaru might have set his sights on his Manjiki Sharingan, which undoubtedly made him more entangled. Seeing this, Sakura persuaded, "Suzuki, you'd better hide." Suzuki said, "You want me to run away?" Shikamaru explained, "This is not running away. Suzuki, you have the Manjiki Sharingan that even Orochimaru covets when you were a teenager. You are a genius like Shinji. It would be a pity if you died here." Suzuki said coldly, "It's not that easy for them to kill me." Pa pa pa. Just then, a crisp applause came from the street in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and their faces changed drastically. The one who was clapping and walking slowly towards them in the distance was not someone else, but the Orochimaru they were talking about. Orochimaru clapped his hands and said jokingly, as expected of Suzuki, he always maintains such confidence. "Oh no! So fast! It's over!" When they saw it was Orochimaru, the classmates all changed color and were all shrouded in fear. It was not that they were weak, but that Orochimaru was too famous. Sasuke's face sank. He didn't expect Orochimaru to be so fast. From the explosion just now, it was at least several blocks away, and a large number of Anbu rushed to stop it. Unexpectedly, while they were talking, Orochimaru had already come to the core area of the village leisurely. As Orochimaru approached step by step, among the classmates, Sakura and Ino had begun to tremble instinctively. Tenten was a little better, but her face was also full of panic. Among the boys, Shikamaru looked serious, as if he was thinking about some countermeasures. Shino was assigned to the air defense unit and was not here. The remaining Ye, Koji, and Xiao Li were also trembling, and they did not show more strength than the girls. Actually, this is normal. In the original time and space Chunin exam, Kakashi, an elite jonin in the village, did not show the expected calmness when facing Orochimaru. At this time, Suzuki waved his hand violently, waking everyone up. "You guys run away, I'll deal with this guy." Sakura said, "But... get out." Sasuke interrupted Sakura with a roar. At this time, he had already opened the Mangeki Sharingan, and a cold chakra unique to Uchiha emanated from his body. Shikamaru understood Sasuke's meaning, and hurriedly pulled Sakura, Ino, and called on others to evacuate the street together. After running for a while, Sakura broke free from Shikamaru's hand. Are we just going to leave Sasuke there alone? Shikamaru said, for a battle of that level, even if we go back, it will be useless and will only hinder us. The only way to save Sasuke now is to find Shinji. Yes, yes, Shinji must have a way. Sakura nodded repeatedly, and then found that the direction Shikamaru took them to evacuate was exactly the direction of the Konoha Police Force building. Inside the Konoha Police building, Karin closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then reported to Shinji, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi have already after entering the village, Sasuke seems to have encountered them. Yet. Shinji responded softly, indicating that he understood. Wyoming volunteered, Shinji, let me handle it. Shinji shook his head, not for the time being, it's hard to say whether Orochimaru is attacking the village at this time, and there is no Akatsuki behind it. Karin said, but Sasuke alone is probably not a match for Orochimaru and his men. Shinji smiled, Sasuke will not be in danger. If the opponent was someone else, he might still be worried. But if the opponent is Orochimaru, then even if Sasuke loses, he should not be in danger of his life. And through the previous fights between Karin and Orochimaru, he has already determined that Orochimaru's control over the first, second, and fourth generations of impure earth bodies is very limited. If fighting in the special environment of Konoha, even if Orochimaru summoned the impure earth bodies of the three Hokage, he would probably not dare to release their spiritual intelligence, so the threat of Orochimaru is not as big as imagined. It just so happened that Sasuke encountered Orochimaru, and he could use Sasuke to test what the real purpose of Orochimaru's attack on Konoha was and whether there was any conspiracy behind it. On the moon, Otsutsuki Tonari took the towel handed over by the puppet and wiped the sweat off his body. Since the palace on the moon after the palace was invaded by the people on the ground, Otsutsuki Tonari had a strong sense of crisis, so he doubled the amount of practice every day, with the purpose of realizing the last wish of his ancestors and purifying all the polluted people on the ground. With the abnormal daily training courses, he, who was originally the most talented in the Otsutsuki branch, has become more and more powerful, and has undergone a qualitative change from a year ago. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, threw the towel to the puppet beside him, and left the palace in a flash, and came to the temple where the giant reincarnation eye was enshrined. First, he finished the prayer respectfully, and then he walked slowly to the front of the giant reincarnation eye and began to resonate with the reincarnation eye. After a while, his consciousness withdrew from the giant reincarnation eye, and he murmured, the ancestors were right, and the fallen people on the ground started a war with each other again. But this is an opportunity for me, the Hyuga clan. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me.